Chapter 951, Rise to the Star State. Su Ping received a tremendous amount of resources in the following month. He was given a special training room, which was as great as the holy lands of some major organizations. He had eaten and drunk special medicines that had been acquired in various planets and relics on a daily basis. His body was quickly built up as a result, and his astral power was purified. He had never had such medicines before. Their effectiveness was considerable for that very reason, further boosting his strength. Su Ping was already nearing his bottleneck. His combat ability could hardly be improved unless he obtained a lot of faith power. The 8-9 astral painting is taking shape. Inside the training room, Su Ping was chewing what appeared to be a purple fruit. It contained an abundant amount of astral power, while it could also improve his eyesight. A normal person would be able to see an ant dozens of kilometers away after eating such a fruit. It was a rare treasure, and yet Su Ping was eating it like a snack. He had too many resources at the moment. It was only then that Su Ping finally learned of the regular training methods used by top organizations. It was easy to develop geniuses through investing tremendous amounts of resources and rare medicines. However, the type of genius trained in such a manner would at most rise to the top 10 of their star zone. They would have to rely on their own abilities, talent, constitution, and other factors if they wanted to make further progress. Earlier on, Su Ping had thought that it would take him a year to condense the 8-9 astral painting. However, it was already taking shape after 1 month. He felt that he would be able to fully condense it in merely 2 weeks or so. By then, with the 2 astral paintings in his body, he would have even more astral power and become much stronger. However, I won't be able to accumulate power of faith until I leave this place. The amount I get here is too little, Su Ping thought. He needed the power of faith in order to significantly improve his combat ability. His name had been disseminated and noted by many organizations after he became the champion. He could easily detect the power of faith flowing toward him from every part of the universe. It was leaking into his small world. However, such an amount of faith was insignificant. It would be better to train a few loyal pets if he were to remain there. Boom tilde. Dull thunder echoed, originating from a place relatively close to Su Ping's training room. He was slightly surprised, as he sensed the sign of a heavenly tribulation. He left the training room, and then saw dark clouds gathering above a palace several thousand kilometers away, sporting the recently felt tribulation. Is someone making a breakthrough? A man flew out of the palace while Su Ping observed. He was none other than Diaz. While shrouded in gray light, he silently looked up at the sky underneath the clouds. Su Ping detected his aura and immediately realized that he had risen to the star state. Such a result was unsurprising. They no longer needed to suppress their cultivation since the competition was over. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He then thought about breaking through too. It's time for me to advance too. Staying in the fate state is pointless now. I could still hold until I condense the second astral painting and look for the power of faith, but I can still do all those things after I break through to the star state. I'll only be a stronger fate state cultivator if I stay at this level. A lot of people suddenly showed up in the nearby space. All of them were observing Diaz's breakthrough. Boom! Moments later, the heavenly tribulation arrived with a lightning strike. Diaz remained casual under the thunderclouds. He waved his hand and shattered the lightning, as if he were only dealing with some dust. He was so strong that the heavenly tribulation for the star state was but a joke to him. It was just a formality at that point. Soon, more and more powerful lightning bolts struck down. However, Diaz resisted those attacks with ease. 15-16. It's still not over. Just as I expected, such a genius will attract more than 30 lightning strikes. 30? You're underestimating him. There's going to be more than 50. Many people were whispering. Some recognized Diaz and their feelings went awry. The more talented and the more energy one had, the more terrifying the heavenly tribulation would be. Ordinary people could usually attract 8 or 7 lightning bolts. The tougher ones were able to attract a dozen. As for geniuses, most of them would attract more than 20. Each level of the heavenly tribulation for the star state contained 9 or multiple lightning strikes. The first level contained 9 strikes, the second level contained 18, and the third contained 27. Many speculated that Diaz would attract level 6 lightning strikes, after seeing him easily crush lightning strikes on the second level, which would have certainly obliterated normal star state cultivators. Diaz had to try increasingly harder to deal with the strikes as more of them descended. He activated his reincarnation divine constitution to dissolve and swallow the lightning when the level 4 lightning strikes arrived. The level 5 lightning strikes arrived, and Diaz exerted more power of his constitution to deal with the lightning again. Soon after, more than 50 lightning strikes were about to land, all of which had 6th level might. Their destructive force was much greater. Diaz merged with his pet and resisted the attack again. Su Ping observed patiently. He was able to tell that Diaz would at least manage to endure the level 7 lightning strikes. Soon, 68 lightning bolts were striking altogether. They were already level 7, glowing so brilliantly that the environment was entirely bright. The lethal aura of the heavenly tribulation filled the air. Diaz suddenly brought out a shield engraved with an ugly, crying face. The contorted visage would then wiggle and open up its mouth to swallow all the arriving lighting bolts. Su Ping remembered that Diaz was given a chance to claim a treasure in the Heavenly Star Pavilion too. He wondered if the shield had been his choice. Diaz had passed the trial soon after. The young man was able to endure it all, even though the last part of the tribulation was rather dangerous. He had attracted 73 lightning strikes in the end, which were already at the 8th level of the heavenly tribulation. Once the test was over, Diaz closed his eyes and felt the raging power inside his body. He was now a star state warrior. He was suddenly able to store even more astral power, just as if a certain switch would have been turned on inside his body. If the power reserve in his body could previously be compared to a lake, it had then turned into an ocean. Deep breath. Diaz opened his eyes, fascinated due to the feeling of his surging power. He felt that he could crush his old self from moments before. Diaz then saw a familiar person in the distance, realizing that it was none other than Su Ping. Diaz wore a complicated expression after noticing who it was. He could not hate the man who had defeated him again and again, especially when Su Ping's performance in the last battle had amazed everyone, including those of celestial level. Condensing a small world while still in the fate state had not been something he could achieve. Whoosh! Diaz flashed and disappeared. He then reappeared in front of Su Ping. "I broke through," Diaz snorted. Su Ping smiled. "I noticed." "What do you say? Are you up for a spar?" Diaz was itching for a fight since the latter was still in the fate state. Su Ping chuckled since he was aware of the other guy's intentions. 6 Lives Buddha's 2 future selves were both at the peak of the star state. So what? He lost. Su Ping kept on smiling. Diaz stood there in silence. He suddenly realized that, even though he was a lot stronger than before, now that he had advanced, it was still impossible for him to defeat Su Ping, who had condensed a small world. Su Ping's small world was much more powerful than his field of laws. He would be crushed with ease. He pursed his lips when he pondered over it. All the joy in his heart because of his breakthrough faded away. What a freak! Diaz rolled his eyes, then turned around and left. He secretly gritted his teeth, feeling the desire of condensing a small world. He was unable to do it while he was a fate state warrior. Could he manage to do so in the star state? Su Ping went back to his training room. He resumed his cultivation after he ate and rested. He focused only on cultivating and condensing the 8-9 astral painting. Whoosh! Inside the training room, Su Ping dashed as quickly as a phantom. If anyone were present, it would have been a shock to see that Su Ping had vanished at one point. The only feedback would be to hear the rustling air. Su Ping was too fast to the naked eye. He too was absolutely undetectable when he moved. Even if he was indeed seen, his aura was practically non-existent. Not even his heartbeat or pulse were audible. Su Ping suddenly came to a halt. Then he melted like water and stuck his mask to the ground. He reassembled his body moments later. He looked at his hands and extended his fingers like claws. He then made them look like normal human hands again. Am I still a human being? Su Ping was dumbfounded. He believed from the bottom of his heart that he was one. However, his ability was too special. He was currently able to morph into any form at the moment, as he had full control over the cells of his body. The 8-9 astral painting had bound all his cells to his mind. He felt that his soul was his body, and that his body was his soul. He could turn into any shape he could imagine. Lives are just combinations of cells, or to be more precise, a bunch of particles. Su Ping examined himself carefully. He was then able to feel his components with pinpoint accuracy and reorganize his organs. The cells in each component had their unique features and could boost the corresponding organs. He could build an organ, such as a stomach or a heart, with the cells of his arm. However, they would never be as perfect as the original stomach and heart. Nevertheless, they were usable and healthy. The books from relics mention ancient mythical creatures that can be reborn with one drop of blood. They must have better versions of such a technique, Su Ping thought. The cells involved in the two astral paintings would then be able to store astral power in them. The astral paintings contained special force fields that were invisible but real. Su Ping could store astral power there and make use of that reserve at any time. However, he soon noticed that the astral paintings had a maximum capacity, as he stored more and more astral power. I have twice as much astral power as I did before. Su Ping examined himself. He could probably punch a planet apart if he were to concentrate all the astral power on his fist. Star state experts could freely wander throughout space and live in the vacuum. As for Star Lords, they could easily destroy a planet and dominate a solar system. It's time to make a breakthrough. I'll check the Divine Lord rank after I advance, so I can gauge the gap between me and the one in last place. Su Ping flew out without hesitation. He then relaxed and removed all the blockages in his body. Astral power soon began to gush out from all his body parts like veritable springs. Su Ping activated the Chaos Star chart simultaneously and siphoned astral power from nature, which then flooded into his body. Boom! Su Ping felt that all the bones in his body were cracking, as if countless hands were massaging him. That was the external astral power squeezing his body parts and perfecting them. A gale then blew above Su Ping's head. Clouds seemed to be gathering in space. Huh! Someone is about to go through a heavenly tribulation. Who's breaking through this time? The people near the palaces detected this and quickly took action. They realized that a heavenly tribulation was at hand once they saw the gathering clouds above Su Ping's palace. After all, clouds and rain didn't manifest naturally in the celestial court. The place was forever sunny. All the witnesses were surprised and curious after they saw Su Ping. Dayas had almost attracted a level 7 heavenly tribulation just recently. They wondered about the unbelievable magnitude Su Ping would cause during his heavenly tribulation, given his status as the best of the universe. Many people stood outside their palaces to watch. Outside Su Ping's palace, Elder Yan was lying on a comfort chair. He then narrowed his eyes when he saw the gathering clouds, then slowly sat up. I thought that kid was going to challenge his limits a bit more, but he obviously ran out of patience. Not bad. Aiming for higher limits is pointless. Wasting too much time in the fate state is not a good thing. Thankfully, he listened to my advice in the end. He had warned Su Ping about this a few days earlier, but the latter didn't respond back then. He has even more energy than before. This amount is rather unbelievable, isn't it? Suddenly, Elder Yan's eyes glittered with surprise. He felt that Su Ping was like a whale flying in the sky, with an unimaginable amount of astral power stored inside his body. He had much more astral power than would be expected of a Star State warrior. Not many Star Lords would have as much astral power as he did. Chapter 952, Path of Destruction. Boom! Su Ping finally faced his own heavenly tribulation, while many watched him from the dark. The first lightning bolt struck down like an axe cutting the sky apart. Su Ping raised his head and stared in silence. Bang! The lightning bolt struck down and enshrouded him, but he quickly absorbed it. One of the many laws he had mastered had to do with heavenly tribulations. Su Ping had been through too many of them in the demigod burial, gaining an unusual amount of experience in the process. He believed that he himself could summon heavenly tribulations, or pass them over for someone else, once he had a better control over them. Soon after, the second lightning bolt landed. Once again, Su Ping didn't move to resist it. The lightning bolts at the beginning were equally powerful. They would remain the same within each round. He was planning to endure and absorb all of them. After all, heavenly tribulations were both punishments and gifts for his body. More and more lightning bolts came crashing down soon after. All 9 lightning bolts from the first level of the heavenly tribulation were swallowed in the blink of an eye. Is that what the best fate state cultivator of the universe should be like? It is ghastly to see how sturdy his body is. It's only been the first level of the tribulation, but still, it looked too easy for him to resist. Many people were secretly amazed. Their admiration towards Su Ping grew. More lightning bolts struck down moments after. The second level, the third level. More and more lightning bolts struck down and illuminated the world. Their noise echoed throughout the celestial court, a place that was even larger than a sun. It wasn't hard to imagine how massive the coverage of Su Ping's heavenly tribulation was. Su Ping then encountered the 6th level of the heavenly tribulation. He finally took action to face the incoming lightning. It was already hard for him to continue resisting with just the solar bulwark and his physical body. A heavenly tribulation of such a level was as powerful as an attack from a warrior at the peak of the star state. Su Ping grabbed and squeezed the lightning bolts as they struck, just like nabbing a mere cluster of flames. The bolts struggled in his hands, but then died out eventually. He melded them into his understanding of heavenly tribulations. Diaz was standing in midair, above one of the palaces. His face seemed troubled while he witnessed Su Ping make the lightning bolts collapse. The day arrived. That monster finally advanced and became a Star State warrior too. He had barely been able to fight against Su Ping back when he was only in the Fate state. Their difference in strength had further widened after the latter's breakthrough, even though his combat ability had been improved due to his own recent breakthrough. His own advance was considerable once he rose to the next level. Su Ping, on the other hand, would pick up a lot of things too after breaking through. Their improvement would be proportionately similar. He had to figure out another way to surpass Su Ping with other opportunities. Bang! Something seemed to be roaring in the thunderclouds, threatening to tear apart the mortal down below. The tribulation was raining 8th-level lightning. 79 of them were crashing down. A stream of dark air surfaced on Su Ping's body. It was the sorcerer's constitution, which prevented others in the outside world from seeing him. The lightning bolts vanished in his field as they were about to hit him. Only dull explosions could be heard. The thunderclouds above Su Ping's head were still lingering, which meant that he had blocked the lightning. It's already the 9th level. This is unbelievable. Is that the true limit of the Fate state? Tusk. It's been so many years since I saw such an extreme tribulation. His talent is truly unparalleled. All the observers were amazed. Most of them were Star Lords. Some were even Ascendants. All of them knew that Lord Supreme's young disciple had a good chance of rising to the Ascendant level and become a heavenly lord as long as he didn't accidentally die. He would definitely dominate the Divine Lord rank when he became a Star Lord. Boom! The lightning strikes continued. All the 81 lightning bolts of the 9th level struck down. The thunderclouds remained and roiled, breeding even more horrifying lightning. Everybody present was shocked. The ninth level of the heavenly tribulation isn't the end. Lightning reappeared soon after. This time, it wasn't like any of the previous bolts. It pressed down from the clouds like a finger, as if about to crumble something. Inside the field, Su Ping suddenly opened his eyes as he detected the destructive aura. The path of destruction was hidden in the depths of the heavenly tribulation above his head. Su Ping suddenly had an epiphany. He felt delighted, choosing not to dodge in order to fully seize the opportunity. He endured the lightning strike yet again. He was going to tap into and absorb the path of destruction. He would then master time and destruction, two of the supreme laws. Boom! Lightning hit Su Ping's body. He felt as if his body were being torn apart, just like being hit by a train. His bones cracked and his cells were dismembered, but they were immediately regenerated, all thanks to the Golden Crow traits. The Golden Crow's instincts allowed Su Ping's body to be recreated and destroyed at the same time. He was soaked in blood, but the energy inside his body was like a long river, gradually becoming more abundant. He became a lot sturdier as he activated the two astral paintings in his body. Bang! The second lightning bolt quickly pressed down again like a finger. Such a scene was quite appalling, even from a distance. The glowing lightning bolt descended from the clouds in the shape of a finger, which inevitably made people wonder whether or not tribulations were true punishments of the heavens. Su Ping closed his eyes and focused his bodily strength on defense and absorption. Is this the heavenly tribulation after crossing the limits? Why do I feel that some sort of creature is looking down from those clouds? I also have this feeling of being watched by a horrifying being. Are there really such things as heavens in this world? Stop overthinking. It's just an illusion. This is just like the clouds on some planets that happen to have the shape of humans. It's just a natural phenomenon, pure coincidence. Many people were in heated discussions. It was the first time they had seen a level 9 heavenly tribulation and beyond. They could brag about what they were seeing for the rest of their lives. Not everybody was able to see such a wonder. Diaz, who had the reincarnation constitution, had only attracted an 8th level tribulation. It wasn't hard to imagine how difficult the 9th level and beyond were. This guy. A gloomy-faced Diaz hovered above a palace. He clenched his fists, feeling angry and helpless again. He had expected that the gap between him and Su Ping would become wider, but not to such a degree. He felt like an ordinary person when compared to Su Ping. I can condense a small world too. He swore to himself that he would condense a small world in the star state, and then catch up with Su Ping. Time flew. Su Ping endured another round of lightning bolts after the 9th level, which meant that he had passed the 10th level of the heavenly tribulation. The clouds above Su Ping's head finally stopped roiling after 90 lightning bolts struck down. They seemed to be about to disperse. Su Ping was no longer a human at the moment. He was but a pulp of flesh while immersed in his dark field. However, starry light radiated from the flesh after the clouds dispersed, quickly wriggling and transforming back into the shape of a human. Once he recovered his original appearance, Su Ping's skin was radiating a golden light. It was the power inside his cells, still in the process of being absorbed. There were also glittering arcs of electricity on the surface of his body. He partially opened his eyes. There was lightning in them too. They were clearer and deeper than ever, as if they would enable him to see through any matter. He didn't feel old or sophisticated. Rather, he seemed tranquil like a deep lake, which could reflect or swallow everything. Is this the gift bestowed when you surpass the limits? The path of destruction is hidden in the heavenly tribulation, Su Ping mumbled to himself. It was very hard for ordinary people to get in touch with the 4 supreme laws. Apart from the path of destruction, which was invisible but could be felt by all, the other 3 paths, namely destruction, vitality, and chaos, only existed in rumors and remained intangible. It was hard for a human being to grasp them. The destructive aura, deep in the source of the tribulation, was an opportunity. The continuous strikes had allowed him to grasp part of the aura. The path of destruction was already taking shape inside his body. He would be able to perfect it as long as he attained a deeper understanding. Su Ping immediately sensed and gauged the strength of the star state as he examined his own body. He had twice as much astral power as before. There was an even greater space in his cells, and his body had also mutated. He could live without oxygen, water, and other substances critical for carbon-based creatures. I would be abusing kids if I were to participate in the competition right now, Su Ping thought. He was already a lot stronger than in the past battle, after only a few days passed. Still, that didn't make him act arrogantly. He believed that the strength of Luo Wang, Six Lives Buddha, and the others would surely grow considerably once they broke through. Six Lives Buddha in particular, he could very likely summon his Star Lord future self after reaching the star state. It would be like cheating if he could. Su Ping was incapable of dealing with a Star Lord genius. After all, his small world didn't have any advantages against Star Lords. I have to strengthen my small world by integrating the paths of time and destruction into it. Once the path of destruction is perfected, my small world will probably become much more resistant with two supreme laws as foundation, even more so than that of a normal Star Lord, Su Ping thought. He then sensed that a lot of people were watching him. He immediately snapped out of his deep pondering and returned to his palace. Once back in the training room, Su Ping explored the third astral painting and replenished his astral power. Now I should check the Divine Lord rank. It's not like I can strengthen my small world or absorb the power of faith anytime soon. Su Ping went back to his devoted training. The third astral painting was named Mystic Star Astral Painting. Su Ping had yet to comprehend it. In the blink of an eye, a month after Su Ping advanced to the star state, Su Ping left his palace and talked to Elder Yan. You want to challenge the Divine Lord rank? Elder Yan looked at Su Ping in shock, not expecting him to be that crazy, wanting to challenge the Star Lord geniuses after merely breaking through recently to the star state. It was hardly possible for him to defeat normal Star Lords, let alone the exceptional sort listed on the Divine Lord rank. I simply want to practice with them and find out how I can catch up, said Su Ping. Elder Yan was stunned for a moment. He recalled Su Ping's conversation with Shen Huang, then realized Su Ping's objective. He said with a bitter smile, I don't get it. Others would dream about staying and cultivating here, yet you want to leave. Do you want to return to the outside world that badly? You have everything you need here. But my friends are in the outside world, said Su Ping. Elder Yan was stunned for a moment. Friends? He chewed on the world for a moment and glanced at Su Ping without saying a word. Resources were replaceable, but friends weren't. Fine, I'll take you there. Seeing how strong they are will serve you as training motivation, said Elder Yan, who then took him away. They reappeared on the other side of the celestial court. The place was an enormous city. There were 1,000 such cities in the celestial court. That one focused on combat. Arenas and virtual battlefields were everywhere. There are virtual battlefields here. You can make fighting appointments there. After all, the ranked Star Lords are geniuses without time to spare whenever a challenger shows up. Besides, even if they do come, you would only end up beaten up. You can start by challenging their virtual versions. I'll ask them to fight you in real life once you manage to defeat them in the virtual battlefield, said Elder Yan. Su Ping was surprised by this. He asked, can all of my combat abilities be represented in the virtual world? The virtual world used here is based on the Federation's central supercomputer. All the constitutions and genetic information recorded will be simulated to perfection. It's much better than the virtual arenas out there. Of course, using it is much more expensive in comparison. Elder Yan glanced at Su Ping and added, according to Master, you have an unknown constitution which will put you at a disadvantage in the virtual battlefield, since you won't be able to use it in the fights. However, it won't be long before a Federation representative pays you a visit to register your constitution. There's no need to be reluctant. Being the provider, such information would be generously rewarded. So, do you want to challenge them right now, or wait until your constitution is recorded? Su Ping thought for a moment and said, "Let me try my luck first." Although he couldn't use his constitution, it was just one part of his strength, not his main power. "Okay," Elder Yan simply replied. Every challenge would cost an astronomical amount of astral coins, but the sum was not worth mentioning if it was to be spent on a genius such as Su Ping. Chapter 953, 3 Minutes. Elder Yan made a fighting appointment for Su Ping to take place soon after. Every challenge appointment would cost 1 billion astral coins, half of which would be transferred to the Star Lord being challenged. Although it was a huge number, it wasn't that much for a Star Lord, given that characters of such stature, masters of solar systems, were able to rake in trillions from a prosperous planet every year. Elder Yan led Su Ping to a hall in the middle of the city. The place was filled with people who were devoted to the simulation equipment. Su Ping and Elder Yan simply went to a VIP private room with a large equipment set up. "Put on the helmet. Your opponent has been arranged. He's Clow, the 100th on the Divine Lord rank," Elder Yan said. Su Ping nodded, "Many thanks." He put on a helmet, which looked like a biker's, except that it had glittering spots of light on the surface, which was in front of the equipment. Then he entered a vivid virtual world. "Would you like to enter the virtual battlefield?" "Yes." "The current IP has an appointment. Would you like to fight the opponent you've made an appointment with?" "Yes." "Hold on, extracting data." A tremendous amount of purple and red rays of light shot from the equipment and scanned Su Ping from head to toe. Then, it displayed a 30 seconds timer. Once the countdown was over, the earset part of the helmet flashed in red, and Su Ping received another notification. "Data extracted. Please log into the battlefield." Logging in. Right upon seeing the recent pop-up menu, Su Ping simply chose Confirm. A new world was opened before his eyes after he confirmed. He was pulled into a desolate and boundless battlefield. It was a place with forests, mountains, lakes, and other environments. The smell of plants was vivid in the air, which was also filled with all kinds of elements. That was the most normal challenge scene, a comprehensive battlefield. Based on the information, the battlefield was simulating the surface of the white withered planet. Its gravity was on level 9.8, and its astral power density was MP5. Both indexes were quite high. Su Ping realized that the set gravity was 20 to 25 times that of the blue planet. A normal star-state cultivator would have felt heavy and sticky, as if negotiation through seawater. However, his strength was above that of the average star-state warrior, so he easily adapted to the environment. The stats showed that there were 7 deep spaces altogether in that environment. As for the deeper spaces, they were even harder to simulate. "I can only enter the 6th space by trying my best with my current strength. The 7th space is too dangerous. I can only get there by finding an opening in the 6th space." Su Ping slightly shook his head. He was too weak to explore the truth of the universe yet. A countdown then appeared on the menu. His opponent would arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. Su Ping took a soft breath, suddenly realizing that he could move, but only within a small range. That seemed to have the purpose of preventing him from setting up traps. 30 seconds passed quickly. A virtual white-haired young man showed up several thousand meters away. He had indifferent yet beautiful silver eyes, which made him look exceptionally graceful. Su Ping nodded his head. Even the last guy on the Divine Lord rank looked like the main character of a novel, extraordinary and eye-catching. While Su Ping observed Clow, the latter had already launched an attack. Clow summoned his battle pets without wasting time with words. They were 9 Star Lord beasts. One of them merged with him, and the other 8 formed a lineup that began to cast all kinds of enhancement skills. Clow was a lot stronger. His white hair was fluttering as he prepared to attack. Su Ping didn't hold back upon seeing all this. He summoned the little skeleton and other pets, then charged to counter the enemy. The little skeleton and the inferno dragon merged with Su Ping. while the Dark Dragon Hound simply charged at Clow's pet lineup. They were vivid representations based on Su Ping's memories. Their abilities were the same as in real life, except that none of them could talk and they somehow looked dumb. Rampant strength surged in his body after the dual fusion. Su Ping no longer hid his strength. Since he had recently broken through after a long time training, he also wanted to test his own limits. Path of Time, Sword of Laws, Heavenly Fall, the fifth move of the Divine Sword Path. Su Ping dashed forward and performed his most powerful techniques. The sword, suffused by countless laws, slashed down like a lightning bolt parting the skis. But then it slowed down when it approached Clow, as if it would have fallen into mud. Its power quickly started to fade too. Su Ping narrowed his pupils. He immediately detected a special, invisible force field several hundred meters away from Clow. To be more precise, it was a special world. That was the small world Clow had created. The pressure and power of a small world were 10 times greater than that of a field. It reduced 90% of his attack, while the remaining 10% was easily crumbled inside the small world too. Just as I expected, the small world's level strongly affects the battles against Star Lords. Laws aren't good enough. Once he saw that, Su Ping unleashed the power of his small world. He threw himself at his opponent like a desolate stone egg. The next moment, he felt an excruciating pain, as if about to be torn apart. His small world was quaking too, as if it were falling. A lot of faith power was knocked away from his small world. My small world isn't powerful enough. Su Ping grimly sensed the gap between them. He could tell that his small world had yet to fully collapse because the paths of time and destruction were still holding it in one piece. The two supreme laws were much more supportive than laws. Just like two solid pillars, they held the small world together. Otherwise, he would have been torn to pieces in the previous collision, like an egg hitting a rock. Is the gap between us that wide? Su Ping found it hard to accept. His opponent was on the 100th place of the Divine Lord rank. He would have to first make it to the top 10 so he could fulfill his condition to leave the Celestial Court. The room for improvement was still massive. Right, a god warrior in the demigod burial told me that the small world is the strengthened and ultimate version of a field, which can also be strengthened with mental power. Su Ping suddenly remembered that conversation from a long time before. He was still very weak back then, but the guy still answered his question about higher levels. The conversation flashed in his head right then, and Su Ping's eyes glittered. The next moment, a horrifying aura emerged behind his back. The dark and intimidating force field appeared. The force field was the manifestation of one's mind. Su Ping merged it with his small world. An unbelievable scene then took place. The dark force field shook violently like boiled water, as if something were trying to break out. The horrifying shadows that flew at the rear of the force field were suddenly gone, leaving the dark force field shaking. Su Ping felt terrified all of a sudden, right when the force field was completely fused with the small world. He sensed that a cold air was rising from his chest to his head. He then saw an opening in the desolate small world, and a sharp and scary claw was extending out. The claw was enormous. Its skin was dry and hideous. It was almost 30 meters wide, which seemed to belong to a gigantic beast. Su Ping instantly felt that his small world became heavy after the claw appeared. He was stunned for a moment, feeling that the claw belonged to a terrifying creature he had seen in the chaotic realm of the undead. Did it manifest in my small world? Su Ping was suddenly eager to try. He wasn't afraid of failure anyway, being in a virtual world, so he gritted his teeth and pushed his small world into Clow's. The strange law in Su Ping's small world was extended forward to stab into Clow's small world. The attack created an opening for Su Ping. The next moment, his small world managed to hit the opening and blocked Clow's small world. Two small worlds were in balance for a moment. Su Ping was taken aback by the weird scene. He noted it down and decided to investigate it later. While suppressing his opponent's small world with the sharp claw, Su Ping charged at Clow through the channel in his small world. Clow silently took action by quickly moving his fingers and pointing them forward. A giant arm stretched forth from deeper spaces. The arm had purple and black spots as if it belonged to a zombie. It then slashed at Su Ping. Su Ping was astonished by the tactic. He hadn't really seen such a method earlier. The training partners he had met in the cultivation sites were mostly Star State warriors. Star Lords would have killed him too fast and easily to serve as an effective training experience that would help him improve. Su Ping counterattacked with the Fist of Exorcist. His dazzling golden fists were mighty and unstoppable. The Fist of Exorcist seemed to be suppressing the strange arm in a way. Once they made contact, the arm sizzled as if about to be burnt up. However, the terrifying force it carried was able to shatter the Fist of Exorcist and knock Su Ping back. Su Ping was determined to fight. He roared and waved his fist again. This time, he made use of all of his astral power and cells. Boom! The power of the two astral paintings were concentrated on his arms. They seemed on the verge of tearing the world apart. It had a dozen collisions with the purple and black arm. The purple and black arm had been beaten back to the deep space. Su Ping took a deep breath, wondering where Clow had picked up such a horrifying technique. Star-Lord geniuses indeed had something special about them. The battle continued. Su Ping's astral power surged like tides as he kept punching and slashing. Clow, however, had plenty of methods. He sometimes counterattacked with his sword, and sometimes by flinging his finger. Light was gathered all of a sudden, then condensed into a dazzling sword in Clow's hands. This is so unfair. Su Ping's lips began to contort once he saw the intense power of faith inside the sword, as it was 1,000 times greater than his own. The same light was also gathering close to the sword in his hand, but the sword wasn't nearly as powerful as Clow's. Su Ping was still too weak in terms of faith power. Su Ping suddenly saw thick streams of light rising from the depths of his small world right then. Pure white power of faith was entering his small world, particularly from the dark and obscure area behind the claw's wrist. It's coming from my force field. Su Ping was definitely surprised. What is going on? The power of faith is coming from my own force field. The light sword in Su Ping's hand dazzled with brilliance as the power of faith was integrated. Such power made him feel as if he were being worshipped by 1 billion people, while also being surrounded by a great and sacred power. Su Ping opened his eyes all of a sudden. He then slashed with the sword again. Bang! The two blades made of faith power collided, and mesmerizing light burst out in the process. Su Ping was flung back the next moment, leaving him with excruciating pain. He tried to open his eyes and look ahead, only to find that Clow was flying back and vomiting blood too. Whoosh! The world flashed before his eyes all of a sudden. The battlefield was gone. Su Ping opened his eyes to find that he was back inside the palace. What happened? Su Ping was stunned. Elder Yan's voice came from nearby. When you lose, or when your virtual body is 90% wounded, the battle will be discontinued to prevent you from receiving mental wounds. I thought you would endure 30 seconds at most, but you actually persisted for 3 whole minutes. Good for you, as expected of Lord Supreme's disciple. Elder Yan was truly amazed by Su Ping. He merely was a Star State warrior, yet he endured 3 minutes against Clow. It was definitely an unbelievable achievement. Su Ping put on a bitter smile. He had already managed to hurt the guy. He thought he had a chance of winning if he continued fighting. However, there were a lot of things about the battle which confused him. Elder Yan, can you draw faith power from your mind? Asked Su Ping curiously, remembering how the power of faith had flown out of his force field. Chapter 954, Golden Crow's 4th level. Power of faith. Elder Yan was slightly stunned. He immediately realized that Su Ping had probably lost due to the gap in faith power. He chuckled and said, "Of course, you can acquire faith power from your mind. To be more precise, your power of faith is someone else's mental power. However, you can only ask them to give it to you. You cannot rob them of it. There are exceptions, though. Some of the strange techniques in ancient times could rob other people of their faith, but the final result wasn't as satisfactory. Such techniques are forbidden in the Federation. Besides, you're too talented to consider them. Rob. Su Ping became worried upon hearing that. The power of faith coming from his force field was too weird. Did I rob someone unconsciously? Elder Yan, what's the mechanism of a force field? Asked Su Ping quickly. Elder Yan was a bit jolted by the unexpected and quick topic change. Still, he explained, a force field is the manifestation of your mental power and your aura, which depends on your spirit. You can hardly intimidate your opponent if you don't have a strong mind. You're able to build a force field when you accumulate enough mental power. It's just a mental field, similar to the field of laws. A mental field. With glittering eyes, Su Ping then asked, then, can the creatures inside the force field provide faith power? Huh? Elder Yan looked back at the young man, visibly surprised. He replied to that sophisticated question. Force field scholars have asked the same question. After having gone through a lot of experimenting, they found that the force field manifestations are just virtual. Virtual things aren't real entities, which cannot transmit the power of faith. Faith power can only be provided by living creatures. That being said, Elder Yan paused for a moment, then said with a weird expression, their findings are not absolute. There's still a theoretical scenario where the force field manifestations have a foundation on super creatures able to ignore time and space. Such creatures may provide you with faith power, even if they're billions of light years away as soon as they detect you. Su Ping was surprised. Existences able to ignore time and space. In other words, the power of faith from his force field was provided by such existences. Why? He was stunned, while an even bigger question popped up in his mind. He had only glanced at those creatures earlier, merely taking note about how they looked. Nothing more. Why were they providing faith power to him? It was critical for the power of faith to be provided while being friendly. Su Ping had only looked at those creatures from a distance. They probably didn't even notice him. Even if they did, why would they like him? Seeing that Su Ping was pondering, Elder Yan smiled and said, you have a lot of ideas for someone who has barely gotten in touch with the power of faith. As expected of a creative genius, unlike the stupid mortals. Su Ping snapped out of his reverie and looked at Elder Yan. He suddenly realized that it was better not to divulge the strange scenes in his fate state to anyone else. After all, what the man had described as a theoretical scenario was a reality to him. That could be even scarier than condensing a small world while still being in the fate state. He would have drawn a lot of unnecessary attention if he did. Why were those terrifying creatures from the field willing to give power of faith to me? Su Ping mumbled to himself, baffled. A long time passed. Su Ping then thought of something and asked, Elder Yan, what level do you think the existences able to ignore time and space are in? Elder Yan was unsurprised by Su Ping's curiosity. He replied with a smile, they only need to reach the celestial state. They're practically everlasting when they become true immortals, unless they want to kill themselves. The celestial state. Su Ping was slightly stunned, but the news wasn't too surprising. Su Ping had visited the chaotic realm of the undead and the golden crow's nest. He knew there would be higher levels above the celestial state, as the celestial level was just the beginning. Some of the horrifying creatures he had seen in the chaotic realm of the undead were even more dreadful than celestials. Su Ping didn't think any further as he shook his head. He could not figure out why the projections in his force field would give him faith power. However, he was beyond certain that his amount of faith power would reach a horrifying level. Maybe I only need to meet those existences, but I'll need to visit the chaotic realm of the undead to do that. I met them earlier by accident. I might not be able to see them again, considering the vastness of the chaotic realm of the undead. Su Ping's eyes glittered as he temporarily dropped the idea. His primary task at the moment was to reach the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank. so that he could be freed and later return to his store. He thanked Elder Yan and went back to his training room. He used the time to consolidate his astral power and perfected his small world, filling it with pillars of laws. Su Ping unleashed his force field while he cultivated, merging it with the small world. He immediately detected a horrifying aura that began to spread out of the small world along with thick and abundant power of faith. One hint of that faith power was already as massive as a mountain, about to make his small world collapse. They're really giving me faith power. Su Ping was shocked by this. The scene in the virtual world happened again in reality, so he went ahead and absorbed the power without hesitation. He then discovered that the mist-like power was much heavier than it looked. A small fraction of the incoming power of faith was as much as all the faith he had previously absorbed. Su Ping was already a celebrity across the universe by then. Countless people knew and worshipped him. However, their power of faith, together with what his pets provided, couldn't amount to a tiny part of the faith coming from the force field. Su Ping struggled to digest that strand of faith, which needed him to use half of his astral power. It would have been impossible to digest even if he exhausted all his reserves had he not broken through to the star state. He replenished his astral power by absorbing stones. The astral array in the training room was also suffusing astral power into his body. Such a top astral array was quite effective. Even an ordinary person would have been cleansed and modified by it, offering a chance to embark on the path of cultivation. Nevertheless, they would not be as talented as regular cultivators. Time flew. Su Ping consumed even more stones and refined the power of faith. Su Ping finally digested the 23 streams of faith power from his force field half a month later. The power of faith floated in his small world like a gentle and soft cluster of clouds. I wonder how good my power of faith is compared to the Star Lord's. Su Ping opened his eyes, eager to fight Clow again. Right when he was about to take action, he suddenly remembered the materials needed for the solar bulwark, wondering if they were ready. He left the palace and saw Elder Yan, who was playing with a few kids outside. All the kids screamed and turned into scurrying little animals. Su Ping was astonished by the sight. Those animals were only in the star state, but they could already transform. You want to challenge him again? Elder Yan turned around, then chuckled as he looked at Su Ping. They had only met recently, but he already had an idea about Su Ping's personality. The young man would either train or challenge. He always liked such battle maniacs. Being of beastly origin, even though he had lived countless years in the Federation with Lord Supreme, he believed in strength from the bottom of his heart. Nobody could survive without having enough strength. Hold on for a second. Su Ping crossed his hands and asked, Senior, I wonder if you found the materials I mentioned earlier. Oh. Elder Yan remembered the matter. He had instructed someone to collect the materials as fast as possible. They should be ready by then, as long as they weren't too rare. Let me ask. Elder Yan then closed his eyes. A few minutes passed, then he opened his eyes again and said, You're quite lucky, the materials are ready. 2 of them are extremely rare, but Lord Supreme has connections. You would have never found them in this lifetime had you looked for them on your own. Su Ping's eyes glowed with delight. Thank you, Senior. Do you want them now? Yes. Elder Yan closed his eyes again. He took out a couple of boxes several minutes later. Each box contained a rare medicine. All the materials were for the 4th level of the solar bulwark. His body would be as hard as those of the Star Lords once he attained that level, and he would be able to awaken the natural-born skills of the Golden Crows. Su Ping was itching to open the boxes immediately. A dazzling light burst out the moment they were opened. One of the boxes had a glowing medicine that looked like a heart. Su Ping knew it was called Blood Phoenix Crystal, which was part of the remains of ancient blood phoenixes when they died under special circumstances. Su Ping examined the rest of the materials, finding that they were exactly what he needed. As expected of Lord Supreme, he had asked Su Jinner to help in looking for the materials, but she only managed to find 2 of them. The rest were gathered in only a few days. It had to be noted that Su Jinner was an ascendant. Su Ping took a deep breath, then put away the materials and thanked Elder Yan again. He thought of something else and presented the illustrations and descriptions of the materials needed for the Solar Bulwark's 5th level. He said, "Senior, could you please look for these materials too?" Elder Yan raised his eyebrows. He read the information and became more and more surprised. These materials are extremely rare. Even ascendants would have a hard time gathering them. I don't think Master will be able to collect them all. "I know, but anything is better than nothing," said Su Ping. The materials for the 5th level were even rarer. Su Ping was only hoping to get as many of them as possible. He could work on finding the rest on his own. His body would be as hard as that of an ascendant if he gathered enough materials to reach the 5th level. "Okay," Elder Yan promised him. Su Ping was not one who enjoyed dallying. He returned to his training room. He took out all the materials he had obtained with an excited mood. He calmed himself down, then began to refine, absorb, and digest the materials. Half a day later, a dull noise echoed in the training room, which had turned into a scorching red, as having been set ablaze. The temperature inside was surprisingly high too. It would have been burnt down to ashes had it not been for the top astral array. Even so, the astral array seemed to be burning and cracking at the moment. The red light inside the training room originated from Su Ping. His body was entirely red at the moment, covered in bloody sweat. Bones were cracking inside his body, and all his cells were being torn apart and reassembled, giving him greater strength and special powers in the process. Su Ping opened his eyes all of a sudden. A sharp, golden light that almost felt substantial was darting out of his eyes, seemingly able to peer into the void. Flames jumped in his pupils, but they quickly died down. The heat in the training room was quickly vented and absorbed by Su Ping, as his skin turned from crimson to scarlet. Void flames. A layer of flames appeared on Su Ping's skin, burning right next to his body and twisting the air. This type of divine golden crow flame was able to burn anything, including space and time. The laws of time would be nullified upon contact. Even without his mastering of the laws of time, he could still free himself from time-based shackles by obliterating them with void flames. Whoosh! Su Ping left the training room. He then saw Elder Yan taking a nap on the swing in the courtyard. The elder sensed his approach. His eyes opened and glittered when he saw Su Ping. "You seem to have gotten stronger." Su Ping said with a smile, "I couldn't have done it without the training materials you found for me." Elder Yan observed him carefully and added, "There's a scary aura coming from your body. Master said that your bloodline traces back to the golden crows from primordial times. Those were intimidating creatures. I feel threatened even though your level is still low." Chapter 955, Challenge. Su Ping simply smiled. His golden crow bloodline was no longer a secret. It was pointless to deny it. He was quite eager to find out how strong he had become. "You're going to issue a challenge again?" asked Elder Yan, as if having read Su Ping's mind. Noticing Su Ping's surprise, Elder Yan smiled and said, "All kids are the same. You always want to have a try after a breakthrough. It's nothing bad. In fact, I really envy you. People like us haven't made much progress in a long time." Su Ping was momentarily lost for words. Is this some kind of high-level showing off? Choosing not to comment on that, Su Ping went on to say, "I'd really like to challenge the rankers again." "Okay, you're free to go anywhere you want. I'll cover the cost of the challenges for you." Elder Yan accepted his request and then thought of something else. "Do you want to record your constitution before the challenge?" "Okay." Su Ping nodded. Even though his constitution could be exposed after being recorded in the database, he was already the disciple of a celestial expert who would definitely prevent any leaking of information. Also, as long as he grew fast enough, exposure wouldn't be an issue. Elder Yan summoned a couple of scientists to collect Su Ping's blood and scan his body from every perspective with their equipment. The registration process was soon concluded. "Let's go. The data has already been uploaded. It's time to try it out," said Elder Yan with a smile. Su Ping nodded. The two of them went to the city where the simulation equipment was located. It was quite crowded at the moment. Elder Yan casually explained, "A virtual contest is taking place. Those with high ranking will be awarded. You can have some fun there if you're interested." "A virtual contest?" Su Ping asked curiously, "Are there any restrictions?" "As long as you're not above the ascendant state," replied Elder Yan with a smile. Su Ping got it. Not bothering to ask about the awards, he said, "I'll participate if I have time." The two of them flew above the city and reached the building they had previously gone to. The virtual equipment was only available to Su Ping at the moment. Su Ping was already familiar with the process. He simply activated the device and entered the virtual battlefield. It was another randomly simulated map. Clow showed up before Su Ping. He first glanced at the latter with his beautiful silver eyes and then summoned his pets. Everything was the same as the last time. Su Ping didn't waste his time. He summoned his pets and merged with them. Then he fully unleashed his small world, sending out sword auras through it. Bang! His small world collided with Clow's and caused an opening. The sword auras dashed out, about to cut off Clow's head. However, Clow was quick to act. The holy light in his small world turned into a round shield that blocked the sword auras. It then darted towards Su Ping like a sharp dagger. Void flames. Su Ping's body shivered, and the temperature around him soared. Golden flames erupted from his pores and covered his skin. A mass of the flames flew out with the snap of his fingers, burning space apart and crashed into his opponent's small world. A shocking scene happened. Clow's small world was softened and soon burnt through by the void flames. A lot of holy light was gathered as an attempt to stop the flames. However, the flames collided with the power of faith, creating dull noises, just like a heavy hammer smashing mud. The flames moved several dozen meters more, until they were stopped by a greater power of faith. While amazed by the overwhelming power of the flames, Su Ping didn't dawdle. He stepped up and punched his opponent's small world with brutal force. Bang! Space trembled, and the deeper spaces began to crack. There were ripples on the secondary and tertiary spaces. Clow's small world was instantly broken. It was knocked through by Su Ping's fist. Su Ping roared and broke into the small world. He simultaneously gathered the power of faith he had refined from his force field, turning it into a light sword. Slay! Su Ping brandished his sword, unleashing an unstoppable sword aura that cut apart Clow's small world and struck him at dozens of times the speed of sound. Clow trembled, then his head and body fell apart. The world before Su Ping's eyes slowed down, even the dust seemed to be frozen. Then he saw a couple of words, "Challenge successful." Su Ping found himself standing in front of the equipment right after, seemingly taken out of the battlefield. Did I win? Su Ping was surprised and delighted. He knew he had gotten a lot stronger after cultivating the 4th level of the Golden Crow Constitution, but he didn't expect the victory to be that easy to attain. My fist penetrated through his small world, which means that my body is definitely at the peak of the Star Lord state, Su Ping thought. He reviewed all actions during the previous battle. He was aware that, besides his physical strength, the power of faith he had refined played a critical role in his victory. His power of faith had crushed his opponents. As a result, his opponent didn't have enough power of faith to resist his sword aura. Those 20 streams of faith power that Su Ping gathered in his body had surpassed what some of the top Star Lords had. I didn't use the Sorcerer's Constitution. It seems that my limits are even higher. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He was already able to crush average Star Lords. He could even beat them up with nothing but his physical strength. You're out already. The nearby Elder Yan was surprised to see him open his eyes, as it had only been 2 minutes since his session began. Why did Su Ping endure less than last time when he's already made a breakthrough? Did you have an epiphany? Asked Elder Yan. It would be understandable to stop the fight whenever a moment of enlightenment arrived. Although challenges were costly, they represented an insignificant proportion when considering all the resources that would be invested on Su Ping. No, Su Ping shook his head and said, I was kicked out because I defeated him. You defeated him. Elder Yan blinked, disconcerted. What did I just hear? Soon his eyes widened. He stared at Su Ping as if he were a ghost. You defeated him. Yes. You defeated the 100th person on the Divine Lord rank. Yes. Elder Yan was silent. He realized that the last question was meaningless the moment he asked it, because he had been the one who had arranged the appointment for Su Ping. There was no way the equipment could fail. But how long has it been since the end of the contest? No more than 3 months. Su Ping had just risen to the star state, too. And yet he defeated a Star Lord genius, one who was 100th place on the Divine Lord rank. Doesn't this mean that Su Ping could practically crush any regular Star Lord? Elder Yan gave Su Ping a weird look. He had not been as surprised in years. The Elder had seen all sorts of extraordinary human beings over the years, but none were as monstrous as Su Ping. Is he an example of humanity's infinite potential? Elder Yan glanced at Su Ping and said, I'll report your progress to Master. The training resources for you will be further upgraded in the future. Judging from the circumstances, you will also be a leading figure in the star state. Su Ping said politely, I couldn't have achieved it without your training materials. You're too kind. You didn't ask for anything else anyway. Besides, you didn't waste any of the materials. They were all too effective, said Elder Yan. He ascribed Su Ping's change to the rare training materials he had procured. Had he known how much the boy would improve, he wouldn't have spared a moment to get them. Looks like I need to work harder to get the new batch of materials he needs. I need to appoint more men to widen the search. It won't be long before this kid becomes an invincible Star Lord that only Ascendants can subdue. Still, no Ascendant would even try without good reason. Elder Yan was laden with mixed feelings. He stared at Su Ping as if looking at a rising star that would illuminate the entire universe. I'd like to continue challenging others, said Su Ping to Elder Yan. The elder snapped out of his pondering and smiled. Okay, no problem. Who do you want to challenge? I'll make an appointment for you. How about the 90th? Asked Su Ping. He didn't want to challenge each and every one of them. It would be better to skip a few. Even if he failed, the only thing lost would be the appointment cost. Okay, Elder Yan was not planning on stopping him. None of the geniuses of that level could be stupid. He didn't need to offer any suggestion unless it was about cultivation. Soon after, the appointment was made. Su Ping continued challenging. Somewhere far away in space, on a gigantic planet in the middle of a prosperous galaxy. Inside a luxurious palace, located in a forbidden land of the planet, a white-haired young man was cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes and a notification was displayed. Sir, the projection you left on the virtual Divine Lord rank has just been defeated. Please get ready for a challenger, said a beautiful female voice. Humph, boring. Klaus snorted, for his projection to be challenged meant that someone was interested in entering the Divine Lord rankings. However, the guy wasn't very strong since he chose the last on the ranking as his opponent. On the other hand, the projection he had left was from decades earlier. The new contender was in for a lesson he would never forget if he thought he could win in reality after having defeated the projection. Inside the Celestial Court, in a building from the city of virtual arenas, Su Ping suddenly opened his eyes. He breathed heavily while looking pale and exhausted. You endured for 5 minutes, not bad. Elder Yan could not help but smile after seeing Su Ping's appearance. You almost skipped 10 rankers. It would be normal to see stronger fighters in adjacent rankings, but a skip of 10 rankings is too much. You've endured long enough. You can probably crush average Star Lords. It took Su Ping quite a while to catch his breath. He nodded and said, Indeed, he was much stronger. I almost lost. That's understandable. Wait, what? The bewildered senior looked at Su Ping. You almost lost. You mean that you won? Su Ping nodded, narrowly. Elder Yan was astonished. Seriously, the man defeated the 90th place on the Divine Lord rank after having just broken through to the Star State. Su Ping was actually capable of defeating those below the 90th place. Projections were generally weaker than their real-life counterparts, but the difference wasn't too big. This meant that Su Ping could already change the Divine Lord rank if he were to challenge them in real life. He could already appear on the Divine Lord rank. It was the ranking for Star Lords, while Su Ping was still at the Star State. It was incredible. I'm still too weak. Su Ping heaved a sigh with undisguised regret. The last battle was much more difficult than the one against Clow. His opponent had less power of faith, but he had still been unable to crush the guy. Aside from that, his opponent had other secret techniques and an invulnerable small world. He didn't use the sorcerer's constitution in the battle against Clow, but he did in the last battle and almost lost. I need to accumulate more astral power and power of faith. Su Ping took a deep breath, then thought about going back to cultivate. Elder Yan's eyes twitched after hearing what Su Ping said. He replied with, "It's already remarkable how far you've gone in your current level. You've only been in the Star State for 2 months. Just consolidate your power. Besides, your pets are still in the Fate State. There's still a lot of room for improvement." Yes. Su Ping nodded and smiled bitterly. It was hard for his pets to rise to the Star State when he wasn't in his store. Suddenly, he slapped his head. Why would he be forced to train them in his store? All sorts of resources were available there. He was a trainer too. Wasn't he like a chef that had all ingredients with him? I need to promote my pets to the Star State first. My combat ability will then be multiplied if I merge with them. Their boost will be even greater if they become Star Lords. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He became solemn and earnest for a moment. Elder Yan, do you have a place where I can train pets? Asked Su Ping right away. Seeing the young man's enthusiasm, the elder smiled and said, "Of course. There are always extraordinary 2-star trainers here. All of them would be capable of training Star Lord pets." Chapter 956, Training. Su Ping knew that the extraordinary 2-star trainers were considered to be on par with Ascendant State experts. They could train Star Lord pets and were known to develop a wide range of connections. Even Ascendants would think twice before affronting them. After all, their friends and associations could someday need their help. "Are they willing to help? I mainly want to borrow some materials from them," said Su Ping. Elder Yan didn't think deeply about Su Ping's question. He said with a smile, "You certainly can. Your status is equal to that of an Ascendant by merely being Master's disciple. Even the normal Ascendants would serve and help if you need any resources during your cultivation." Su Ping was surprised by this revelation. He knew that he was receiving a lot of attention, but he didn't know he would become as popular. "I will definitely return Master's favor someday," Su Ping said to Elder Yan. Not considering it a big deal, Elder Yan chuckled. "Do you want to go there right now?" "Yes." Elder Yan grabbed Su Ping by the shoulder. Then, they flashed and reappeared above a palace. The place was built like a temple, with a majestic statue by its gate. All kinds of oil paintings were hanging in its corridor. A white-robed middle-aged man was at the moment feeding a rabbit, which was as big as an elephant, on the lawn. "Bernie," Elder Yan called out to him. The middle-aged man turned his head and was astonished when he saw who the visitor was. He moved so quickly to greet him that his thighs and chest were exposed to the air by accident, indicating that he wasn't wearing anything underneath. "Lord Yan," Bernie hurriedly paid respects to Elder Yan. Being Lord Supreme's pet, Elder Yan was known by everyone in the Celestial Court. "Do you have time to train pets right now?" asked Elder Yan casually. Bernie was obviously smart. He only hesitated for a moment before he said, "If you need my help, Lord Yan, I definitely have time." Elder Yan smiled and replied, "This is Lord Supreme's new disciple. He has a few pets in need of your training. Please try your best." Bernie was stunned by the announcement. He looked at Su Ping and asked, "Is he the best genius of the universe under the star state?" The news of Shen Huang taking Su Ping as a disciple caused furor in the entire celestial court. After all, the young genius would become another strong warrior, if not a heavenly lord when he grew up. Su Ping looked at the trainer, then corrected what Elder Yan had said. "Sir, I hope I could borrow your training facility, as well as some pet food and special materials. Would that be possible?" Bernie nodded with a smile. "No problem. I saw your matches and observed your pets closely. To be honest, your pets were extremely gifted to have unleashed that amount of strength when they were only fate state creatures. Aside from that, I didn't find their information on the encyclopedias collected from many planets, but I'm certain that they're not pets with rare bloodlines. Am I right?" Su Ping was stunned, not expecting such an extraordinary figure to have paid attention to his matches. He knew he was already famous, but he didn't know exactly how famous he was until that moment. Many people he would need to look up to already knew and paid attention to him. However, Su Ping wasn't really flattered because of this. After all, he had seen too many great beings to feel shocked. He also didn't think he would be weaker than anyone with the system's help. Indeed, their bloodlines are unremarkable compared to other pets. Su Ping nodded and acknowledged the elder's statement. Even the little skeleton's bloodline was only mediocre. Its bloodline was obviously much inferior when compared to the other pets in the past competition. As for the Dark Dragon Hound and the Inferno Dragon, their bloodlines had indeed mutated, but they were still below average. They couldn't have competed with other pets without Su Ping's cruel training. "Just as I expected," Bernie nodded, happy that his conclusion was confirmed. He then asked curiously, "Are they your main pets?" "Humph." Elder Yan suddenly snorted. That question was a breach into Su Ping's privacy. A growing genius like Su Ping would need to keep his trump cards a secret. Bernie was slightly dazed by the reaction. He shook his head and said, "Sorry for being presumptuous by asking. Forget it. Would you like to train your pets right now?" "Yes," Su Ping nodded. "Give them to me. You can fetch them half a year from now. I guarantee you'll be satisfied," said Bernie with a smile. Su Ping thought, why would it take so long? He said, "Senior, I plan to train them on my own. You only need to lend me some materials." "You're going to train them on your own?" Both Bernie and Elder Yan were stunned. The elder soon remembered something and immediately said to Su Ping, "Training pets is an important matter. I don't know where you usually train yours, but Bernie is quite skilled, even among the extraordinary trainers. He is the perfect choice if you want to train your pets." Bernie gave Su Ping a puzzled look. After thinking for a moment, Su Ping could only speak the truth. "It's not that I don't trust you, Senior, but I'm used to training my pets personally. They're used to following me and they've never left me. I can't let them leave me either. So sorry." Bernie looked at him in shock and asked, "You're a trainer too? You've trained all your pets. How is that possible? Your pets are obviously extraordinary. Some skills couldn't have been trained by anyone unless they were born with exceptional talent." He had observed Su Ping's pets carefully during the competition. His trainer eye allowed him to discover a lot of things that normal people couldn't. He knew they had certainly received an unusual training, or they wouldn't have been so formidable. Similarly, Su Ping wouldn't have been confident enough to use them. Considering Su Ping's fame before the finals, he could have easily gotten hold of a few rare and superb Star State pets if he wanted. As long as he said the word, many organizations that wanted to rope him in would have offered him pets. Elder Yan was also stunned. He knew that Su Ping had a pet store, thinking it was just a hobby of his. However, Bernie was obviously implying that there was something more to it. Bernie thought of something and asked Su Ping, "Are you a certified trainer? How many stars do you have?" "I am not." Su Ping shook his head. He wasn't certified, but he had his share of skills. His training, with the help of his store, was more effective than that of a trainer with any number of stars. However, he wasn't in his store, so he was temporarily without access to the cultivation sites. He could only help his pets advance with the trainer's skills he had grasped. Fortunately, Su Ping had mastered multiple trainer's skills. He also knew his pets well after such a long time training together. After overcoming his surprise, Bernie heaved a sigh in regret. If you trained all your pets, you are at least a 4-star trainer. I would still recommend that you leave your pets in my care for your own good. Su Ping didn't care about the number of stars he could attain. He shook his head and said, I appreciate your kindness, sir, but I would rather keep them around. Let me handle it. Bernie was rendered speechless after such a lousy excuse. All pets would usually stay in the contract space, not around as the young man mentioned. However, he no longer tried to persuade since Su Ping insisted. After all, he was more accustomed to others begging him to train their pets, not the other way around. Elder Yan also heaved a sigh after hearing Su Ping's response. It would be pointless to press further since the lad had made up his mind. Fortunately, he already had a backup plan. He could still ask Bernie for help if Su Ping's training wasn't satisfactory. Su Ping's pets could also be replaced by better, rare pets if they suffered permanent damage during training. Bernie looked at Elder Yan for confirmation. Seeing that the latter was silent, he said to Su Ping, Fine, what do you need? I'll provide it if I can. Su Ping felt relieved and was quick to thank him. He then listed the materials the little skeleton, the dark dragon hound, and the inferno dragon required. Bernie was slightly surprised by the materials that Su Ping had listed. He nodded and remarked, Now I'm convinced that you're capable of training them well. I had already prepared those materials when I thought that you might come here. Among all those materials, the abyssal bones and the blood hatred pearl are of the highest quality. They are the best materials to help undead pets advance. Su Ping smiled and said, Thank you very much, Senior. Sure. Bernie immediately led Su Ping and Elder Yan to his treasure vault, where a myriad of pet materials were stored. Many of them were rare pet foods, while others were rare materials used for advancement and treasures that could improve pets' bloodlines. Su Ping's eyes glittered as he watched. He felt the urge of looting the place, but he held back and picked only what he needed. The little skeleton and the inferno dragon had already reached the ceiling of the fate state. They could step into the star state at any moment. Su Ping had stopped them from breaking through, mainly because he didn't find a good opportunity for them to unleash their greatest potential. Now that he had those rare materials, he could finally let them go all out. These are the Bloody Path seeds. Bernie pointed at a few red spheres and said, Some rare skills are sealed within them. I can give them to you if you want. Just feed them to your pets. They will digest and grasp the skills on their own. These seeds are extremely rare. They have long gone extinct in their former habitat. I personally developed them. Su Ping glanced at the offering. Those were obviously expensive consumables, but he didn't refuse them. He already owed the man a big favor as things stood. Thank you. Su Ping accepted the seeds and placed them in his storage. He then picked a few more of the rare pet food items and left the treasury. I need a place to train my pets. You got it. I'll spare the biggest room for you. It should be spacious enough to accommodate your pets, said Bernie. The places for training pets were similar to those where human beings would cultivate, except that they would usually be bigger. Pets had to appear in their real forms to ensure the effectiveness of the training, and human rooms were usually too small for them. Bernie relocated 2 dragons, both 1,000 meters tall, that were originally in that room. 2 Star Lords had requested Bernie to train them, but they would have to wait now. Is there anything I can help you with? Asked Bernie. Su Ping shook his head. He could take care of everything from that point on. Bernie didn't insist. He said, Call me if you need anything. Sure. Elder Yan remained silent. He left with Bernie after Su Ping was done talking with the latter. Above a palace thousands of meters away from the training place, Bernie remarked, I didn't know that the invincible genius under the star state was also a trainer. It's terrifying enough, even though he's only a 4-star trainer. It required a tremendous amount of effort to become a 4-star trainer. Su Ping could have been even stronger, had he solely devoted his time to his personal cultivation. Elder Yan glanced at him and said indifferently, "You'll need to fix the situation if anything goes wrong with his training." Bernie was stunned by this. He cried, "Lord Yan, he asked to train his pets on his own. It can't be my fault if anything goes wrong. You should have insisted." Bernie. Inside the training place, Su Ping summoned the little skeleton, the dark dragon hound, and the inferno dragon. As for Little White and the purple python, they had yet to reach the fate state bottleneck. Their breakthrough could wait. Su Ping's main pets were still those first three. "These are for you." Su Ping gave each of them a couple of the blood path seeds. The little skeleton weighed them in its hand curiously and then chewed them. Once chewed, the seeds somehow melted, turning into crimson energy which was spread from its jaw to the rest of its body, dyeing its bones pink. The same happened to the dark dragon hound and the inferno dragon. Both grasped the rare skills inside the blood path seeds. Each of the rare skills had the chance of including laws and paths. Some of the skills could even be traced back to the four supreme laws. Such skills were extremely rare throughout the cultivation world. They were quite extraordinary. Chapter 957, Advancement. Su Ping could have gone to the cultivation sites if he were at his store, to let his pets grasp unusual secret techniques through harsh training. However, the blood path seeds accelerated the process, simply delivering the secret techniques to them. That was the privilege of a top genius. Once the little skeleton and other pets digested the seeds and grasped the skills, Su Ping continued feeding them rare materials. He could have collected the same materials in the cultivation sites, but it would have taken a lot of time. He was free to use any of them in the training site. Roared. The inferno dragon bellowed. Purple lightning and dark flames were surging from its skin. It had just swallowed the soul crystal of a 10,000-year dark devil dragon, whose power transformed its body and darkened its scales, adding a terrifying aura to the creature. "Use your willpower to hold back," roared Su Ping, upon seeing that the inferno dragon was about to break through. His words helped the dragon to snap out from a raging fit. It was soon able to suppress its urge to advance. The torrent of power inside its body was also being constantly compressed and refined. Su Ping wasn't planning on letting them advance as easily. There were too many rare materials available. It would be a huge waste if they were left unabsorbed. "Keep eating." Su Ping threw the rare materials at them. Normal pets could only eat tonics that matched their stats. Eating random stuff could be detrimental, possibly conflicting with their own power and weakening them. Sometimes, it wasn't quantity but quality that mattered. However, Su Ping's pets were different. They had become highly adaptive after having traveled and trained in many cultivation sites, thus mastering assorted secret techniques. The dark dragon hound, for instance, had mastered defense skills of all classes. The little skeleton, an undead creature, could even use holy light. However, all of them had their favorite skills, given their unique personalities, although they had grasped a lot of things. The dark dragon hound loved defense-type skills. It also knew a lot of offensive techniques, but it rarely used them. The little skeleton was the same. It knew many types of skills, but loved slashing with its saber. They were handed herbs that could strengthen their bodies and improve their power of understanding, which they ate non-stop. "Eat, eat, eat them all." Burp, eat. The inferno dragon burped and replied to Su Ping with a silly voice while it swallowed the materials. Energy was bursting out of its body, seemingly about to explode at any time. Su Ping monitored his pets closely through the contracts. He would refine their energy and stabilize the ceiling again whenever they were about to break through the bottleneck. Outside the training room, Elder Yan and Bernie were both waiting and watching. "What is going on? I feel that something's wrong with the energy of the three pets being trained." Bernie frowned. Being an ascendant expert, he had the ability to sense the energy outburst clearly, and even suspected that Su Ping's pets were currently going through a heavenly tribulation. Still, there were no clouds to be seen. While observing carefully, Elder Yan suddenly asked, Did he ask for the right materials? Stunned for a moment, Bernie nodded. Yes, some of the materials don't seem appropriate, but they're generally fine. His pets need them, however. However what? Bernie replied weirdly. However, he seems to be wanting a few more materials. Elder Yan was silent for a moment. He stared at the training room, with vortices appearing in his eyes, allowing him to see what was going on inside the training room. Just a little bit more. Inside the training room, Su Ping continued helping his 3 pets suppress their energy after they had their fill of materials. They took a brief pause, then continued eating. After almost 10 rounds of eating and suppressing, Su Ping finally felt it was impossible to contain their energy any further. The dark dragon hound was the second to get out of control. It had changed tremendously. It had previously received the Dragon King's heritage and obtained the Star State bloodline. The bloodline was further optimized with herbs from cultivation sites. Its body then mutated again thanks to the rare materials, and its fur turned from golden to silver. Underneath its silver coat were thick scales, as big as palms. They looked like turtle shells with weird patterns covering them. The only thing that confused Su Ping was that the pet's lazy eyes were now glittering and energetic. They seemed intimidating at first look, but Su Ping knew that the dark dragon hound was a timid dog. It shouldn't be that aggressive. It's impossible to suppress it any longer. Go ahead and break through. Su Ping stopped restraining the dark dragon hound, allowing it to leave the training room. The hound was finally freed from the pain. It immediately rushed out of the room. All the power stored in his body was combined to then burst out, allowing it to break the ceiling with ease. It later created a new world inside its body. Boom! In the sky up above, clouds were gathering in all directions, coming from the depths of the void. It's begun. At a distance, both Bernie and Elder Yan narrowed their eyes when they saw the signs up above. The dark dragon hound was flying high in the sky, with its silver mane fluttering in the wind. It looked impressive as it roared at the thunderclouds, seemingly warning them. Inside the training room, Su Ping rolled his eyes after seeing that gesture. What a stupid dog. He knew what the dog meant. It was saying, "Don't come any closer, please." It can pass the test easily. Why is it so scared? Has it sensed the will of the heavens deep inside the clouds? Su Ping's eyes flashed. He had already noticed that someone appeared to be controlling the clouds and starring from a place behind them. He had the same feeling when he experienced other people's heavenly tribulations. He didn't know whether it was an illusion or if there really was a creature named Heavens. Soon the first lightning bolt struck down. The dark dragon hound roared and covered itself with third-tier defense skills. However, the first lightning strike had been dispersed before it broke through the outermost defense skill. Su Ping's lips twitched. This dog is too prudent for its own good. The second lightning strike arrived soon after. The dark dragon hound roared, as if terrified. It chose to cast 30 more defensive skills on top of the previous 30 it had cast. However, the defense skill on the surface remained intact. Farther away, Bernie looked at the scene in shock and suspicion. What's that dog doing? Elder Yan was also puzzled. Wasn't it a waste of energy to cast so many skills at the beginning of a heavenly tribulation? However, the number and categories of the skills did surprise him. Is the dog an all-class pet? It wasn't too difficult to grasp elements of all classes. Many dragons could do that, but not all of them could reach the top. The lightning bolts kept striking down, and the dark dragon hound kept roaring in shock and fury. A shocking number of skills began to gradually envelop it. The hound had more than 250 defense skills by the time the first level of the tribulation was over. They glowed so brilliantly that the dog had already been eclipsed by them. Oddly enough, the skill cast at the very beginning was still intact. Bernie and Elder Yan were both lost for words when they noticed that. Su Ping knew his pet fully well, so he simply waited for it to pass the test. Time flew. The hound's heavenly tribulation was soon over, altogether having 9 levels. The 2 seniors were shocked by the gifted pet. They knew that Diaz, who was one of the top 10 geniuses, had only gone through 9 levels. A dog had accomplished more than Diaz did. Did it mean that the pet was even more talented? They could not help but look at each other. Diaz would probably go crazy if he learned of this. Su Ping, however, wasn't too surprised. The dark dragon hound didn't have a great bloodline, but it wasn't at all weak, which displayed its great talent. It had also been taught the paths of time and destruction. His pets knew all the laws he knew. Similarly, he too could learn the secret techniques his pets had grasped. Apart from solar bulwark and the sorcerer's constitution that were based on his body, Su Ping had taught them everything he could. Most people, unless their pets had ascendant state bloodlines, would not bother teaching laws to their pets. After all, the majority of pets could only accompany them for a short period of time. They would get new pets once they rose to new levels. But Su Ping wasn't intending to replace any of his pets. That is why he never hesitated to train them. Besides, normal people were unable to teach their pets, even if they wanted to. Su Ping had imparted his skills to them with the energy transmission technique that the system had given him. Others had to conform themselves with lesser methods. Roar! The dark dragon hound finally relaxed after the thunderclouds dispersed. After waiting for a few minutes, it canceled all defense skills and frolicked in the sky. The hound felt much stronger after having risen to the star state. The dragon's inheritance in particular, the power previously suppressed by Su Ping, had burst out, creating a new world inside its body which allowed it to accommodate even more astral power. Su Ping ignored the relishing dark dragon hound and continued feeding the little skeleton and the inferno dragon. Soon after, the inferno dragon reached its limits too and began its heavenly tribulation. The dragon was obviously different when compared to the dark dragon hound. It didn't do a thing when the first lightning struck. The pet didn't react either when the next lightning came crashing down. It wasn't until the 30th lightning strike that the inferno dragon began to take action. It simply sneezed and snuffed out the lightning strike. The dragon soon passed the 9 tribulation levels too. Bernie and Elder Yan fell silent again. They didn't expect Su Ping's second pet to be as talented too. No wonder Su Ping took them to the arena when they were only in the fate state. That dragon doesn't have a great bloodline, and yet it's incredibly gifted. The breath it just released contained laws of destruction. Bernie was stunned. Being a battle pet expert, he could easily tell that the Inferno dragon had a poor build. Its bloodline had mutated, but not to a great extent. However, it released a horrifying amount of power of laws a moment earlier. He almost thought his eyes were deceiving him. Elder Yan remained silent. He noticed that the laws both of the pets had released were all Su Ping's. He could not help but think of a possibility. Just as they pondered, Su Ping didn't waste any time and gave the rest of the materials to the little skeleton. Right before all the materials were consumed, the little skeleton also reached its limits. Su Ping immediately allowed it to go through the heavenly tribulation. The little skeleton stopped suppressing itself and flew to the high sky, attracting a huge number of thunderclouds. The 3 consecutive heavenly tribulations caught a lot of attention. Many people were watching from a distance. The pet skeleton's resistance was even simpler. It didn't budge unless the lightning strikes became threatening. If that were the case, it would cut them apart. Soon after, the little skeleton also passed 9 heavenly tribulation levels. Even though it was the same number of levels, it took 5 more lightning strikes after the standard 81. It seems that he's really good at training pets. Bernie heaved a sigh full of conflicting feelings. He didn't think that the young man had personally raised his pets to that degree. Furthermore, it would be a lifetime achievement that any trainer would be proud of. Bernie found it hard to understand why a genius such as Su Ping could also be such an expert trainer. Elder Yan was as silent as a tomb. He was one of Shen Huang's pets and knew trainers fully well. He understood the implications of having trained those 3 formidable pets. I would ask him to learn the trade under me if he weren't already Lord Supreme's disciple. Bernie smiled at Elder Yan bitterly. Elder Yan only gave him a glance, still silent. Learn after you. Do you really think you can teach him? He could almost swear that Su Ping already had a training teacher. His master had mentioned that Su Ping's fate seemed to have been shadowed by someone. It was an entity no weaker than a celestial. Chapter 958, Transformation. Everybody had their secrets, geniuses even more so. Apart from talent and hard training, luck would play a critical role for them. Elder Yan wasn't planning to dig into those secrets. He had seen too many geniuses who had astonishing abilities and secrets of their own, while Su Ping was among the most distinguished of them. What a shame, what a shame. Bernie quickly shook his head. He too had realized that Su Ping probably had a great teacher. It was impossible for him to have reached such a level while being self-taught. However, Su Ping's talent in pet training was undeniable. Should he choose to take the professional path, he could grow and become a divine-level trainer someday. Even heavenly lords had to be courteous when they met divine-level trainers in the Federation. Celestial also showed them respect. They were welcome everywhere. Inside the training room, Su Ping was delighted as he looked at his 3 pets after the transformation. He met them when he was weak. They had grown up together, and they would distinguish themselves in the universe together. I will take you to higher places. Inferno Dragon, I promised you that I would make you the strongest dragon in the world, that I vowed to you, Su Ping said in his mind. He would never forget all the things they had gone through together. The pain didn't fade away with time. It was deeply etched in his heart. Su Ping didn't waste any time in the training room. He summoned them back and flew away. Hardly had he left the training room when he saw Bernie and Elder Yan in the distance. He flew over to meet them and clasped his hands. Thank you for your materials and the training room, Senior. It's no big deal, said Bernie with troubled feelings. I would love to see you start a career as a trainer, if you weren't already Lord Supreme's disciple, with a clear chance to become a celestial. I don't know how you accomplished it, but all your pets have SSS aptitude. Su Ping was stunned by the remark. He was about to say that he was already a trainer. However, he remembered that Elder Yan was with him, and he would probably nag about him focusing on his own cultivation. He knew that there were abundant resources at his disposal because his master had high hopes for him and wanted him to become a heavenly lord sooner. All of it would be a worthy investment if he could rise to the celestial state someday. He had indeed shown potential for it. SSS aptitude. Su Ping was intrigued. He had yet to check his pet stats after their breakthrough to the star state. However, he wasn't too optimistic about it. After all, the system standards were much more rigorous. Su Ping didn't examine them immediately. He thanked Bernie, then returned to his training room with Elder Yan. He wanted to examine his pets before he challenged new opponents. He found an open space next to the training room, then entered the tertiary space and summoned the 3 pets. He intended to test their abilities there in order to not affect the outside world. Su Ping checked their stats first with the identification skill before examining their performance. Little Skeleton. Property, Bloody Abyss Skeleton King Family. Rank Early Star State. Combat Ability, 999. Aptitude High. Talent Abilities, Haste Acceleration Mana Absorption. Bloodline Skills, Bone Demon Eternal Revenant Descent of the Bone King Bone Shield Abyssal Gaze Bloody Howling. Laws, Time Destruction Death Thunder God Annihilation Consolidation Freezing Eternal Flames. Skills, Regeneration Undead Enslaving Advanced Saber Play Puppetry Demon Whispers Nightmare Space Punishment of Sins Darkness Teleportation Realm of Death Holy Light Punishment Dark Dragon Breath Hellish Summoning. There were so many laws and skills that Su Ping was almost dazzled. Su Ping made a rough count, finding that it had mastered more than 150 laws. Aside from the 100 laws he had imparted at the beginning, a fair part of the rest had been grasped by the little skeleton on its own. Considering Su Ping's current understanding of laws, he could easily grasp more laws if he devoted himself to the elements of a certain class. However, regular laws were of little use to him. unless he grasped 100 of them to perfection. It would be more beneficial to spend time on the 4 supreme laws instead. Besides laws, there were countless abilities too. The little skeleton could easily create skills on its own at the moment, but they wouldn't be as powerful. As for the truly terrifying skills, they depended on the understanding and control of paths. Paths were the foundation of everything. All skills boiled down to paths on the deepest level. Ascendant state experts were expected to create paths of their own. That was the reason why every ascendant was unique, and why some of the exceptional geniuses remained stuck before the last step to become ascendants. Its combat ability is 999, which is the maximum for the star state. According to the system, the star state combat ability ranges from 100 to 999. 1,000 is the threshold for the Star Lord state. The little skeleton hasn't yet controlled the power of faith or created its own small world. No matter how much power it accumulates, its combat ability won't go beyond the 999 mark. Su Ping was quite satisfied with the little skeleton's stats in general. All of it was within his expectations. After all, the pet skeleton had 500 points of combat ability back when it was only in the Fate state. After having learned that many laws, plus the countless rare materials it had just eaten, it was unsurprising to see the pet rise to the star state. Su Ping also noticed that the little skeleton's race had turned from the Skeleton King family to the Bloody Abyss Skeleton King family. He remembered that one of the materials he fed the pet was a Star Lord blood crystal, which had probably optimized its bloodline. The Skeleton King family it formerly belonged to was powerful in the star state, but it wasn't worth mentioning when dealing with the Star Lord level. Many creatures in that realm were much stronger. It was of note that the Skeleton King family's bloodline potential was limited to the star state. Unless exceptional geniuses emerged in the race and broke through the barriers and became Star Lords. Even after the bloodline transformation, the little skeleton still belonged to its prior family, but its bloodline potential had been improved, making cultivation easier. Su Ping wasn't too interested in that, as he had never given much importance to bloodlines or levels. Combat ability was what truly mattered. Even if the little skeleton was forever stuck in the star state, he would still try to make it as strong as a Star Lord. Su Ping then checked the Inferno Dragon and the Dark Dragon Hound. The Inferno Dragon's race had turned into the Purple Polar Divine Prison Dragon, which also carried a Star Lord bloodline. Its combat ability, same as the little skeleton's, became 999. However, Su Ping believed that the little skeleton was the stronger of the two. After all, he had placed more emphasis in the little skeleton's training, and it had grasped many abilities on its own. It was definitely stronger than the Inferno Dragon. This also went to show that the number 999 wasn't an absolute indicator. As for the Dark Dragon Hound, its race had turned into the Heaven Expansion Dragon Dog. The pet already carried the Heaven Expansion Dragon's bloodline to begin with, and the newly assimilated materials made the bloodline change further. It now had ascendant potential. This meant that, as long as it continued training and growing, it had a high probability of reaching the ascendant state. Of course, failure was also possible. Bloodline potential was merely that potential. It was only an indicator that a member of the race had once reached that level of cultivation. Celestial experts had emerged among human beings, and that is why humanity's potential was the celestial state. However, very few human beings could actually reach that level. The Dark Dragon Hound's combat ability was also 999, the maximum number for the star state. Su Ping didn't know what to make of it, so he decided to test their actual combat abilities. Explosions soon resounded in the tertiary space as Su Ping fought fiercely against the 3 pets. They had sparred in cultivation sites many times. They were no longer strangers to it. Su Ping then became familiar with their fighting power and their new skills. Once he returned from the deeper space, Su Ping told Elder Yan that he wanted to continue with the challenges. Elder Yan wasn't surprised, since the former's pets had just advanced. He was quite eager to find out Su Ping's new ranking after this recent progress, which would give a massive boost to the young man's overall strength. The two of them went back to the city with virtual arenas soon after. Hardly had they arrived when Su Ping saw someone familiar. "Huh, you're here too." Diaz was surprised to see Su Ping, but then his eyes were soon filled with delight. He raised his eyebrows and said, "I heard a continuous row of thunder just now. Did your pets advance? Why bother? You're already a Star State warrior. Can't you just switch them for Star Lord pets?" Su Ping simply rolled his eyes and ignored him after hearing that suggestion. Diaz was angered after being snubbed by Su Ping. He said, "I admit that it was awesome for you to use Fate State pets in the competition. You could have won the championship even without them. However, that doesn't mean you'll remain a champion forever." Elder Yan stood quietly by the side. He had heard a thing or two about the conflicts between them, which were insignificant in his eyes. He even thought it was a good thing, as competitiveness could be a huge catalyst for cultivation. "In other words, you have new Star Lord pets?" asked Su Ping, raising his eyebrows. Diaz snorted and said, "Yes, Master just gave me two. Both are dominators in the Star Lord state. I've practiced with them and we do make a great team. Truth be told, I'm already challenging the Divine Lord rank. I'm able to endure Clow's attacks for 2 minutes at the moment." There was pride in his eyes as he spoke. That was the source of his delight when he saw his fellow disciple. He might be the champion, but so what? Too many young geniuses would lose their brilliance as they grow. He was left behind for a moment, but he would catch up sooner or later. After all, he had one of the 9 greatest constitutions of the universe. For him, the sky was the limit. "Oh." Su Ping could not help but laugh. "Why, you don't believe me?" Diaz was triggered by Su Ping's smile. Su Ping chuckled. "Of course I do. I simply didn't know you were that weak." "Weak?" Diaz jumped like a cat whose tail had been stepped upon. He shouted, "You think I'm weak? Have you even challenged the Divine Lord rank? Don't you know that all the rankers are genius Star Lords?" Su Ping had originally planned to ignore him. Still, seeing how aggressive he was acting, he replied with a casual tone, "I remember the guy you mentioned. He could only withstand my attacks for 2 minutes." "Huh?" Diaz was stunned. He widened his eyes and asked, "What did you say?" "Enough. I need to continue my challenges. Goodbye." Su Ping waved his hand and flew away with Elder Yan in tow. Lost for words, Elder Yan looked at Diaz sympathetically. He had also been shaken when he learned that Su Ping had defeated Clow. It wasn't unusual to see Diaz was similarly surprised. The guy was truly unlucky, having made a debut in the same competition. Diaz was more gifted than most of Shen Huang's disciples. Unfortunately, Su Ping's talent was among the best. Chapter 959, Fetal Movement of the Universe. Inside a plaza, in the city with virtual arenas. Elder Yan quickly set up the equipment for Su Ping and set up an appointment for him. He was to challenge the 90th place on the Divine Lord rank. Su Ping grabbed and wore the equipment with practiced familiarity. After listening to pleasant-sounding notifications, he entered the virtual battlefield. His opponent appeared in front of him soon after. There was a brief period of preparation, and then both parties attacked at the same time. Su Ping didn't hesitate at all. He simply summoned the little skeleton and the Inferno dragon to merge with them. Hardly had he fused with them when he sensed an unprecedented and horrifying power rising inside him. Die. Laws were gathered and condensed in the bone sword, with the power of faith lining its edge. Su Ping spouted golden crow's flames, producing a hole on his opponent's small world. He then activated the path of time and froze the flow of time around him. Su Ping wasn't strong enough to freeze a Star Lord in the past. After all, a Star Lord was able to strongly interfere with time and space. It was barely possible for him to freeze them while being a Star State warrior. However, Su Ping was able to freeze his opponent for a moment after his dual merging with his pets. A moment being frozen was already fatal enough. Bang! His sword aura stormed out, cutting apart his opponent's golden small world and destroying his body. Whoosh! The world flashed, and Su Ping found himself back at the plaza. Elder Yan was shocked to see Su Ping exit that quickly. He asked, You defeated him. Yes. Elder Yan couldn't add more words, nor close his mouth. He knew that Su Ping was a lot stronger this time. After all, the latter's pets had risen to the star state. However, he didn't expect that the battle would end in only 1 minute. He was unable to see the battle, but he could imagine how much of a one-sided slaughter it had been. Elder Yan, please make another appointment for me, said Su Ping. Elder Yan snapped out of his stupor, yet he remained troubled. He didn't forget that the kid had just risen to the star state, and that the gap between the star state and the Star Lord state was massive, as one could gauge from the future selves, 6 lives Buddha had summoned in the recent competition. Even a genius of that stature was unable to fight Star Lords unless he broke through to the star state, let alone defeating them. And yet, Su Ping had defeated a genius among Star Lords. Those rankers were usually geniuses able to defeat opponents above their own level. However, the higher the level, the bigger the gap in power. It was barely possible to defeat opponents above one's level while in the star state. Su Ping was just an exception. Still, such an exception was becoming increasingly horrifying. Which one do you want to challenge? Asked Elder Yan. He was getting excited. He hadn't felt like that in many years. The 80th, said Su Ping, after thinking for a moment. Elder Yan smiled bitterly. He knew that Su Ping wouldn't challenge every single ranker, as every genius was there for a reason. He didn't turn Su Ping down. After all, even if he failed the challenge, nothing would be lost except some money. It could simply be considered that as the sparring partner fee. The appointment was made soon after. Su Ping wore the virtual equipment once again and entered the virtual battlefield. While Su Ping challenged the Divine Lord rank, Shen Huang, clad in a brilliant golden robe and ensconced in his majestic throne, was before a group of 30 men, all ascendant experts. The 8 men in the first row were top ascendant experts. They were heavenly lords. The brawny man standing in the middle of the first row frowned and asked, Master, are we really in such an emergency? He was almost 6 meters tall, which made him almost a giant. It was his special divine tank constitution, one of the 9 divine constitutions of the universe. Being Shen Huang's 3rd disciple, he had entered the ascendant state hundreds of thousands of years before, immediately defeating 8 ascendant state opponents afterwards, earning his name as a heaven master. He had gone through countless battles since then, even trying his hand against celestials. His skills and abilities allowed him to emerge unscathed even after such high-profile experts. That is, unless several celestials ganged up on him, but that was a nigh impossible scenario. Yes, the universe has just had another fetal movement. Cracks are appearing all over the void. Things that shouldn't exist are appearing again. You need to suppress them. Shen Huang spoke with a calm, yet intimidating tone. Are they the remains from the deeper spaces? Asked someone. If Su Ping were present, he would have recognized the speaker, his senior brother Yu Long. Shen Huang shook his head and said, No, the things they fought against. All the experts present narrowed their eyes after such a revelation. They knew how horrifying the remains were, as they couldn't be worn out by time. The things they had fought against had appeared before, causing disasters with every manifestation. The sages have speculated that our universe is bearing too many things. Right now, I'm planning to remove part of the timeline in our universe and erase certain things for good with the help of the other celestials. Coldness glittered in Shen Huang's eyes. My original self is currently deep inside the universe. You can only take care of the cracks on your own. Master, don't worry, we're on it. The Golden Star Zone will be safe. We will defend it. Everybody made similar declarations. The Golden Star Zone was Shen Huang's territory. His disciples had the responsibility to defend it. No one objected. Be careful, I don't want any of you to come to harm, said Shen Huang solemnly. He had more than 60 disciples at the beginning, but only 40 of them remained. Some of them were currently trapped in other places or on missions, and were thus unable to attend. Master, don't worry. Everybody smiled. They knew it was a dangerous task, but nobody flinched. Having no more to say, Shen Huang asked everyone to retreat. It seems that the universe hasn't been very peaceful as of late. Once they left the palace, several men walked together, while Yu Long sighed as he walked at the center. I hope that the age of darkness from 300,000 years ago won't happen again. It would be a catastrophe. Master said that the universe will merge before long. All kinds of disasters are bound to occur. We'll be able to protect ourselves if we can become heavenly lords like Brother Yu, said a plump young man after heaving a sigh. Yulong gave a slight head shake. Heavenly lords aren't invincible. They also die in real cataclysms. You must be very careful while on mission. I heard that a lot of already extinct ferocious animals flew out of relics in one of the galaxies. Fourth senior sister went there to suppress them, and she came back nursing heavy wounds. Chapter 960, 6 Rings of the Star State. Even senior sister Zuking was wounded. Everybody was alarmed. Their fourth senior sister was a heavenly lord, invincible in the ascendant state. Even celestials would have a hard time beating her. And yet, she had been wounded. Are things really that terrible right now? Mumbled a white-haired young man. The others also had grim looks. What? In the virtual arena's plaza. Phew. Su Ping took off his helmet and relaxed his body. 5 minutes. That went beyond my expectations. Not bad, remarked Elder Yan with mixed feelings. Although the 80th and the 90th are both peak star lords, the 80th is at least 50% stronger than the one in the 90th spot. Even a tiny gap between two top experts could be the deciding factor in a battle, let alone such a massive difference. You've just entered the star state, and so have your pets. The training program Master prepared for you has yet to be initiated, and still you've already set a foot on the Divine Lord rank. You'll have a chance of making it to the top 3 rankings once the program is completed, Elder Yan said. He thought highly of Su Ping. He had helped train many of Shen Huang's students, but none were as talented as Su Ping. So, he was also looking forward to Su Ping's future performance. Let's hope so, said Su Ping after nodding. Make another appointment for me, please. Another appointment? Elder Yan was stunned. Then he thought that the young man could be reluctant to admit his current shortcomings. He nodded. No problem. More battles, more experience. Su Ping knew that the elder had misunderstood him. He shook his head and said, I already won. My last opponent was much stronger than the 90th. I almost lost. Please make an appointment with the 75th. I'd like to have a sense of where my limits are. Elder Yan gazed at him with widened eyes. Did you just say you won this recent challenge? He was stunned, seeing how calm Su Ping was. Having just defeated the 90th, he also managed to defeat the one in the 80th place. Did the advancement of his pets boost his combat ability to such a degree? The elder fell silent upon remembering the level 9 heavenly tribulation that Su Ping's pets had invoked. He looked at Su Ping thoughtfully and said, Master predicted that you would make it to the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank in a century, but I think it'll only take 20 years at most. You'll be a brilliant heavenly lord if you create a path of your own and reach the ascendant state. A path of my own. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He hadn't thought much about that yet, and he preferred not to waste time overthinking. One step at a time. He could work on it once he became a star lord. Soon after, Elder Yan made a new fighting appointment. Su Ping entered the virtual battlefield once again. 10 minutes passed. Su Ping then put down the equipment, clearly exhausted. Even though the battle had only lasted that long, it had been fiercer than he had previously imagined. He ended up failing in the end. I'm not strong enough. I thought I had inexhaustible power, but then I found it wasn't enough when I needed it. Su Ping pondered about the battle and concluded why he had failed. He barely made any mistakes. He was also sufficiently confident about his experience and reactions. He might still be a star state warrior, but he had been through countless dangerous battles in the cultivation sites. The only thing that he had been short of was the amount of power. His opponent had been a genius Star Lord, who had much more power than he did. He's only at the 75th spot. I wonder how strong the top 10 are, including the one at the very top. Every Star Lord is different. Clow, the one in the 100th place, is very likely unable to resist even for a short while. As for the normal Star Lords, they would have been killed instantly. Su Ping remained silent. Every level was the same. There were normal guys, excellent guys, top guys, and monstrous guys. One could extrapolate with ordinary people. There were those who tried to make ends meet, and those who lived as elites. Did you win, or did you lose? Elder Yan didn't interrupt Su Ping's contemplation. He asked when he saw that Su Ping was once again alert. This time he didn't assume that Su Ping had failed, lest he was slapped in the face again. I lost, said Su Ping. Elder Yan was somehow relieved. He could live with that. He would have suspected that something was wrong with him if Su Ping won again. Everybody in the universe would have been shocked if a newcomer to the Star State defeated that many people from the Divine Lord rank. Your training program will be officially activated. You will be strengthened each day to make a huge progress before long, said Elder Yan. Su Ping asked curiously, what kind of training program is it? Master has made it for you. There are 6 rings in the Star State. You will improve significantly with every ring you attain. Normally speaking, you'll become strong as a peak Star State warrior, above the 70th holder on the Divine Lord rank by the end of the 6 rings. However, considering your circumstances, you'll probably make it to the top 50 by the end of the 6 rings. Elder Yan added with a smile, the program was tailor-made for you, including the faith power absorption. Master has also prepared a gift for you. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He didn't expect that he would receive a special training program on top of unlimited resources. Was that the privilege of a top genius? That explained why the big organizations were never short of geniuses. Even the ordinary stock could grow and turn into distinguished geniuses with that many resources. It was just like being standing at the height that most people couldn't reach after a lifetime of hard work since the moment they were born. The first part of the training program is to refine your body. Elder Yan continued, Master has bestowed upon you the blood of the immortal phoenix to reshape your body. He said that you carry the bloodline of the golden crows, which were ferocious creatures in the primordial times. The blood of the immortal phoenix can very likely activate your bloodline, further awakening its power and hardening your body. Su Ping became somewhat solemn. He didn't expect that his master would consider that much for his benefit. I'll remember Master's favor for the rest of my life, declared Su Ping solemnly. Elder Yan smiled and said, his favor will be returned as long as you create your own path and reach the ascendant state. Su Ping was indeed extremely gifted, with a chance to later become a celestial state, but the ascendant state was still a huge test and divider. He was worried that Su Ping could fail to overcome such a step. Su Ping nodded. That goal was too far away from him at the moment, and he couldn't make any promises. He also knew it was difficult to reach the ascendant state. There were countless Star Lords in the universe, and only ascendants were treasured and respected in every galaxy. Elder Yan then led Su Ping back to his appointed special training room. Thanks to being Lord Supreme's disciple, Su Ping had as splendid a residence as the other disciples did. However, those who were heavenly lords had even more magnificent abodes. This is the blood of the immortal phoenix. There's a 3-star holy fire furnace in your room, which is perfect for absorbing such a material. It'll help in accelerating the absorption and digestion process. Are you ready? Inside the training room, Elder Yan turned his hand upside down, showing a handful of glowing and fiery blood in his hand. Its brilliance had almost made its red hue non-existent. The substance had a mist-like appearance. Yes, Su Ping nodded with hope. He knew his solar bulwark was different from what his master had imagined. His golden Grow's bloodline had been obtained elsewhere. Besides, He had already become a young golden crow after cultivating the fourth level of the solar bulwark, and could transform into one at any time. Being an ancient, mythical species, golden crows were already extremely horrifying at a young age. They were as sturdy as Star Lords, and their flames could burn through Star Lord's small worlds. The Divine Lord rankers Su Ping had challenged were top geniuses. He could have crushed them had they been normal Star Lords. Soon, the astral array inside the room was activated. The temperature instantly rose. Astral runes appeared and were interconnected, surrounding Su Ping like a furnace. Elder Yan then pushed the blood of the immortal phoenix over to Su Ping. The blood covered him and crawled into his pores in a frenzy the moment it touched him. Su Ping instantly sensed the tearing and corruption taking place. Then he heard Elder Yan say, "Focus and erase the remains in the blood so that it belongs to you." Su Ping closed his eyes and concentrated on refining it. The astral runes around him shook and rippled, turning into a scorching red. Su Ping was practically invisible as he basked in the brilliance. All that could be seen was a glowing figure. However, as the refining progressed, the luminosity on Su Ping's body was absorbed, and thus he was revealed again. He sat gracefully at the center of the astral array, just like an unparalleled heavenly lord, shrouded in dazzling light. A long while later, the divine brilliance on Su Ping's body was completely gone, and the red symbols on the array surrounding him turned blue again. Su Ping opened his eyes. They had a golden color, while his pupils were black and vertical. Two streaks of golden light darted out like two spears. Soon the light was gone, and Su Ping's pupils were back to normal. The black vertical eyes were Su Ping's sorcerer constitution, and the golden color was the manifestation of the golden crow's bloodline. Fire! Su Ping raised his hand. Flames manifested in his palm and burned the immediate space. The astral array around him was also melting like a candle too. The entire training room was heated to such an extent that even the sun would have evaporated. Su Ping saw some vague images during the absorption and purging. Some depicted the golden crows, while others involved the immortal phoenix. The most vivid recollections were related to the flames of each species. The flames seemed to be burning eternally, as if they could never be put out. Su Ping also detected a sense of pride in them. That was the fire's will. This seems to be the path of flames. Are the ascendant state experts expected to create such a path? However, the normal ascendants are probably unable to create such an everlasting path, Su Ping mumbled to himself. There were many paths in the world. Laws were the will and features derived from the paths. Some paths disappeared with the passage of time, but the central and most powerful paths remained. Elements of all classes were born from the paths. Without the path of flames, there would be no fire in the universe. Without the path of light, there would be no light in the universe. Without the path of darkness, darkness would not exist in the universe. Only the void would be seen. Su Ping knew that the paths upon which the universe was founded had been created by the most brilliant and greatest beings in the ancient times. Elder Yan. Su Ping extinguished the flames in his hand, then looked at Elder Yan to ask, "I'd like to know more about the ascendant paths. Can you name some?" The ascendant paths. Elder Yan was stunned. Su Ping is already delving into matters of the ascendant state. It was still too early for Su Ping's current level. He remembered what he said earlier. Did I provoke Su Ping, making him desperately want to reach the ascendant state? Elder Yan shook his head and said, "It's too early for you to consider that. Don't aim too high. You are talented, but you shouldn't waste your time on things you can't achieve." "But I only want to know more about it," Su Ping insisted. Once he saw the determination in Su Ping's eyes, Elder Yan frowned and said, "Fine, but just listen, don't do anything yet." After that reminder, he continued, "Let me tell you about your senior brother's paths. Lan Ruoshan, who holds the 49th spot, has the path named Divine Ruler. He's invincible in the space he has measured." "Is he a heavenly lord?" "No," Elder Yan shook his head. His path is powerful, but it's obviously flawed and can be dealt with. Su Ping nodded. Elder Yan continued, your 36th senior brother Kahlo has the path named Round Wood. It's still too complicated for you to understand. Unfortunately, it is also flawed, so he can't become a heavenly lord. Still, he's unparalleled in the ascendant state. Round Wood. Su Ping frowned. Indeed, it was hard for him to understand what it entailed. Elder Yan introduced a few more. After listening to all of them, Su Ping asked, what path does senior brother Yulong have? His path is named Edge of the World, which focuses on speed and has only a few shortcomings, said Elder Yan. Actually, that applies to most heavenly lords' paths. They're extremely comprehensive or unparalleled in a certain aspect, which makes up for any shortcomings. Chapter 961, Law of Vitality. You've seen a lot of incomplete paths in the Divine Sea mysterious realm, but don't hold on to them. You will never reach the ascendant state by emulating others. You must condense your own divine mark. Elder Yan warned him again. He had seen a lot of geniuses who worked on ancient paths, only to end up becoming too fascinated to free themselves. They could not discard what they had already learned by the time they wanted to create their own path. Yes. Su Ping nodded. Elder Yan's introduction made him realize that the paths of normal ascendants were different from the eternal paths. However, it was really difficult to create an eternal path, which would lay cornerstones on the universe and spread to all living things. Su Ping gave it some thought and found it impossible. The universe was already laden with eternal paths. He was unable to come up with a path comparable to fire, light, darkness, time, life, and the rest. Elder Yan glanced at Su Ping and asked, you've just absorbed the immortal phoenix's blood. How do you feel? My body is a lot stronger, and my laws of fire are already perfect. I think I'm understanding their path. Elder Yan was stunned for a moment. He sighed and said, that is both a good and a bad thing. Having an overly deep understanding of the original paths before you create your own will make things much more difficult for you. Even if you grasp the path of fire, you cannot condense a divine mark with it. I understand. Su Ping nodded. Ascendants were able to copy other people's paths, but their imitations would be a lot less powerful than their own paths. Furthermore, it would require a lot of time and effort to imitate others. Some of the original paths that prevailed till recent days were ready to be grasped by anyone, but nobody could integrate them with their divine marks, or bring out the path's real power. Now that you've completed the first ring, let's continue with the second ring, which will expand your astral ocean and increase your power. The amount of improvement will depend on your potential, said Elder Yan. Su Ping nodded. This is the astral soul pill. Elder Yan took out a purple box and continued. It's made of materials from 36 rare star lord dragons, which are endangered animals in the Federation these days. Their population is declining despite the care of top trainers. Such pills might not be available a few decades from now. Su Ping was stunned for a moment. The pill's precious value was more than evident. Su Ping had already detected a scorching power even before opening the purple box. It seemed to be about to break out. The easiest way to absorb the pill is with the help of the 3-star Abyssal Ocean Astral Array. Take some rest first. Let's wait until you're in your best condition, said Elder Yan. Su Ping nodded and sat down in the training room. He examined his body and became familiar with it after the refinement's results. The absorption of the immortal phoenix's blood had improved his body to a significant degree. His solar bulwark had yet to reach the 5th level, but the golden crow's power in his body was evidently a lot stronger, and his body became as sturdy as that of a peak Star Lord. Su Ping realized that he could fight against the Star Lord, who was ranked 75th with nothing but his physical strength. Soon, the aura of the immortal phoenix that pervaded the training room was completely absorbed and consolidated within Su Ping's body. Elder Yan had already set up the astral array for Su Ping. It rose inside the training room, invoking a streak of astral runes that hovered around Su Ping like a swirling dragon. The elder pointed his finger at the box, and the most dazzling light instantly burst out. The light was too strong for anyone to figure out what the item actually was. "Open your mouth." Elder Yan sent the astral soul pill into Su Ping's mouth. Su Ping felt as if he were holding a snowball in his mouth, which was thawing at a fast pace. The warm fluid began to spread along his veins, soon warming up his entire body. Su Ping felt that astral power was surging in his veins. It soon permeated the veins and entered his internal organs. Roar! Su Ping suddenly heard regretful and angry roars inside his head. They expressed pain and intimidation. Anyone with a weak heart would have passed out in fear after taking the pill, and it would be useless for them. The astral power around Su Ping suddenly reacted when the roars echoed. The dragon made of astral runes swooped down and wrapped itself around Su Ping. The astral runes stuck to Su Ping. They entered his body, echoing with his own astral power and suppressing the scorching astral power of the pill deep into his elixir field. In a place near his astral ocean, another astral ocean of the dragon's soul was taking shape. That astral ocean seemed to be quite spacious, which contained dragon power. It was sending out an attraction force. Su Ping had an epiphany and immediately injected his astral power into the ocean. Soon, the space expanded at a visible speed. The astral ocean gradually turned from deep blue to a brighter blue, almost becoming transparent in the end. Su Ping knew that the new astral ocean had currently been expanded to its limits. It would explode with the slightest addition of astral power. The astral soul pill can create a second astral ocean inside one's body. Even an ordinary battle pet warrior would turn into a genius if they took it. After all, it can double their astral power. Su Ping was definitely delighted. Even though the new astral ocean didn't accommodate as much astral power as his own body did, there was still a 50% increase of his reserves. The reason for this was that Su Ping's own astral ocean was storing only half of his total astral power. The other half was evenly distributed in his countless cells. A long while later, Su Ping gradually stabilized the new astral ocean and tightly combined it with his body. His astral power flowed between the two oceans smoothly. Outside, the astral array had already disappeared and the training room was back to normal. Elder Yan looked at Su Ping with glittering eyes. He didn't examine Su Ping with his ability, choosing only to ask politely, "How was it?" Su Ping opened his eyes and replied, "I've already absorbed it." "You've established a second astral ocean. Attack me with the astral power reserved in it," said Elder Yan with a smile. Su Ping nodded. Knowing that he was too weak to hurt him, he summoned the power in the second astral ocean and pushed it towards Elder Yan using his arms. There seemed to be an invisible obstacle in front of Elder Yan, blocking the power. He stood still, but he showed astonishment as he watched the astral power becoming increasingly denser. "Are you sure you only used the astral power in your second astral ocean?" "Yes," Su Ping nodded. All glittery-eyed Elder Yan nodded. "Continue, try your best." "Sure." Su Ping released all the power in the second astral ocean, which almost drowned the training room. There was so much astral power in the room that the air became sticky. Su Ping didn't relax his arms until he ran out of power. Then, all the power gradually returned to his body. "You have as much astral power as 40 advanced Star Lords do." Elder Yan was shocked by the astral soul pill's effect, having created such a massive astral ocean. It was absolutely worth it. Su Ping examined himself. It was just as what Elder Yan had speculated. Back when he was a Fate State warrior, he had already been capable of storing as much astral power as 5-star state cultivators did. Now that he was a Star State warrior himself, he had even more power, and the pill brought him a 50% improvement. It was tantamount to a major breakthrough. "Looks like it's going to be really easy for you to make it to the top 50 of the Divine Lord rank after you're done with the training sessions," remarked Elder Yan. Su Ping's training was surprisingly effective. It was also an indicator that Su Ping had not eaten a lot of rare materials in the past. That was why his body had shown no resistance to any of them. The improvement of the astral soul pill and the blood of the immortal phoenix would have been less effective if he would have binged on materials in the past. Maybe Su Ping was quite hopeful too. He had noticed his soaring combat ability after the first rings were completed. His master had surely worked hard on the program. Elder Yan nodded and said, "You've absorbed enough today. Rest for a few days. We'll go through 1 ring per week." "Sure." Su Ping nodded. Su Ping continued training after Elder Yan left, since he was intent on adapting himself to his new bodily conditions. "I think I can condense the third astral painting with the amount of astral power I have," Su Ping thought. He immediately gathered his astral power and illuminated his cells. There had to be enough astral power inside the cells to transform them from biological cells to pure astral cells, or the stars described in the technique. Then the stars would have to be connected to make an astral painting in order to generate a special force field. His star-gathering speed was evidently becoming much faster as the astral power flooded in Su Ping. Time moved on. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ping continued the training for the remaining 4th rings, namely willpower, secret techniques, laws, and faith. Su Ping had an unparalleled willpower to begin with, so his improvement wasn't as obvious. In regards to the secret technique training, Elder Yan had taught him a sword technique named Thousand Rain. There were altogether 3 moves in the technique. Thanks to Elder Yan's interpretation, it only took Su Ping a week to grasp the first move. He soon began to get the hang of it. The first move was already as powerful as the 4th move of Su Ping's own creation, Path of the Divine Sword, and was only second to Heavenly Fall, his ultimate skill. According to Elder Yan, he would be able to easily annihilate Star Lords when he grasped the second move, which was more complex. It involved laws and the power of faith. The third move was similarly intricate. The law that was taught in the 5th ring was rather surprising to Su Ping. The law taught was vitality, one of the 4 supreme laws. The mysterious supreme law was taught to him just like that. He didn't see it coming at all. While the 4 supreme laws are rare, they aren't as precious for ascendants. Everybody is focused on creating their own paths. While supreme laws are powerful, they're just laws, which are not that important to ascendant cultivators. Elder Yan continued to expound. However, ordinary ascendants aren't able to fully grasp the 4 supreme laws. But celestials are different. Laws are just like building blocks to them. Su Ping knew that the law of vitality wasn't a big deal to ascendants, but it was very significant by anyone below their level. 6 Lives Buddha, who mastered the path of time and space, could easily beat anyone in his level, which showed the influence of the 4 supreme laws. Elder Yan's teachings helped Su Ping to gradually learn the law of vitality. His small world was further hardened and broadened thanks to this new law. The last thing was the power of faith. It was a simple gift. A tremendous amount of power of faith surged into Su Ping's world. According to Elder Yan, it was Lord Supreme's special gift for Su Ping. Can the power of faith be given away? Su Ping was shocked and puzzled. Usually no, but it's not a big deal for celestials, said Elder Yan with a smile. The power of faith doesn't come from Master's believers but from lives he created. They're worshipping you. Lives he created. Su Ping was surprised. Elder Yan chuckled. Of course, that's their special ability. Why else do you think they're called true gods? They have all the abilities you hear in the myths. They can easily create lives from nothingness. As for the power of faith you need, they only need to create a batch of creatures and have them worship you so that you can reap faith power from them. Su Ping was truly astonished. Could they really do that? If they could create lives that easily, they could almost be called creators. So to speak, I have a batch of believers at my master's place. Are they different from us? Su Ping couldn't help but ask. Elder Yan shook his head and said, basically, no. The only difference is that the live celestials create hardly become geniuses. Even if they create with the power of laws, the lives they produce would only have a limited potential. The best they can achieve is beings with Star Lord state potential. It's a long shot for them to reach the ascendant state. You wouldn't understand the reason even if I explained it to you. As for your believers, don't bother thinking about it. They were only created to provide faith power for you. They will eventually die of old age, or end up as food for the ferocious creatures in Master's world, or dispersed as original energy. Chapter 962, Fourth Senior Sister. Su Ping was silent. He sensed the cruelness of the Creator from Elder Yan's words. Lives were created just for their faith. Then, they were randomly abandoned. Maybe Celestials regarded the lives they created as pure energy entities. If human beings had also been created, would their destiny be the same? If that were the case, was it significant or meaningful for human beings to exist? Su Ping gave a slight headshake. He already had an answer. He knew that it wasn't about correctness but about stance. The strong had always preyed on the weak. There were many childish and pathetic individuals, too obsessed with morals to remember their own stance. It was as if they didn't know what was in their best interest. "Do you find it cruel?" Elder Yan suddenly asked, noticing Su Ping's expression. Su Ping glanced back and then shook his head. "It's just how things run in nature. No big deal." Elder Yan nodded and said, "People's opinions change as their level and experiences change. Maybe it'll be the same for you when you reach the celestial state. You can't really understand them until you reach their level. Many misunderstandings in this world are because you can't really empathize with a different group." Su Ping nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter. In any case, it was a generous gift from his master. The tremendous amount of power of faith, after being refined and absorbed, was condensed into 18 streams of faith power inside the force field. Counting his already condensed 23 streams, he now had 41 streams of faith power, making him several times stronger than before. You've completed the 6 rings training for the star state, and you're now approaching the limits of the realm. Further improvement will depend on your potential and luck. Right now you're definitely among the top 3 star state cultivators in the entire Federation. There's a good chance you may rise to the top 50 of the Divine Lord rank, said Elder Yan. Let's have a try, said Su Ping. He wanted to confirm the guess. He too wanted to find out how strong he had become. Elder Yan nodded. The two of them soon returned to the city with virtual arenas. The air suddenly crackled when they were heading to the plaza, and a tall and unusually cold woman with long purple hair appeared. However, the coldness on her face was thawed when she saw Elder Yan. She then put on a warm and friendly smile. Senior Yan. Being slightly surprised, Elder Yan chuckled and said, "Zuking, it's you. Have you recovered?" "Almost," said the woman gently. She then glanced and noticed Su Ping. "Is he one of my new junior brothers? I heard that one of them has the reincarnation constitution, and the other is a descendant of the ancient golden crows. Which of the two is he?" "He is Su Ping, who carries the bloodline of the golden crows." Elder Yan smiled and turned to Su Ping. "She is Jai Zuking, your 4th senior sister. Master admitted her as a disciple when he was only a heavenly lord. Master is already a celestial now, while she's a heavenly lord." Su Ping observed her with great interest. He didn't expect that he would run into an honorable heavenly lord that easily. "It's an honor to meet you, senior sister." Su Ping paid his respects. "I didn't prepare any gifts for you except this set of armor. It can resist all the attacks of normal Star Lords." Jai Zuking casually took out a piece of colorful armor and threw it to Su Ping. Su Ping was somewhat stunned. He thanked her and accepted it. Elder Yan chuckled at the sight. "Zuking, you're too petty. That armor is useless for him. His body is already as sturdy as your armor." Huh. Jai Zuking felt dazed by the elder's revelation. She asked, "Isn't he a Star State warrior?" "Yes, he is. However, he condensed a small world when he was still in the Fate state, and he's already on the Divine Lord rank right now," said Elder Yan with a smile. Su Ping's senior sister looked at him solemnly and said, "So to speak, Master has admitted an incredible junior brother this time. He's almost as talented as Qin Wenxian. More or less, said Elder Yan, all smiles. Jai Zuking looked at Su Ping and suddenly took out another piece of red armor. This blood-sucking armor is yours. It'll be useful when you reach the ascendant state. Su Ping quickly said, Senior sister, no need to do that. Senior Yan was just kidding. This gift is too precious. Humph, just take it. Jai Zuking was not to be refused. Su Ping had no choice but to accept it and thank her. Cultivate harder and try to reach the ascendant state in 1,000 years, so that you can confront the catastrophe of the universe. Jai Zuking resumed her coldness and bowed at Elder Yan before she vanished. Catastrophe of the universe. Su Ping watched Jai Zuking leave, then looked at Elder Yan in confusion. Elder Yan shook his head. That's still too far away for you. You'll understand everything when you reach the ascendant state. For now, just focus on cultivating. Master is out there dealing with it, as well as your senior sisters and brothers. Seeing that he refused to answer, Su Ping could only ask curiously, Senior sister Zuking seems to be very close to you, doesn't she? Elder Yan chuckled and said, Of course. I was the one who personally taught her after Master took her in as a disciple. Technically speaking, I am half a master to her. Su Ping was greatly enlightened. No wonder his senior sister was that cold toward him, but overly friendly to Elder Yan. Let's go and take the test, said Elder Yan, even more earnestly than Su Ping. Su Ping also smiled with hope. At the plaza of virtual arenas. Make an appointment with the ranker at the 50th spot, said Su Ping directly. Elder Yan asked, The 50th? Are you planning on skipping the 60th? You have indeed become stronger and you have a chance of winning. It's better to do things one step at a time. I'll just consider it as practice if I fail, said Su Ping. Elder Yan realized it made sense, so he helped Su Ping make an appointment. Soon, the appointment was made. Su Ping put on the helmet and entered the virtual battlefield. To Su Ping's surprise, his opponent was a plump woman who wore white armor and a cape. She looked quite pretty, and her breasts were as heavy as 2 mountains. The countdown clicked as it was reducing, while Su Ping observed her. Su Ping withdrew his gaze and summoned the dark dragon hound and the little skeleton. He was still when the battle began. Boom! Su Ping directly unleashed his small world. The air around him immediately collapsed and fell into darkness. It was the world that Su Ping had established, which was purely black given his constitution. The pure black world, like a black hole, crashed into the woman's small world as Su Ping pressed on. Her small world was sunny and warm, with hills and rivers. However, they shook violently after the collision. The laws in the small world were manifested and spread with every exhalation. They were almost falling apart. Thousand Rain. Su Ping slashed with his sword, launching a storm of sword auras that could penetrate anything. There was a boom, and then his opponent's small world cracked. The holy sword, made of 41 streams of faith power, carrying an enormous force, was able to cut down with the surging astral power from Su Ping's body. Bang! Many laws were launched, but then they were shattered by the sword aura. The woman suddenly split up into 3 and formed a triangle. They laid their swords upon each other's as if she were using some sort of array. A streak of holy light rose to the sky at the center of the array. They trembled violently. A giant arm suddenly flew out of the holy light. It held a sword and slashed towards Su Ping. A summoning technique, Su Ping was alarmed. There were some evil techniques that could summon unknown creatures. Such creatures aren't pets. They might have already died. However, they were still very strong. Path of the Divine Sword, Heavenly Punishment. Su Ping suddenly waved his sword, which was bursting with the power of faith and cutting apart the flow of time. The world around him seemed to be frozen. Then, his sword aura was able to cut the weird giant arm apart. Bang! The arm exploded. Su Ping quickly flashed and paused time and space. Time was truly frozen for a moment, given how that astral power had surged out, and his sword had been able to cut apart the plump woman at that moment. The virtual world faded away, and Su Ping found himself back where the equipment was. He took a breath, then felt delighted. Although he used the same methods he did earlier, they are much more destructive at the moment. "Did you win, or did you lose?" asked Elder Yan right away. Chapter 963, The Mystic Star Astral Painting. "I won," said Su Ping. Although relieved, Elder Yan remarked with a somewhat troubled tone, "I thought you had lost that one. You were there for only 2 minutes. I knew you had a good chance to succeed, but victory came too fast." He was truly amazed by Su Ping's performance. He was surprised by it every time. "Do you want to continue issuing challenges?" "Yes, I want to challenge the 40th spot," said Su Ping. "Sure." Elder Yan accepted his request immediately. 5 minutes later, Su Ping exited the virtual battlefield again. The elder immediately asked, "What about this time? Did you win?" "I won." Su Ping continued, "Make an appointment with the 30th for me, please." "The 30th?" Elder Yan was in a trance. Su Ping is already capable of fighting the 30th place holder of the Divine Lord rank. How long has he been in the star state? "Sure." Elder Yan snapped out of it and accepted the request. Soon after, the battle started. This time it took 8 minutes for Su Ping to open his eyes again. Elder Yan quickly asked, "Did you win?" "I lost." Su Ping shook his head and pondered over the previous battle. He had made use of all the skills and powers he had in his arsenal. Still, he was defeated in the end. His opponent used an odd secret technique, able to corrupt his small world and deactivate his power of faith for a brief moment. Even half his astral power was suppressed. "I can accumulate more power in my body. My constitution can be further improved, and so are my secret techniques." Su Ping realized his shortcomings after the battle. Without it, he would have still been under the illusion that he was invincible with his newfound power. Shortcomings cannot be ascertained without failure. It's understandable. Elder Yan wasn't surprised, as failure was to be expected. It would have been surprising to see Su Ping win again. After all, wasn't it perfectly normal for a star state cultivator to lose to the 30th spot holder of the Divine Lord rank? You're still new to the star state. Even though Master's special training for you has ended, there's still a lot of room for improvement. Challenge them again after cultivating for a few years, said Elder Yan. Su Ping nodded. Not wishing to linger, he returned with Elder Yan to continue his training. Inside the training room, Su Ping concentrated his astral power and condensed stars inside his body. The third astral painting was his goal. The second astral painting had brought him infinite strength, and the third astral painting could further strengthen his defense. Such protection was not just physical, it also involved many other aspects, such as willpower and astral power. Part of his astral power was brittle. It would shatter or be restrained by a greater power. Taking his previous battle as an example, half of Su Ping's astral power had been suppressed by his opponent's mystifying technique. However, had his astral power been sturdier, it would have been more useful in such scenarios. Astral runes were rising and rippling inside the training room. They were so effective that people would be able to cultivate automatically, even if they only slept there. Conscious cultivating would produce even more shocking results. There were also shelves of rare herbs besides the astral rune array. Some of them could activate a person's veins and accelerate the speed of astral power absorption. Others could set a fire in one's body to refine astral power. All those medications ready and available for Su Ping to take. Su Ping condensed 27 stars in just 2 months. He was able to make good progress on developing the third astral painting. Several days passed, and the third astral painting was finally condensed. The Mystic Star Astral Painting. Su Ping activated his astral power, and a special energy surged out of the third astral painting located within his body. His mind, eyes, and ears were then sharpened. All the geniuses on the Divine Lord rank have aimed at my neck, heart, and other vitals in earlier battles, since they could hardly make a dent in my other body parts. I wonder if they can still cut my neck. now that I've been fortified by the mystic star astral painting. Su Ping left the training room while deep in thought. Elder Yan was surprised to find that Su Ping wanted to challenge the Divine Lord rank again, because he hadn't taken any special training recently. He had surely made significant progress in 2 months, but not to a large degree. However, he didn't advise Su Ping against it, as he deemed it as an opportunity to practice. He didn't go with Su Ping this time. He simply told him how to make appointments and gave him an account with enough money to pay for the appointments. Su Ping arrived at the plaza alone. He went and made an appointment as Elder Yan had instructed, then wore the virtual helmet and waited for the battle. Soon his opponent appeared, the cultivator in 30th place of the Divine Lord rank. It was a handsome young man. Once the battle began, Su Ping dual merged with his pets and had a head-on clash with his opponent, just like before. However, Su Ping didn't dodge or resist this time, merely standing silently in place. Bang! His opponent's spear stabbed at his throat. Weirdly enough, it was unable to pierce him. The spear left a tiny red spot on his skin after bouncing back, which soon disappeared as if nothing had happened. Just as I expected. Su Ping was rather delighted. His opponent was quite strong, with a spear that was very likely a powerful secret treasure. However, he was too sturdy at the moment. His golden crow body was already as hard as a Star Lord's, and it had been further activated by both the immortal Phoenix's blood and the mystic star astral painting. He would probably remain safe even if he was attacked by hundreds of Star Lords. The only people who could hurt him would be the exceptional geniuses. While the might of such gifted fighters was still below that of ascendant experts, they had indeed surpassed the limits of the Star Lord state. The ones at the top of the list in the Divine Lord ranking, for instance, they could easily annihilate any advanced Star Lord. Bang! Su Ping slashed his sword. He no longer tried to defend himself as he attacked in full force. The handsome young man soon performed the same weird technique, which began to corrode Su Ping's small world. However, the corrosion rate was much slower this time. A hole had been produced in only 1 minute when they first fought, but now his small world wouldn't crack until several minutes later. A few minutes were more than enough for Su Ping to act. He did not believe that his opponent would be able to use such a powerful technique for minutes. He would be a real monster if he could. Aside from his small world, the astral power inside Su Ping's body was no longer as suppressed as before. He was still being affected, but he kept control over most of his astral power. A minute later, his opponent's weird technique was dispelled, and Su Ping instantly felt that he had been fortified. He executed the guy in merely 10 seconds. He finally defeated the cultivator in 30th place. Su Ping was thrilled. He thought he was getting really close to the top 10. Once he returned to the plaza, Su Ping thought for a moment and decided to challenge the 10th spot holder directly. The one in 10th place was a woman wearing a black robe. She had an alluring body figure and pale cheeks. Her eyes were green and clear. A minute later, Su Ping found himself back at the plaza. He blinked and found it hard to believe. He had expected her to be much stronger than the one in 30th place, but she was even stronger than he thought. She was unable to hurt his body, but he did sense some pain, and her ultimate skill had simply severed his head. She has mastered the path of destruction. She's much better at the path of destruction than I am. Her power is so destructive that even Star Lords raised by the major organizations would probably not withstand a single attack, Su Ping thought. He even wondered if the purple bracelet his master had offered him could resist the woman's attack. I may have to spend more time on the paths of time, destruction, and vitality. I'll probably become a true immortal if I gain a deeper understanding on the path of vitality. Even if my head is blown up and my body torn apart, I can still be reborn with just 1 drop of blood. Su Ping's eyes flashed. He realized that he still had a lot of room for improvement. He thought for a moment and challenged the one in 20th place. Several minutes later, Su Ping opened his eyes again. He had failed. Even the ranker on the 20th spot was still formidably strong. He currently had a very sturdy complexion, but his opponent had made his body decay with a special poison, defeating him in the end. I am very resistant to poison, but his poison broke through my small world. How bizarre! Su Ping shook his head. All the outstanding geniuses had their own share of unusual trump cards. Su Ping had to admit that they were really good. He didn't stay for too long. He left the plaza and continued his training. Chapter 964, 3 years. Time zipped by. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Elder Yan saw 3 years as nothing more than a snap of his fingers. He simply enjoyed tea, gardening, and teaching the young beasts every day. He barely spent any time overseeing Su Ping's cultivation. Su Ping had been diligent as he trained in seclusion all this time, only coming out when he challenged the Divine Lord rankers. They rarely discussed any subject, except for the Thousand Rain sword technique and things about the original paths. Elder Yan had learned that besides the path of time, Su Ping had grasped the path of destruction on his own. Adding the path of vitality his master taught him, Su Ping had already learned 3 of the 4 supreme laws. That was definitely horrifying, even among Star Lords. Su Ping's understanding of the 3 supreme laws had soared as those 3 years passed. He also became capable of summoning his future self, although his future self had his same cultivation. Having become an expert, Su Ping understood the future self summoning better. He realized that the technique had its shortcomings, even though it looked terrifying. For starters, the future self summoned didn't have any pets. Secondly, the future selves were significantly weakened by the paradoxes that involved the laws of time. For example, they couldn't make use of the law of time on a deeper level. Therefore, unless he lucked out and managed to summon a future self of a higher level, there would be no chance for the regularly summoned selves to be as strong as the original. So to speak, although the 2 future selves that 6 lives Buddha summoned were in the star state, they didn't represent the real combat ability he would attain in the star state. Now that he truly advanced and became a star state warrior, he's definitely much stronger than the 2 future selves he summoned in our fight. My understanding of the path of time isn't as deep as his. He must have made significant progress in the past few years. Maybe he's now able to summon his Star Lord self, Su Ping thought. During those 3 years, Su Ping had also made significant progress on the path of destruction, because he had often challenged the black-robed woman who was at the 10th spot of the Divine Lord rank. He had learned a lot from how she used the path of destruction. We could say that she was a master to Su Ping. My progress in the path of vitality is the greatest. After all, my master taught me all the knowledge I would need. I'd be able to reconstitute my body from nothingness with my current expertise, even if my body is destroyed, as long as part of my mental power remains. I'm almost as immortal as the little skeleton. Also, the path of vitality doesn't just increase my ability to survive, but also strengthens me. It ensures that my astral power circulates in my body inexhaustibly. Once he had a good grasp of the laws, Su Ping finally realized how terrifying the 4 supreme laws were. Given that such law was focused on defense, the path of vitality could quickly heal him and give him an unbelievable amount of stamina. To put it simply, as long as his enemy was unable to kill him on the spot, they would definitely lose in a war of attrition. It's been 3 years. Inside the training room, Su Ping slowly opened his eyes and looked at the training room with mixed feeling. He had stayed there for 6 years. He had only stayed for 3 years in the Celestial Court, but he had decelerated the flow of time in the training room. 2 days inside equaled 1 day in the outside world. He had cultivated for around 5 years in total. Su Ping had been completely reborn in that period of time. His level had risen from the beginning of the star state to the advanced phase. As long as he was willing, he could become a Star Lord at any moment. Besides the mastering of the 3 supreme laws, Su Ping had accumulated more and more astral power over the years. He had also made great progress on the Chaos Star chart. He had condensed 2 more astral paintings, namely Divine Dimension and Universal Sea. The 2 astral paintings had brought him new abilities, related to speed and space. The divine dimension astral painting had increased his speed in every aspect, including his mind and his transmission of astral power. All those aspects were much faster than before. As for the fifth astral painting, Universal C, it perfected Su Ping's path of space. Even though the path of space wasn't listed as one of the four supreme laws, it was also rare and precious. Su Ping could become a Star Lord at any moment with his perfect understanding of the path of space. He could now break into the seventh space with the path of time. It would be a lot harder if he had to use his physical strength, which could also end up in failure to enter. The sixth astral painting is named Pendulum, which is related to time. My understanding of the laws of time will become perfect if I manage to condense it. This will allow me to master the power of time. I'll even be able to reverse time briefly and return to the past. Su Ping looked forward to the sixth astral painting he was going to cultivate. At the same time, he once again realized how horrifying the chaos star chart was. He would naturally grasp the path of time as long as he condensed the sixth astral painting, even if he knew nothing about it. The technique included the laws of time. Furthermore, the seventh astral painting even included the laws of time. Su Ping found it hard to imagine what kind of being could create such a horrifying technique. Unfortunately, it's twice as difficult to condense each new painting. I had to condense 27 stars to build the third astral painting. The fourth required 36 stars, and the fifth required 45. The sixth astral painting required almost as many stars as the previous astral paintings combined. Su Ping had a lot of mixed feelings. It had taken him a tremendous amount of time, even if he currently had an inexhaustible supply of precious resources. It wasn't hard to imagine that it would have probably taken him hundreds of years to have achieved the same thing in the outside world. It'll take me at least 3 years to condense the sixth astral painting if I continue training here. Elder Yan mentioned that I can get training resources in the outside world too, should I decide to venture outside, except that they wouldn't be as effective as the ones provided here, due to the lack of the special astral array. Su Ping looked at the training room. He was reluctant to go, but he eventually decided to return to his store. After all, that was where he truly belonged. It had been a long time since he had last seen Tang Ruyan and Joanna. He wondered how they had been running the store. He had been away from his business for more than 3 years. He was quite an irresponsible boss. Furthermore, Joanna had surely been rated as outstanding employee many times. His promise to take her to the Archean divinity was long overdue. It was her lifelong wish. Su Ping shook his head and stood up as he thought about this. Chapter 965, Tremble. You're going to challenge the Divine Lord rank, and you want me to go with you. In the courtyard, Elder Yan had been reading an ancient book at the time. He looked at Su Ping in surprise. He had rarely taught Su Ping anything during all his years being apprenticed. After all, the special training program had been completed, and all that Su Ping needed was to accumulate more energy. He could tell that Su Ping was making progress every day. Yes. Su Ping nodded with an unusual expression. Seeing such a response, Elder Yan suddenly widened his eyes and asked in shock, "Please don't tell me you're confident of challenging the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank. Is it so?" Yes. Su Ping nodded again. Yes. Elder Yan was lost for words for a moment. He said with a bitter smile, "I thought it would take 10 years. Only 3 years have passed." He didn't know what to say. Su Ping had only been in the Celestial Court for 3 years, yet he had practically risen to the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank. Such a leap was truly horrifying. His astonishment was substantial, even after having seen a fair share of unusual things in his day. If news were to spread out, the entire universe would probably be shocked. "Are you confident?" Elder Yan asked. Yes. Su Ping nodded. The elder was again lost for words. He knew he shouldn't have asked. Su Ping wouldn't have been as solemn if he weren't confident. Even if he failed this time, he would definitely succeed before long. "Do you really plan to leave after you succeed?" asked Elder Yan. Su Ping nodded. You've taken great care of me over the years. Don't hesitate to contact me if you need me to do anything. I didn't really do much. It was all Master's instruction. Elder Yan transferred the favor to his master. The favor from a genius such as Su Ping could be really useful. He wouldn't have bothered had someone else thanked him. 3 years, how time flies. Elder Yan felt conflicted. Normal geniuses progressed quickly at the beginning, but they would slow down as they reached the star state or became star lords. They would usually be stagnant for decades before being able to evolve. However, Su Ping retained his previous advancement speed, which was unbelievable. I haven't investigated your old opponents, but I have no doubt that you're the one who has made the greatest progress. You were the best in the star state earlier on. You're probably the best in the star state now. I hope you can rise to the top of the Divine Lord rank someday, said a hopeful Elder Yan. Su Ping nodded. The two of them immediately left for the city of virtual arenas together. Hardly had they arrived when Su Ping noticed a familiar man who was about to leave. Humph! Su Ping saw Diaz, while the latter saw him too. They had been admitted by Shen Huang as disciples at the same time. Many people had compared them, discussing which of them had greater potential. Most answers pointed at Su Ping. Su Ping deserved their expectation. After all, it was the champion who had an unknown high-performing constitution. Speaking of which, Su Ping's constitution had been confirmed and officially recorded in the Encyclopedia of the Federation. The previous 9 divine constitutions had become 10 divine constitutions. It was a hit in the celestial court. It wasn't hard to imagine how shocking the news would be in the outside world. The 9 divine constitutions had been at the top of the pyramid of body types for more than 100,000 years. Su Ping's was the only new addition. Also, given his status as champion of the Universe Geniuses contest, Su Ping was now considerably popular all over the universe and was receiving a lot of public attention. However, all the information on Su Ping had been blocked. Nobody had updates from his progress in the celestial court. There wasn't a single morsel to be found. Do you have a minute? Let's practice. Diaz had always been angry with Su Ping. He added, I condensed a small world and rose to the 70th on the Divine Lord rank. It's a completely different me, considering my performances from 3 years ago. Su Ping put on a weird expression. Elder Yan said with amusement, did my old friend not inform you of Su Ping's current progress? One of Shen Huang's pets had been tasked with teaching Diaz, and a special training program had similarly been drafted for him. Diaz had completed the training and become a lot stronger over the years. He had also managed to condense a small world. Reaching the 70th place in only 3 years was quite the feat. Unfortunately, Su Ping was even crazier. Elder Yan felt sorry for Diaz. Both of them had the best constitutions, but their gifts in other aspects were truly different. Diaz was definitely not weak. Su Ping was simply growing too fast. Shen Huang had mentioned that Su Ping's own cultivation technique was rather powerful, so he didn't teach Su Ping any cultivation techniques, just the secret technique named Thousand Rain. Diaz was stunned for a moment. He had a bad feeling after seeing Elder Yan's expression. He then asked, frowning, his current situation, what situation? Is he already able to easily defeat the 70th ranker from the Divine Lord listing? The elder didn't want to frustrate Diaz. He said, you're not wrong about that. All in all, the gap between you two is too wide. You're no match for him at this point. Such a practice is unnecessary. Unnecessary? Diaz was stunned. He would have burst into fury had anyone else said that. That was the most insulting statement possible, wasn't it? However, it was Elder Yan himself who had made the statement, and he didn't know what to say. His heart was cold too. Has Su Ping surpassed me again? His face then showed regret. He still wanted to insist on a battle against Su Ping, but he eventually held back his urge. Elder Yan's attitude had made him vaguely realize the answer, but he was truly reluctant to give up. He had been working hard enough, yet he was being constantly dwarfed. He had never experienced that in the past. It all began when he met Su Ping. He was always the one who left other people so far behind they couldn't possibly catch up with him. And now he was the one being left behind. Looking at Diaz's expression, seemingly suffering from constipation, Su Ping had mixed feelings too. He said, "I'm about to leave the Celestial Court. See you. Feel welcome to visit my store when you're free." He then waved his hand and left with Elder Yan. Diaz was stunned. Su Ping's going to leave the Celestial Court. The plaza's environment was very comfortable, and the people in the area were friendly. Why would he want to leave? He felt really depressed for a moment. On the other hand, he too felt slightly delighted. If Su Ping left, he would definitely not find a training environment as good as in the Celestial Court. So, would he have a chance to catch up with him? He dropped the idea the moment it occurred to him. He cursed himself for even thinking about such a demeaning method. Diaz shook his head and returned to his palace. "What's wrong?" Inside the palace, an old man was surprised to see the genius return that quickly. Losing challenges for a spot in the Divine Lord rank were nothing unusual. Why is he so upset? "That guy is leaving," said Diaz with a gloomy attitude. The old man asked, "That guy, do you mean Su Ping?" "Who else can it be?" Diaz was bummed. Who deserved his attention except Su Ping? "Where is he going? Didn't Master say that he isn't allowed to leave the Divine Lord rank unless he's capable of beating the 10th place holder on the Divine Lord rank?" asked the old man in confusion. Diaz trembled and suddenly raised his head. He asked with wild disbelief, What did you say?" He even forgot to address him as senior. Seeing how shocked he was, the old man remembered what Elder Yan had told him during a conversation from half a year prior. He then wondered if that young disciple was already capable of doing that. Inside the plaza, Elder Yan made an appointment for Su Ping, and the latter entered the virtual battlefield with practiced moves. The black-robed woman was right in front of him. Su Ping had fought against her many times during those 3 years, all to learn the path of destruction from her. He felt conflicted by their new encounter. Su Ping looked at her and said softly, "Thank you for your help over the years. Too bad I can't meet you in reality." The black-robed woman remained expressionless. She was just a stack of battle data that wasn't capable of communicating. Very soon, the battle began. Su Ping took a deep breath. He had been through countless such battles, and he decided to finish the last one with his real strength. Bang! His dazzling sword aura illuminated the entire world, just like the sun, before it suddenly perished. The black-robed woman facing him had already been stabbed through. Her body then collapsed and vanished completely. Su Ping returned to the plaza and took off his helmet. A stunned Elder Yan asked, "Why did you exit this soon? Did something go wrong with the equipment?" "It's done," replied Su Ping calmly. Elder Yan's eyes almost popped out. He asked in shock, "It's over. How long has it been? You were there for only 30 seconds. This is the outcome of the battle. The equipment can never be wrong." Su Ping pointed at the monitor, which displayed victory in a fiery font. Elder Yan was lost for words for a long time. He had thought that Su Ping had a good chance of defeating his opponent, but he didn't expect the battle to end that quickly. He wasn't there to watch the battle, but it had obviously been a crushing victory. It meant that Su Ping had a chance of beating her and leaving the Celestial Court even earlier. Elder Yan suddenly asked, "What's the highest ranking you can beat at the moment?" He gazed at Su Ping in the eye, not blinking even once, as if he was more concerned about the result than Su Ping was. The latter, however, simply shook his head and said, "I haven't tried yet." "You haven't?" Stunned, Elder Yan found it hard to believe. "Why not? Aren't you curious about the specialties of those with higher rankings? Why have you never tried them?" "I challenged each of the top 10 participants 2 years prior. I was too weak to beat them back then, so I only challenged them to see their specialties. I haven't challenged them again as of yet," Su Ping explained. Chapter 966, Broken Divine Realm. Elder Yan was lost for words. The guy defeated the top 10 2 years earlier. He had barely been a Star State warrior for a year back then, a mere beginner. Why is he so bold? You defeated the 10th all too fast. You must be able to fight those with higher rankings then. I can make another appointment for you. Which one do you want to challenge? Asked Elder Yan. He was eager to find out Su Ping's limits. Su Ping, however, shook his head. Never mind. Master said that I'm free to leave as long as I make it to the top 10. I've seen what the others are capable of. It's unnecessary to see it again. Elder Yan was gobsmacked by his response. He asked, Don't you want to find out your ranking? It's pointless, Su Ping replied. Rankings don't matter in a life-and-death battle. I've gauged how strong I am and the ceiling of the Star Lord state. Elder Yan looked at him in a daze. He found it hard to imagine that a genius such as Su Ping would say that. Shouldn't a young man like him be proud and eager to prove himself? Are you really so desperate to leave? Elder Yan stopped trying to persuade him. After all, he knew that Su Ping could already defeat the 10th place holder. He had no doubt that Su Ping would be at the top of the Divine Lord rank when he became a Star Lord. His current ranking didn't really matter. Yes, Su Ping nodded. Is the world out there really so attractive? The Celestial Court is a holy land that everybody dreams to visit. You can get anything you want here, said Elder Yan. Su Ping smiled and said, Anything but friends. Friends? Elder Yan was dazed. My friends are out there waiting for me. I don't want to keep them waiting, replied Su Ping with a smile. Elder Yan fell silent while staring at the latter in the eye. He said, I understand. I'll inform Master. He's been dealing with some tricky stuff lately. You must be very careful in the outside world. Most people will respect you because you're Lord Supreme's disciple, but he also has his share of enemies. They might be unable to hurt him, but they can pose a threat to you. Yes, Su Ping nodded. That was also why Shen Huang had prevented him from leaving, until he made it to the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank. Those enemies were mostly Star Lords. As for the Ascendant State warriors, they would be tracked down even if they managed to kill him. Therefore, it wasn't worthwhile for them to go after him. Go back and wait for the reply. Master will summon you when he's free, said Elder Yan. Su Ping nodded. The two of them returned to the palace. Su Ping stared at the place he had lived in for 3 whole years. The maids and guards working there had been truly respectful toward him. Even after he left, the people would stay there until he returned. I just realized that I haven't explored the Celestial Court properly yet, Su Ping thought. However, he quickly dropped the idea upon remembering the Celestial Court's size. It would take him decades if he wanted to properly explore the place. It would be better to leave the plan on hold until he reached higher levels. This was not a time for relaxation yet. He wouldn't be truly strong unless he reached the Ascendant State. Once that last thought crossed his mind, Su Ping secluded himself in the training room again. Elder Yan could only shake his head after seeing that Su Ping did not relax even for 1 second. He could not think of a reason why someone as talented and diligent as Su Ping wouldn't succeed. His only worry was that the young man would end up stuck right before the threshold to the Ascendant State. It was a monumental test, which had trapped many talented geniuses. They would hardly rise again if their mindsets went awry. The geniuses who held the higher spots high on the Divine Lord rank would generally have Ascendant State potential, and yet many were mired in the Star Lord state, unable to go higher. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ping was summoned by his master while he cultivated. He soon went to the most splendid palace at the center of the Celestial Court, along with Elder Yan. Countless golden-armored guards were standing by the thousands of stairs outside of the palace. All of them were Star Lords. Their captains were in the Ascendant State. They could be as strong as heavenly lords once engaged in formations. Inside the palace, Shen Huang was ensconced in his throne, like a god dominating the universe. Have you defeated the one holding the 10th place of the Divine Lord rank? Shen Huang's gaze was warm when Su Ping arrived. He had also been shocked by Elder Yan's report. In merely 3 years, Su Ping had made it to the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank, which was beyond his expectation. Yes, sir, Su Ping bowed and replied calmly. Shen Huang smiled after seeing how confident Su Ping was. All his disciples were proud geniuses, not to mention that Su Ping was among the most talented. He had at first thought that Su Ping would have to spend decades cultivating, but he managed to accomplish the task while still being in the star state. Even though he had condensed a small world back when he was a Fate State warrior, defeating Star Lords now that he had reached the star state, thus being more logical, all the people in the top 10 of the rankings were outstanding geniuses in the Star Lord state. None of them could be considered normal Star Lords. Your progress has gone beyond my expectations. I thought you would only accomplish the task until you became a Star Lord. Taking into consideration that you've already succeeded, I'll modify the special training program I had prepared for when you become a Star Lord, said Shen Huang with a smile. Thank you for your help, Master. Su Ping immediately thanked him. I'm told that you're here because you want to leave the Celestial Court. Is this so? Shen Huang didn't forget that Su Ping had previously asked how to leave the Celestial Court 3 years prior. It seemed that the 3 years enjoying privileges didn't change his mind. Elder Yan said that he was leaving because of a friend. Was the friend female or male? Shen Huang was rather curious, but he didn't ask. He never pried on his disciples' private business as long as it didn't affect their training. Yes, Su Ping nodded and said, thank you for your care over the past 3 years. I want to travel outside and do some things I've postponed. Shen Huang looked at him with a smile and said, I won't restrain you. I'll allow you to leave since you've already attained a prowess on par with the top 10 holders of the Divine Lord rank. Just keep in touch with the Celestial Court after you leave. If you need anything, it will be sent to you. Don't delay your cultivation. Su Ping was relaxed. He quickly offered thanks once again. Yun Mu, said Shen Huang all of a sudden. Rays folded and twisted in the air ahead of him. Then, a slim woman slowly manifested. She wore ancient clothes while her overall appearance was pretty and gentle. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Supreme. The woman quickly knelt before Shen Huang after she appeared. Your task is to look after my disciple for 100 years, or until he reaches the top of the Divine Lord rank. Then you'll be freed, said Shen Huang casually. You'll be obliterated if anything happens to him. The woman was greatly delighted. She looked at Su Ping and accepted the task. Thank you, Lord Supreme. Shen Huang looked at Su Ping and said, I will feel more at ease if Yun Mu keeps you company while you're away. Su Ping was slightly dazed by this development. He looked at the woman and felt somewhat awed. Given his ample fighting experience with the Divine Lord rankers, he could tell that she was definitely not a Star Lord. She was an Ascendant. His master had just appointed an Ascendant State expert to protect him for 100 years. Su Ping gave his sincere thanks once more. Is there anything else that you want? Asked Shen Huang with a smile. Su Ping was truly flattered. He was then reminded of the recent Universe Geniuses contest. He asked the question that had bothered him for a long time. Master, some of the zombies I encountered in the Divine Sea mysterious realm seem to still be conscious. May I know what happened to that world? He had never forgot the female zombie he had seen during the trial. Her eyes gave him a strong sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her before. Huh. Shen Huang didn't expect to be asked such a question, as it had been 3 years since the competition ended. He glanced at Su Ping and said, that world is Mu Shen's territory. He knows it better than I do. To my understanding, it's an ancient world that carries the air of the Archean divinity. Some have speculated that it's indeed a broken piece of land from the Archean divinity. He then added with a thoughtful tone, it involves incidents in the most ancient history. According to the investigations done on many relics, a fierce battle took place in the primordial times. It shattered many worlds, including the Archean divinity where the gods lived. However, those incidents were from too long ago. We don't really know what happened. Su Ping fell into a slight daze. He found the theory rather familiar. The land was actually a piece of the Archean divinity. He suddenly remembered that the demigod burial was another piece of the Archean divinity. Being the case, It was possible that the Archean divinity had already fallen apart. If so, the zombies roaming the place used to be gods, asked Su Ping quickly. Then, why have they become so weird? Shen Huang shook his head. Probably because of the war. Maybe a virus infection or some sort of weird power has changed them. He glanced at Su Ping and asked, "Why are you asking about them?" Su Ping changed his expression, not knowing how to explain. However, his master would easily see him through if he were to lie. He had to confess dutifully. I saw something unusual on one of the zombies and felt that it was conscious and familiar. So I wanted to know more about them. Familiar. Shen Huang was able to tell that Su Ping's words were true. He narrowed his eyes and then said, "It's probably because of the Golden Crow's bloodline inside your body. It's said that the Golden Crows carry the bloodline of the gods. That must be why you found the ancient gods familiar." Su Ping nodded, deciding to drop the subject. However, deep down in his heart, he didn't think the theory was right. After all, he didn't have such strange feelings when he saw other zombies. Only that female zombie gave him such a sense of familiarity. Unfortunately, that place didn't belong to his master. Otherwise, he would have asked him permission to explore it again. Once he bade goodbye to his master, Su Ping was ready to leave the celestial court. Yun Mu would leave with him, acting as his personal guard. Elder Yan saw him off. His master offered him a spaceship that only ascendants were qualified to buy. It could leap to any place in the universe and sail into forbidden lands and mysterious realms, also thanks to high security clearances. The spaceship's warship system was powerful too. It could easily annihilate Star Lords and pose a threat to many ascendants. Su Ping would be safe as long as he stayed on board the ship. Obviously, he couldn't stay in the spaceship forever. That was why Shen Huang had ordered Yun Mu to protect him as another safety measure. Nothing would happen to him as long as he wasn't too reckless. Su Ping was really grateful to his master for those arrangements. Although he didn't think he would be caught in a dangerous situation because he would mostly stay in his store, it was still possible that the system would later ask him to go out and capture pets. Inside the palace, Elder Yan said with a smile after Su Ping left, "You gave Yun Mu to him. That wasn't part of the plan." Shen Huang chuckled and replied, "That kid has been making progress too fast. He's only in the star state, yet he's reached the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank in 3 years. That's an achievement that even I didn't get to accomplish. But then again, there wasn't a Divine Lord rank back in my day. I did kill a lot of normal Star Lords, but I didn't run into any of the top of that realm." There was regret in his eyes as he talked about the subject. Chapter 967, Monsters. In the vast universe, the splendid celestial court was glowing like the sun. A warship was sailing away outside the Celestial's domain. Elder Yan's projection appeared inside the warship. He said to Su Ping, "Tell me your address when you settle down. The training resources on the spaceship should be enough to last you for half a year. Tell me if you need more." "Okay, thank you, Elder Yan," Su Ping quickly thanked him. "Master asked me to tell you that you can go to the best academy of the universe when you become a Star Lord. You have been admitted as a special student. Of course, you're not going there to take classes. An opportunity is waiting for you there. You can claim it when you become a Star Lord," said Elder Yan. This came as a surprise. Su Ping replied with delight, "Got it. Be safe. Don't take unnecessary risks and focus on your cultivation," Elder Yan reminded him in the end. Su Ping nodded. Once he said goodbye to the elder, Su Ping looked at Yun Mu and asked curiously, "Senior Yun, what's the relationship between you and Master? Are you a pet too?" Yun Mu was similarly observing him. She could tell from Elder Yan and Shen Huang's attitudes that they thought very highly of that young disciple, which made her curious. She remembered that Shen Huang hadn't been as invested when he admitted Qin Wenxian as a disciple, one of the best. "Sort of, but my master died and I was confined by your master. Now, I'm finally out of prison. I'll be freed as long as I protect you for 100 years, said Yun Mu with hope in her eyes. She considered that it would be an easy task to protect such a kid for 100 years. He would be safe as long as he didn't recklessly enter dangerous places, and none of the Ascendant experts would easily attack a Celestial's disciple. Only Shen Huang's enemies would probably give it a try, sending Star Lord assassins to kill him. Su Ping was enlightened. He then said, "Thank you for your help. I'll take my leave to continue with my cultivation. You may take some rest, Senior." "That's all right. I'm already resting," said Yun Mu with a smile. "Don't mind me. Just think of it as if I didn't exist." "Well," Su Ping coughed and said, "I'm going to do something private. I would rather be alone." Yun Mu was stunned for a bit. She realized that Su Ping's secrets would be exposed if she was around while he was cultivating. After all, such geniuses usually had their own hidden methods. He certainly didn't want her to know of them if she would leave 100 years from then. "Got it," Yun Mu nodded and then disappeared. She wouldn't need to worry about his safety, while he stayed inside the spaceship anyway. Once she left, Su Ping set off to the ship's training room. The spaceship's course was set to reach planet Rhea, except for the peculiar fact that Rhea was no longer in the Sylvie galaxy. Joanna had pushed it to a solar system named Rainbow, making it a wandering planet system. At the border of the Rainbow space station, many spaceships were sailing close to the space station, heading in all directions. They lined up in front of the Stargate, waiting to be scanned and teleported to the habitable planets in the planetary system. "Damn it, how much longer do we have to wait? Those things will catch up to us if we don't hurry," Macron cursed angrily inside one of the spaceships. A couple of kids were standing next to him. They were his children. Their entire family was on the run. They were originally a noble family on their own planet, but catastrophe struck and they had to flee from the fallen planet. "Dad, are we going to our uncle's place?" asked the young man curiously. There wasn't much fear on his face. Instead, there was solely eagerness and interest in what the future had in store for them. Macron nodded and said, "Your uncle lives on the Maka planet in the Rainbow planetary system. We can only go to him for help. Let's stay there until our family business is relocated. By the way, we need to find Catherine a good school and a good mentor. She still has a lot of cultivation to do." He focused his eyes on a young woman. She was the daughter he was the most proud of, and she was also the hope of the family. She was extremely gifted in cultivation and was graced by a rare constitution, having reached the ocean state when she was only in her 20s. He believed she had what it took to enter the best academies in the Rainbow planetary system. "Yes, my sister has a lot of cultivation to do. Her master said she had a shot at becoming a Star Lord. She may grow to become master of an entire planetary system," said a handsome young man as he nodded. He looked at his sister with affection and some other unusual feelings. The girl named Catherine, however, was quite calm. She simply frowned and gazed at the space station outside the window. "Father, why did such a disaster happen on our planet? Where did those horrifying things come from? The authorities said they had been caused by a lab virus, but I don't think so. They looked like biochemical beasts to me." Macron shook his head and said, "Don't bother about where they're from. They're just horrible beings to us. We need a new home. The military detachment guarding the Rainbow planetary system will probably keep them at bay. Hopefully, the creatures on our planet will be cleared by our Lord in time. I can only pray to the Lord of Space for our oil fields and salt seas to not be tainted by those creatures." Worries and regret were all over his face. He wanted the disaster to end immediately. Catherine glanced at her father but remained silent. Her ambition had always been to explore the universe, not to run the family business. She wanted to know more secrets about this vast and unknown expanse. There were too many things she wanted to see. They were fascinating to her. Bang, bang. Suddenly, an invisible energy burst hit the spaceship and made everybody on board shake. 4 of the ordinary passengers had even lost their balance and fallen. Macron was shocked. He quickly looked out of the spaceship, only to see fireworks bursting out in the dark space outside the spaceship. To be more precise, it was a barrage rather than fireworks. He immediately looked at the dealer of such barrage and saw hideous creatures that were marching in space like locusts. "Damn it, it's those things. They're truly here. Macron exclaimed in panic with widened eyes. The space station also detected the invading creatures at that moment. All the annihilation cannons deployed outside the portal were activated, shooting out rounds which illuminated the dark universe. The passengers on many other spaceships saw the monsters too. Some exclaimed, some were excited and curious, while others were absolutely fearless. They believed that the garrison of the Rainbow Planetary System was more than capable of eliminating those creatures. Chapter 968, Return. Boom! Rows of annihilating cannons were firing like a storm. There was no sound dispersion in vacuum, yet the outbursts and explosions made the spaceships shake, which was deafening to their passengers. Most of the locust-like beasts were hit by the barrage. The cannons were so powerful that some beasts were skinned, while others were shattered. However, even more beasts came rushing like a tsunami. The human attack continued. More beasts perished, but their swarm was still getting closer at a considerable speed. Those who were merely enjoying the show dropped their smiles and became nervous. Many spaceships sent out distress signals as they tried to jump away from that disaster. The space station was already in chaos by then. Inside one of the spaceships, a guard asked his lord, "My lord, are we going to lend a hand?" The lord was a brawny middle-aged man who mastered a galaxy. This was a clear indicator that he was a Star Lord dominator. "Don't overstep their boundaries. This is their personal business," replied the middle-aged man with indifference, as he was unwilling to help. That wasn't his galaxy anyway. He had only gone there as part of a business trip. To help would mean to fight the beasts which were clearly in the star state, seeing that they were traversing through space with their naked bodies. He didn't want to get involved in such trouble, even though he was a Star Lord himself. The guard was stunned for a moment, then fell silent afterwards. Warships sailed out of the space station. They were part of the local garrison. They had protected the space station from wandering beasts countless times. A chaotic battle unfolded at a distance once the warships sailed out. The warships were firing, and Star State Battle Pet warriors charged forth. The brutal encounter was taking place right in front of the passengers who were on the spaceships nearby. "I hope they'll be fine," said one of the onlookers, with hands put together to pray. Some, however, were more concerned about the guards' performance, wishing they were able to deal with the beasts. Soon, the beasts crawled onto the warships and tore them apart, while the battle pet warriors were also surrounded and swallowed soon after. Not even their screams could be spread in the vacuum. It was a ghastly sight for a lot of people, which gave them goosebumps. Damn it, why are there so many of them? On one of the spaceships, Macron felt desperate as he watched the troops collapse. The most frightening thing was, there seemed to be more beasts than there were in his hometown. "Is our space station going to fall too?" asked the kid, upset and suspicious. "Enough with the nonsense." Someone instantly criticized him, but his own face was absolutely pale too. The space station sent out alarms at that moment. The signal towers all over the space station were emitting red lights, symbolizing a top-tier alert. Many drones immediately flew out, and a defensive energy field was activated. Distress signals were also transmitted. The dazzling red light looked like blood on people's faces. Right when anxiety and desperation reigned, an eternal light glowed from the depths of the universe and flew by. That was a particle cannon round, which caused a gigantic hole in the cluster of beasts. The formerly desperate onlookers were left dumbfounded by the unexpected scene. Then they saw a spaceship flying right towards the beasts, showing no intention of stopping. A black shield was activated by the spaceship once it approached the beasts, enshrouding it whole. All the beasts that made contact with the shield were reduced to ashes. The ferocious beasts thawed like snow as the spaceship plowed them. Only the creatures by the edges were able to flee from the catastrophe. Why did a beast tide come to this place? Inside the spaceship, Su Ping was quite surprised by the event. Yun Mu was standing next to him, with a transparent ceiling above their heads, which allowed them to see the vast space. She said softly, "Maybe some of the wandering beasts happened to reach this area." Su Ping nodded. He then looked at the debris in the battlefield and gave a slight head shake. There would have been even greater casualties if he hadn't returned in time. There's not even a Star State warrior in this spaceship. It would be too dangerous if they run into Star State beasts. Yun Mu was amused by what he said. Star Lords are too important to defend a space station, not to mention that this is an unimportant one. The important space stations which lead to the corners of the universe may be supervised by ascendants, and there aren't that many Star State beasts. The alarms in the space station stopped while Su Ping and Yun Mu talked. The passengers of all the spaceships looked at the newcomer in shock. The spaceship crushed a beast tide on its own. Many people found it hard to believe their eyes. The escaping beasts were escaping. They had fallen into hell moments before, but then they saw heaven. What's that spaceship? It's terrifying. There must be a big shot inside that spaceship. Many people wondered who was aboard the ship. We're saved. Macron collapsed on his chair, tired yet flashing a smile full of delight, as if he would have personally taken part in a great battle. His Closeby children were also cheering excitedly. Catherine's eyes glittered as she looked at the spaceship in astonishment. There was no doubt in her mind. She had no doubt that the owner of that vessel was certainly an esteemed person. Order was restored on the spaceship as the beasts dispersed. A fleet was deployed to clear the debris. One of the fleet's spaceships flew over to Su Ping's and sent a request for communication. Su Ping chose to accept the call after hearing the spaceship's notification. A hologram was soon projected on the spaceship. She was a short-haired woman in armor who was quite surprised to see Su Ping. She obviously didn't expect that the owner of the spaceship would be that young. She quickly overcame her surprise and respectfully said, "I'm the director of the Ohm space station. Thank you for helping us. I was wondering if there was a way we could return the favor." "To easily talk about reciprocating makes the favors cheap," replied Su Ping with a smile. The woman was a bit stunned by his response. She quickly apologized to him. "It wasn't a big deal. No need to return the favor. Just clean the battlefield and prepare a funeral for the deceased heroes. By the way, I'm going to the Rainbow Planetary System. Please complete the paperwork for me." Su Ping chuckled. The woman understood by his response that he wasn't expecting anything in return. She thanked him sincerely and then completed the paperwork as requested. "I was granted a Tier 7 identity after the contest ended. I think it'll give me the privilege to cut in line." Su Ping suddenly felt relaxed as he saw the long queue of warships ahead of him. Waiting in line was more tiresome than fighting beasts in his perspective. The paperwork for Su Ping's jump was soon completed. The short-haired woman almost shook when she saw that Su Ping had a Tier 7 identity. That was usually the clearance given to ascendants. The young man is an ascendant. She nervously completed the paperwork for Su Ping, then opened a special channel so he could pass through. That spaceship is taking the Level 1 special channel. The big shot on board is truly extraordinary. He's either an ascendant or someone who has made great contributions. Are you jealous? He deserves to take the Level 1 channel after saving us all. You're right. Some warships turned on their lights at that moment. Many others followed suit. Such beacons usually worked as identifiers. All of them were turned on as a way to thank Su Ping and bid him farewell. "They're thanking you," said Yun Mu with a smile once she noticed this. Su Ping also smiled after seeing their gesture. He then asked the spaceship's AI to also turn their lights on as a response. The people on the other spaceships were surprised to see Su Ping's response. They didn't expect the big shot to be as approachable. Su Ping's spaceship reached the Stargate and was ready for the jump. An infinite burst of light was gathered in front of the spaceship as the jump initiated, establishing a space-time channel. There was a spaceport before them when the light was gone. Beyond said port was a planetary system composed of 17 planets and a star at the center. This is the Rainbow Planetary System. It does look like a rainbow. Su Ping noticed that the planets had different colors, producing the rainbow effect which inspired the name. Su Ping then saw Rhea at the very edge of the planetary system. "I'm back." There was eagerness in Su Ping's eyes. On Ria, a certain district in Wafat City. The street was already crowded. Countless people were queuing in front of a store. Don't push or cut in line. A tall and pretty girl standing by the store's entrance was maintaining order. Miss Tang, can you accept a few more pets today? I've waited for days. Someone at the rear of the queue begged the girl. Tang Ruyan looked at the person who had just talked. Even before she said anything, the guy before him said, "Just days. I've waited for almost a week." The groveling person immediately fell silent. Someone further ahead, however, turned around and said, "You think 1 week is long? I've waited for half a month." Tang Ruyan raised her hands and said, "Be quiet and obedient if you don't want to wait for a longer time." It was then that a young man in white clothes, followed by a brawny middle-aged man, flew over from the end of the queue. He waved a paper fan in his hand as he said with a smile, "Miss, could I have my pets trained first? I can pay double the money." There were incensed responses upon hearing his request. Some rolled their eyes and shouted, "You think you can do anything because you have money?" "Yes, I can do anything because I have money," responded the young man with a smile. Damn it, they gritted their teeth, but they realized that his identity was definitely honorable. No one complained afterwards. The young man then looked at Tang Ruyan with a smile. Seeing how cold and uninterested she was, he asked in surprise, "What do you think, miss? No matter how rich you are, you have to wait in line if you want your pets trained," said Tang Ruyan coldly. The young man frowned and said, "I can pay 3 times the normal price or any number you name. It isn't easy for me to come here. I heard that you can't train many pets every day. I don't have time to wait in line." Not even 10 times the normal price would do. Tang Ruyan looked at him and continued, "This is the rule. Don't make me repeat it." The young man was rendered speechless. "Watch your manners," said the brawny man accompanying the young scion, as he stepped up with a daunting attitude. "You're just a receptionist. Has your boss not taught you how to receive guests? Are you really qualified to decide whether or not to serve a guest?" Tang Ruyan was unfazed by his outburst. It was obvious that it wasn't the first time she had been in such a situation. "This is exactly what our boss commanded. I advise you not to bring trouble to yourself." "How bold," said the brawny man as he suddenly took action, determined to capture Tang Ruyan. But right at that moment, a pressuring force swept out of the store and suppressed the brawny man, forcing him to fall on his knees while still in midair. His bones were cracking, and there was blood on his lips. The brawny man's eyes widened with fear. What terrified him was not the pain he felt, but the ominous aura coming from the store, which was even scarier than a Star Lord's. "Uncle Wei." The young man's expression became stern, realizing that something was wrong. Some of the people in line were surprised by such a development while others merely looked on. They mocked the poor sod. "They dare to cause trouble here. Their accent seems foreign. They should have known better. He's just a Star State warrior, and yet he dares to go wild. I remember seeing an overbearing Star Lord once, but he was beaten up, and he ended up vomiting blood in the end. This is the 5th time I've waited in line. There's been troublemakers every single time. How interesting. There are too many arrogant people. They think they're strong enough to do anything they want." Everybody joined in the whispering. Those not in the know were really confused. Even a Star Lord vomited blood after causing trouble. After overhearing those conversations, the now pale brawny man said in fear, "Senior, spare my life. I didn't mean to insult you. I was wrong." He continuously kowtowed after pleading. The young man in white also fell to his knees with a pale face. Tang Ruyan rolled her eyes and said, "You should have listened to my suggestion. All right, you may leave." The sky above them suddenly became dark after she spoke, wreathing the entire street in shadows. Chapter 969, Accumulation. A spaceship suddenly descended and stopped above the street, blocking the sunlight. "Who dared to bring a spaceship to the inland?" asked someone in astonishment. The spaceship was opened and 2 people flew out. They were Su Ping and Yun Mu. Su Ping wore an affectionate smile upon looking at the familiar street and the familiar girl. This is just an ordinary planet. Why are we here? Yun Mu looked around in confusion. This is where I do business, replied Su Ping with a smile. This is where you do business, Yun Mu was stunned. One of Lord Supreme's disciples is a businessman. A man as talented as Su Ping is short on money. Su Ping didn't elaborate. He stored the spaceship and flew towards the girl whose eyes were already drenched. More and more people saw his face as he descended. The noisy street became weirdly quiet all of a sudden, but the silence didn't last long. It was broken by an outburst of cheers and roars. The people who had seen Su Ping before were flushed due to excitement. It's Boss Su. He's the strongest genius of the Sylvie Galaxy. Wrong. He's the strongest genius of the Golden Star Zone. Boss Su fought on behalf of our galaxy and became the champion. You're so ignorant. Haven't you heard that the overall champion of the Universe Geniuses contest is Boss Su? Damn champion of the universe, seriously. I learned of this through a secret channel. It can't be wrong. All the people waiting in line whispered excitedly. Some were saying that Su Ping was the champion of the universe. Nobody was able to confirm the fact, but that was irrelevant. The fact that he was the best in Sylvie and the Golden Star Zone was exciting enough. He is Su Ping. Is he the strongest genius of our Star Zone's rounds from the Universe Geniuses contest? I heard that he's been admitted by Lord Supreme as a disciple. Is it true? Everybody was discussing Su Ping, while their eyes were focused on him. Even though 3 years had passed, and Su Ping might not be known on other planets, Ria was definitely an exception. Su Ping was running a store before participating in the contest. The news that he was a store owner on that planet was spread out as he made his way to the store. It made all the locals feel proud. The best in both the galaxy and their star zone had a store on their planet. The people on other planets were probably disinterested when it came to such an honor, but all of Ria's inhabitants felt proud of him. What's all the noise about? Across the street, in a pet assessment store, Cleo was awakened by the noise. She had been napping on a couch found on the 2nd floor. She frowned and then went to the window. She soon saw the man as he slowly made his descent. It's him. Cleo narrowed her eyes and almost forgot how to talk. Su Ping then landed in front of his store. Sorry I'm late. He suddenly felt guilty as he looked at the girl. She was teary-eyed, biting her lips. Tang Ruyan gnashed her teeth as she said, I thought you forgot the way back. I'm the boss. Of course I have to come back, Su Ping joked. He didn't want their reunion to be that sad. Tang Ruyan bit her lips again, ever so slightly. There had been countless things she wanted to say to him when he wasn't around. She even blurted a lot of words that had been rolling in her head when she ate or slept. However, she didn't know what to say when she finally saw him in the flesh. You're back. 2 women slowly walked out of the store. One of them was Joanna. She had blonde hair, a young girl's body figure, and a cold, mature lady's face. She looked calm at the moment, but her twitching eyes indicated that her heart wasn't as tranquil as she let on. Green Lady, however, was delighted. It had been 3 years since she last saw Su Ping. She would have thought that something could have happened to him if Su Ping hadn't said goodbye to her earlier. Joanna and Green Lady's appearance left all the queuing people dumbfounded and wide-eyed. The young man in white clothes who was still on his knees was similarly shocked. He never thought that he would get the chance to see 2 gorgeous and stunning women at the same time. Su Ping nodded at them with a smile, then said with mixed feelings, You've had it hard. It was obvious that business had been thriving while he was away. Joanna had been taking care of it all the time. It's good to have you back, said Joanna casually. She then glanced at Yun Mu, who was next to Su Ping, and returned to the store. Green Lady also noticed Yun Mu and asked in surprise, Who is she? Su Ping made the introduction. She is Yun Mu. My master sent her to protect me. Yun Mu was also shocked as she observed Green Lady. She could easily tell that the latter was an ascendant too, and they were evenly matched. However, she didn't detect a human being's aura from her, which meant that she was from a different species. "It seems that your master has been taking good care of you," said Green Lady with glittering eyes. "Yes, he has." Su Ping nodded and invited Yun Mu to enter the store. After all, the store entrance wasn't suitable for a proper conversation. Once Su Ping entered the store, the young man in white mumbled while watching the former's back. Is he the best genius of the Golden Star Zone?" Uncle Wei, who was by his side, trembled and said in a low voice, "Young master, let's get out of here." Even though Su Ping had not even bothered to look at him when he arrived, he was somehow terrified. The young lord snapped out of his shock and nodded. In a jewelry store nearby, a young man who was picking jewelry suddenly wore the item in his hand and left in a leisurely manner. He sent a message via his watch as he left. "He's back." In a clothing store, a woman was trying on a dress. She suddenly took it off and left the store straight away. Several people who had been waiting in line had quietly left the crowd. It wasn't a secret that Su Ping was running a store on that planet. There were a lot of traces anyway. Besides, he had arrived on that planet 3 years prior. All his genius peers knew him. Only 3 years had passed since the Universe Geniuses contest was held, but most people had already forgotten about it. After all, most of them were too busy with their own lives. They didn't have time for things that were too far beyond their reach. Inside the store, Su Ping felt conflicted as he looked around. His store was absolutely the same as 3 years prior. There wasn't a speck of dust or any sign of disrepair. "You've worked hard in the last 3 years," said Su Ping. Joanna said casually, "It's my responsibility as your employee." Humph! Tang Ruyan raised her head. Green Lady was quiet, however, as if she had something on her mind. Yun Mu looked at the three women and found Su Ping's conversation strange and absurd. Did he ask an ascendant state expert to run his business for him? As for the other two women, while Tang Ruyan could easily be seen through, the last one felt somewhat familiar to her. If her eyes didn't deceive her, there was a high chance she was the reincarnation of an ascendant. If that was the case, there were two ascendants minding the store. Yun Mu was lost for words. As far as she knew, a business run by two ascendants should at least be an interstellar corporation. Its daily revenue would be enough to buy out a Tier 5 planet. "Let's call it a day today. Close the door. We need to adjust the store a little bit," said Su Ping. Joanna nodded and then sent out the notice. Many customers moaned and complained outside, but they weren't too regretful. Rather, they were excited about Su Ping's return. The best genius of their star zone had not forgotten his store. He made a special trip to supervise it. Once the news were spread, people would show up in droves just to see. Many of them thought that the days of waiting had already been worth it after they saw Su Ping up close. Once they closed the store, Su Ping said to the three women with a smile, "All of you achieved the outstanding employee recognition for your work in the past 3 years. Joanna glanced at him. "I've been one since a long time ago. When are you taking me there?" She didn't urge him earlier because she had already waited for tens of thousands of years. However, Su Ping had been away for 3 years. She was worried that he might be gone again. "I'm taking you there soon," said Su Ping. "I also want to explore it." "I'll be holding you to your promise," said Joanna immediately with glittering eyes. Su Ping smiled and replied, "I've owed you that for a long time." He looked at Green Lady and Tang Ruyan and said, "You're also free to choose a place to visit. I'll take you there." "Any place?" asked Green Lady right away. Su Ping nodded. "I want to visit the realm of deities then," she quickly said. It was the world where she and the Twilight Deity King used to live. She wanted to see it again. Back then, the Twilight Deity King locked her in the palace and fought until he died. She didn't know whether or not the world she knew still existed. But even if it was broken and desolate, she wanted to see it for the last time. "Okay," Su Ping nodded. Tang Ruyan looked at Su Ping and lowered her head. "I haven't decided yet, but I want to become strong." Su Ping nodded. "I'll make arrangements." After that, he looked at Yun Mu and said, "Senior Yun, sorry, but I need to enter secluded training in my store for a couple of days. Could you watch over from outside?" Yun Mu was slightly surprised. She gave Su Ping and the three women weird looks. She had never heard about the realm of deities that Green Lady had just mentioned. She guessed it was a world from ancient myths. Still, Su Ping promised her that he would take her there. There was no way the promise could be delivered. "I didn't know that Lord Supreme's young disciple was such a trash guy," Yun Mu thought. Only a worthless piece of trash would have made a promise he could never deliver. Furthermore, the man had to be disloyal and dishonest, since she fooled three women into working for him. "I didn't know that even ascendant women would fall for him. I need to be extra careful." Yun Mu became vigilant, but she did accept Su Ping's request. She only needed to protect Su Ping for 100 years, and she didn't want anything else to happen between them. Yun Mu left, and Su Ping no longer had to hold back. He didn't want to tell Yun Mu too many things, because she would later leave after 100 years passed. He said to Tang Ruyan, "You'll come to the Archean divinity with us. Even if you don't find any treasures, you'll still be strengthened by merely being there." "I can grow strong just by being there." Tang Ruyan was stunned. "How?" He merely said, "Just breathe." "Tang Ruyan." Joanna glanced at Su Ping and said, "Don't underestimate the difficulty. The war from years back shattered the Archean divinity. Their environment is not as wonderful as you think, unless you've already been there." "Well, that's true." Su Ping remembered that his master mentioned that the Archean divinity had been broken, and a battlefield during the contest was one of its pieces. He thought for a moment and asked, "Should I go there and explore it first?" "You've never been there?" asked Joanna. "No," Su Ping shook his head and added, "but don't worry, you can certainly go there." "Okay." Joanna glanced at him, not saying anything else. Green Lady stood in silence. Once he finished talking to them, Su Ping went to check the revenues of his store and found that the numbers were more shocking than expected. The income had been accumulated for 3 years without any expenses incurred. It almost suffocated him. Is this the fun of automation? Su Ping thought. He had so much money that he could do anything he wanted. The ticket to the Archean divinity was 9,000 points per visit, which used to be a high price for Su Ping in the past, but now it was just like a dime to him. He wasn't at all reluctant to spend it. Chapter 970, Invitation of Lulan. Su Ping immediately made a plan after seeing his income. First of all, he was able to upgrade his store. His store used to be level 4 earlier on. He had been unable to upgrade the store despite having enough energy, all because he was incapable of training star state pets with high aptitude. However, his pets were already in the star state, and their aptitudes were much higher. So, the prerequisites for the upgrade had been met. Su Ping would soon be able to train star state pets for his customers. He was planning to have the little skeleton and the other pets reach the Star Lord state as soon as possible, all in order for his store to be quickly upgraded to level 6. Su Ping was really excited about the new store functions that the upgrades would bring. Besides the upgrades, Su Ping also planned to take Joanna and Tang Ruyan to the Archean divinity as a special reward for their hard work. He was also interested in making the visit to the Archean divinity himself. It was a top cultivation site, and the main world in the primordial times. He would probably make progress faster if he cultivated there. Did anything happen to my egg? Su Ping suddenly remembered the egg he had brought back from the Heavenly Star Pavilion, so he went to the Chaos Spirit Pool room to check. Nothing as of yet. The three women followed him. Joanna continued, "The requirements to hatch such an egg are too rigorous. You must have the ancient chaotic air." Su Ping observed the egg in the pool and found that it hadn't changed one bit. He nodded and said, "I'll see if I can hatch it during the upgrade of the store." The chaotic air was already extinct. It was an ancient kind of energy that used to be found in nature. However, Su Ping knew that the Chaos Spirit Pool still had it, as every pet hatched was actually created with the original chaotic air of the universe. After all, not just any kind of energy was useful when making a living creature. Joanna and Green Lady looked at each other silently. They had seen the chaos spirit pool while they watched over the store. Even though they didn't have the clearance to use it, both of them had detected the ancient aura it contained. Such an aura was very likely the chaotic air mentioned in myths. Su Ping displayed the store panel and inwardly gave the upgrade command. "Do you confirm that you want to upgrade the store?" asked the system. Su Ping nodded. "The requirements for level 5 have been met. Upgrade is now possible. The upgrade will take 72 hours to complete. Business will be closed during the upgrade. Only the cultivation sites will remain open. Please confirm." Confirm. Su Ping quickly noticed that 100 million energy points that had been saved over the past 3 years were deducted. The word upgrading appeared on the panel, right behind the name of the store. "The upgrade will take 3 days. Not bad. I can go to the Archean divinity," Su Ping thought. He said to Joanna and Tang Ruyan, "Get ready. I will soon take you to the Archean divinity as part of your reward." Joanna was slightly dazed. "Right now?" "Yes," Su Ping nodded. He looked at Green Lady and said, "I'll take you to the realm of deities after their trip." "Okay," Green Lady gave a slight nod. She wasn't in a rush, as she still doubted whether or not Su Ping could take her there. Everything would become clear until Joanna and Tang Ruyan returned. "I'll check out the Archean divinity first and explore before I take you," said Su Ping. Tang Ruyan knew that Su Ping was doing it for her sake. She quickly said, "That's unnecessary. Let's go there together. I want to visit it even if it's broken." She was no longer the ignorant young master of the Tang family. She had heard a lot of secrets and hidden stories of the universe over the past 3 years. Her knowledge had also been expanded through her conversations with Joanna and Green Lady. She knew that the Archean divinity used to be the main world in the primordial times, when the gods were among the strongest species in the universe. Tang Ruyan believed that the trip to such a world would be worth it even if it was broken. At the same time, she was quite curious about the place Joanna was always dreaming to go back to. "Are you sure? You might not be able to get stronger there if that place is broken," said Su Ping. Tang Ruyan nodded firmly and replied, "Positive. I'll consider it an adventure. If not for you, I would probably never have a chance to visit such a place in my entire life." "That's true," Su Ping smiled without any hint at modesty. Tang Ruyan immediately felt like rolling her eyes. Why does this guy always have to burst the bubble every time? Can't he behave like other guys? Joanna remained silent. However, she wore a troubled expression. She wasn't as cold and indifferent as usual, as she was showing a faint nervousness. Returning to the Archean divinity was the dream of every god in the demigod burial. Even the 4 superior gods were no exception. Gods saw the Archean divinity as not just their hometown, but also their origin. It contained the core power of the being. They couldn't become stronger unless they returned. Joanna wanted to go to the Archean divinity, partly because she hoped to find a way for the gods in the demigod burial to return to their ancestral home, and partly because she planned to advance and become a superior god in the Archean divinity. If she did, she would become a true immortal. Someone knocked on the door, right when Su Ping was about to take them away. The store was already closed and everything outside was blocked, but the knocking and other exterior sounds could still be heard. Su Ping heard Yun Mu's voice and was slightly surprised. He asked the 2 women to wait for a moment and then opened the door. "Mr. Su, someone is here for you," Yun Mu said immediately after she saw Su Ping. She was slightly curious, as she couldn't detect what was going on inside the store while being outside. The store seemed to be protected by a barrier, but she couldn't detect it, which amazed her. "Huh?" Su Ping was puzzled. Someone was here for him to train pets. Before Su Ping could ask further, a man flashed down from the high sky and landed outside Su Ping's store. He wore an exquisitely made purple golden robe. The stranger was a charming and intimidating middle-aged man. However, he was at the moment wearing a friendly smile as he said to Su Ping, "Greetings, Mr. Su. I am Lulan Feng. I heard that you left the celestial court. An elder of my family invited you to be a guest of my family 3 years ago. back in the Heavenly Star Pavilion. The Lulan family. Su Ping was slightly dazed by this, but he immediately remembered the time when he took his pick of items in the Heavenly Star Pavilion. He said, "It's you." He was indeed astonished. It hadn't been long since he returned, yet the guy had already tracked him down. It was obvious that they had kept an eye on Rhea for a long time. That gesture was indicative of the Lulan family's sincerity and determination. That being said, "I'm sorry," Su Ping gave a slight headshake. He didn't want to get involved with those major families yet. Besides, he could accept their request at any time if he did need anything from them, given his capabilities. "Don't decline the offer just yet, Mr. Su." Lulan Feng quickly shook his hand and said with a smile, "I've heard that you need some uncommon training resources. It just so happens that one of them is in our treasury, and Elder Yan has yet to find it. Such an item can't be taken out easily, or I would have taken the liberty to bring it." Su Ping was surprised by his reply, a training material for the solar bulwark. Aside from that, the guy seemed to be implying a lot of other things. He was aware that Elder Yan was looking for materials on Su Ping's behalf, and what kind of materials he needed. However, that wasn't too strange. After all, the Elder had forwarded the list as he searched for them. It would have been too inefficient if he did it in secret. Besides, it was unnecessary to keep the materials a secret. It would make no difference if others learned of them. "Got it, I'll consider your offer," Su Ping nodded. Lulan Feng was relieved after seeing the young man's expression. He asked with a smile, "I wonder, how much time do you need, Mr. Su? I'll just have the material sent to you first." "A few days," replied Su Ping. He planned to accept the offer after returning from the Archean divinity. It would be too rude and unreasonable to turn the man down a second time, since the latter had already offered him the material with such sincerity. Chapter 971, Arrival in the Archean Divinity. Lulan Feng felt relieved. "I'll be waiting for your reply then, Mr. Su." Suddenly, a voice came from the void, "Mr. Su." A woman with an alluring body figure slowly walked out of the void. She wore a black dress that fluttered as if it were alive. It was obvious that it wasn't an ordinary piece of clothing. It had to be a treasure with divine power. "I finally got to meet you, Mr. Su. I just heard that you have just returned from the Celestial Court and are about to travel once again. I wonder if you'd be interested in exploring the space tower of the Phil family," said the beautiful woman with a gentle tone. Lulan Feng's expression changed slightly after seeing her. He said solemnly, "The space tower is no longer what it used to be, is it? All the beasts inside have been tamed. Not even the juniors of your own family can get anything by training there. There's no danger to be met while roaming around the place, so their potential remains dormant." "You're wrong." The woman looked at Lulan Feng in the eye without flinching. "There are billions of beasts in the space tower. How can my family tame them all? We've only deployed some sentinels to prevent our descendants from perishing. Besides, does Alice Phil, born 700 years ago, mean nothing to the Lulan Feng family?" Mr. Feng's expression changed slightly once again. Alisa was the most distinguished genius of the Phil family, the likes there hadn't been in the past 1,000 years, and she had already reached the ascendant state. She could become a heavenly lord someday. "Mr. Su, the Phil family sincerely invites you to be a guest of our family. You don't need to do anything aside from accepting the title. You'll receive the privileges of a Tier 1 guest," declared the woman. Lulan Feng's face turned cold after she said that. Su Ping was slightly surprised. He didn't expect to be as popular. Those two seniors were ascendants, yet they had traveled a long way to courteously extend an invitation. Su Ping indirectly turned them down. "I need a few days to consider this." Lulan Feng immediately said to Su Ping, "Mr. Su Ping, the Lulan family can give you anything the Phil family can. I will also have the material you need sent over immediately." Su Ping nodded and waved at them. Then he returned to the store. Lulan Feng was relieved to see Su Ping accepting the materials. Even if the latter didn't accept his invitation in the end, he would still owe him a favor for the material. According to his sources, the young man had made it to the Divine Lord rank in only 3 years after winning the championship, and he was only a Star State warrior. It was said that Lord Supreme had barred him from leaving the Celestial Court until he was capable of beating the warrior in 10th place of the Divine Lord rank. The fact that Su Ping was back was a telltale that he had already achieved it. It was truly terrifying. He wouldn't have gone there and acted obsequiously if Su Ping was merely the best fate state cultivator of the universe. After all, being an ascendant state expert himself, he had no need to appease anyone except for the Celestials. However, his family had immediately sent him over after learning the news. Reaching the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank, while still being a Star State cultivator, was even more appalling than becoming champion of the universe in his rank. It was practically a given that Su Ping would become a heavenly lord the moment he reached the ascendant state. With any luck, there would be another celestial state expert in the universe tens of thousands of years later. The guy's massive potential was the reason why the Lulen family was willing to invest in him. Taking action while Su Ping was still weak would bring huge returns. The nearby woman had a slight frown when Su Ping turned around and left. But then, she remembered the secrets she had found out and considered his dismissive attitude before ascendance as understandable. After all, he would be much stronger than them once he reached the ascendant state. The Lulen family has one material he needs. I wonder if he'll be attracted to that, thought the woman. She had a sense of foreboding. The space tower didn't seem intriguing enough. After all, Su Ping had obtained a lot of resources from his master. The space tower wasn't a training place he would need. Whoosh! 2 more ascendants showed up when Su Ping returned to his store. Both were surprised to see Lulen Feng and the woman from the Phil family. "It seems that a lot of people know that he's back," said the woman from the Phil family with a sneer. Su Ping challenging the Divine Lord rank was never publicized. Too many people had been paying attention to him, given his renown due to winning the Universe Geniuses contest 3 years prior. Elder Yan didn't keep it a secret either. That was why many organizations had learned about the deal between Su Ping and Shen Huang. Knowing this, all of them were shocked after seeing that Su Ping had returned from the Celestial Court. Either Shen Huang had made an exception for him, or he had truly met the conditions. The second possibility was much more likely to be the case. After all, Celestials would rarely go back on their word. It was fated. He would be able to go head-to-head against Star Lords while being in the Star State when he condensed a small world while still being in the Fate State. I just didn't expect that it would only take him 3 years to beat the geniuses on the Divine Lord rank, remarked a new visitor with mixed feelings. He thought very highly of Su Ping. He had been appointed by his family to extend an invitation to Su Ping. "Please report that the Mayan family hopes to meet Mr. Su," said a slim old man to Yun Mu in a courteous manner. Yun Mu shook her head and said, "Mr. Su just said to me telepathically that he will train in seclusion for a few days and won't meet anyone in the meantime." She was quite shocked, having trouble finding more words besides her standard answer, as she wasn't expecting that many ascendants to be paying Su Ping a visit. She knew that he was a top genius of all humankind, but hadn't yet grown to his full potential. Too many human geniuses in history had died young. "Train in seclusion." Slightly dazed, the old man said helplessly, "I've long heard that Mr. Su is a hard-working cultivator. I have now witnessed the fact." Another brawny ascendant expert smiled casually and simply waited for Su Ping, as a way to show his sincerity. Those experts were hovering in midair. The people waiting in line were so astounded that they didn't even dare to breathe. Even though the ascendants were restraining their auras, their natural pressure still terrified them, making them feel that they had seen gods. "The Lulen family, the Phil family. I heard that there's a Lulen family that has many ascendant state experts and businesses in various star zones. Many popular games and shows are produced by them too. It's a rich and powerful family," someone whispered in the crowd. They were living in a space age. The Lulens were far from their reach, but people knew a thing or two about them from the internet. The power the family showed on the surface was already shocking enough to them. Many scientists from the family were recurring figures in textbooks of a lot of planets. Was the visitor related to that terrifying family? At ground level, both the young man in white and his uncle were terrified by the arrival of those experts. Uncle Wei in particular trembled and mumbled, "They're all ascendants." The young man next to him narrowed his eyes and asked in shock, "They're not Star Lords?" "No, Star Lords do not exude such an aura," said the brawny relative with a shaky voice. The young man was dumbfounded. They're inside the store. Su Ping detected the auras of two more ascendants after closing the door. He was certain about them coming with the purpose of extending an invitation too. Joanna glanced at Su Ping and said, "You're quite popular right now." Su Ping nodded. "A man as handsome as me is bound to become popular." Joanna rolled her eyes, but Tang Ruyan said in a low voice, "How strong are they? I feel that they're as unapproachable as Sister Green." "All of them are ascendants," replied Su Ping. Tang Ruyan was dazed by his response. Her mouth was slightly open, too shocked to say anything. She was no longer an ignorant kid. She was aware of the cultivation hierarchy in the Federation and knew that the ascendant state experts were at the very top of the pyramid. Above them were the celestials that governed the universe. After seeing how shocked Tang Ruyan was, Su Ping teased her, "Work harder. You have a chance of rising to the ascendant state too. No need to envy them." Shiny-eyed, a hopeful Tang Ruyan asked, "Really?" "Just work hard," said Su Ping with a smile. Joanna saw Tang Ruyan's eyes full of yearning and excitement, so she added with indifference, "You can't get anything done with just hard work. Talent matters." Tang Ruyan pursed her lips and said, "Are you implying that I'm not talented enough? Was I too subtle?" Tang Ruyan felt upset after such a blunt remark, but she quickly bounced back. It was evident that Su Ping was trying to comfort her. It was indeed true. Not everything can be obtained with only hard work. Su Ping dropped the subject. He merely asked them to get prepared for the trip to the Archean divinity. "Are you planning on having your original self do the trip?" Su Ping said to Joanna. Joanna hesitated for a moment, but then shook her head. "No, my original self is somewhere else. It's not as easy for me to relocate. I'm also going to the Archean divinity to train my reincarnation. I'll become a true god once I'm fully merged with my original self." "Original self? You have an original self?" Tang Ruyan exclaimed. This was new to her. Green Lady said with a smile, "Every ascendant can develop a reincarnation. It's not uncommon." After recovering from the shock, Tang Ruyan pulled a long face and said, "So to speak, I'm the only weakling in this store who has no powerful background at all. Did you just realize this?" The three others looked at her with surprise in their eyes. Tang Ruyan. Once they went to get ready, Su Ping went and cleared his storage to also get prepared. He led the two girls to the lobby and summoned the training panel that they couldn't see. The top planes were listed at the top. There weren't many of them. Su Ping saw that the Archean divinity was in the 5th spot. Next to the title was the description of the cultivation site. It was a piece of land born in chaos, inhabited by gods who flourished there and developed the place nonstop. It was home to all gods. Ticket fee, 9,000. Confirm your entrance. I confirm. Outstanding employees detected. Do you wish to apply their earned privileges? Yes. A vortex-like black hole appeared soon after, enshrouding and absorbing Su Ping, Joanna, and Tang Ruyan. The nearby Green Lady watched this happen. She had always been curious about how Su Ping would take Joanna to the Archean divinity. She didn't expect to see that they would directly teleport from the store. This store? Green Lady suddenly felt terrified. Such teleportation power was not something Su Ping could muster. Su Ping didn't give her clearance to all rooms in the store, so there were some of them she still was unable to enter. Their senses were suppressed in the store too, which indicated that a terrifying being was somewhere hidden inside the store. Dry and warm sunlight was shining down. Su Ping had a cozy and comfortable feeling. The only thing that made him feel slightly weird was that his body was dozens of times heavier. Fortunately, he was very strong and was soon able to overcome such difficulty. Su Ping opened his eyes and saw a golden world before him. The sky above was vast and cloudless. 9 brilliant suns were glowing in the sky. To Su Ping's astonishment, those 9 suns seemed to be moving slowly. They were moving at a visible speed. However, they were moving in different directions. It was a back-and-forth displacement, as if they were alive. Facing Su Ping was a magnificent mountain full of trees. There was even a temple there. Joanna nearby said in a daze, "Is this the Archean divinity?" The girl was soaking in all the things she could see, and tears were flowing out. "Why are you crying?" Su Ping was dazed by her reaction. Joanna wiped the corners of her eyes. She wasn't as indifferent as she was in Su Ping's store. Her current self was being much more emotional. She shook her head and said, "I don't know. I just feel that this place looks familiar." Su Ping realized that she was just feeling weirdly nostalgic since she had returned home. The divine power in this place is very intense. Joanna looked around and gradually contained herself. She observed the environment carefully. This place does feel like the Archean divinity, but why are there 9 suns? I remember that 6 of the 9 suns were destroyed in the war long ago. Chapter 972, High-Ranked God. 6 of the 9 suns were destroyed. Both Su Ping and Tang Ruyan were stunned by Joanna's remark. What kind of brutal battle could have shattered some of the suns in the sky? Su Ping learned from his master that the Archean divinity was broken, and that the battlefield where he had been tested in the divine sea mysterious realm was once part of it. The demigod burial was also a piece of land from the land of gods. Everything indicated that an unprecedented war had indeed taken place in the past. Could it be that the Archean divinity has been restored to its former glory after such a long time past? Asked Su Ping in confusion. Still somewhat dazed, Joanna looked at Su Ping with a dazzling brilliance in her eyes. She said, "Yes, that has to be it. The superior gods must have restored the realm. That's the only explanation for the additional suns. They must have recreated the 6 suns." Su Ping nodded. It did seem to be the only explanation. "What happened here? What did the gods fight against?" asked Su Ping curiously. That was an ancient secret. Even the celestial experts were in the dark about it, as they didn't know the whole situation. While she looked at the 9 suns in the sky, Joanna searched her memories and replied, "It's a long story. I had just embarked on my cultivation path when the shocking war broke out. However, the seniors of my family told me that the heavens were trying to destroy the gods. We fought back to resist." The heavens? Su Ping and Tang Ruyan were similarly confused. Tang Ruyan asked in confusion, "The sky, you mean?" Joanna glanced at Tang Ruyan and then looked at Su Ping. She then said, "It wasn't one heaven that attacked the realm of gods, but many of them. I heard that they were only following orders." Su Ping had heard tales of the heavens from the golden crows too. He knew that they were creatures born in the ancient chaos, and were undoubtedly on higher levels when compared to celestials. According to Joanna, there was more than one heaven. Even the heavens have to take orders from someone. What can that creature be? Su Ping couldn't help but ask. Joanna gave a slight head shake. "I don't know. I was too weak to learn back then, and I still am. I haven't even become a superior god yet. My level was too low to be privy to those secrets." There was frustration in her eyes, but it was soon replaced by hope and determination. She had never been a person who would give up or admit defeat. Tang Ruyan had no idea what they were talking about, but she didn't ask, knowing that she wasn't qualified to learn more yet. She was only feeling a strong urge to become stronger and catch up with Su Ping so she could talk to them as an equal. If the heavens are above the celestial state and there are more terrifying beings higher above them, I'm still much too weak in comparison. I have to reach the ascendant state first before I start investigating them, Su Ping thought. He had indeed grown at a fast speed, but he still wished he could go faster. He wanted to know everything, and find out why the brilliant worlds from the past had fallen. Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're here for training. Su Ping got himself together and said to the two girls, "You don't need to worry about your safety while you explore the place. There's nothing that can possibly kill you. Even if you die, I would still be able to reverse time and bring you back to life. So just feel free to go all out. It's your employee privilege. Don't waste the opportunity." Tang Ruyan was shocked. "Reverse time, you can bring us back to life." "That is correct." Joanna, on the other hand, remained calm. She had witnessed Su Ping's ability, or rather, the ability granted by the terrifying being protecting Su Ping back in the demigod burial. She was qualified to enjoy the same privilege. "I would like to check the realm of gods and explore God Emperor City," said Joanna. "I'll become a true immortal if we can find the ancestral gods and get the qualification so I can engrave the ancestral monument." That was her real purpose for coming to the Archean divinity. She wanted to find the long-lost ancestral monument. "The ancestral monument?" asked Su Ping curiously. "Exactly. That's the top treasure of my clan. You can become a true god once you engrave a strand of your vitality. Also, if you continue cultivating, you may later grow and become an ancestral god, an entity strong enough to face the heavens." "Is that item that amazing?" Su Ping was rather surprised. Green Lady was a super pill. Any ascendant state expert could become a deity king if they ate her, or even a celestial state expert. Merely engraving your vitality onto a monument can make you a true god. Su Ping suddenly felt that true gods were anything but remarkable. These worlds must have been splendid in the past. Su Ping could only sigh. Such a godly treasure was an indicator of the countless celestials and overall strong members were in the clan. However, their homes had already fallen. Not even the Federation had been able to find the entrance to the Archean divinity yet. He could only rely on the system to access the place. Once again, Su Ping was awed by the power of the system. "Only the gods of rules can use the ancestral monument. You're still too weak at the moment. Maybe you can ask your backer to help you find a chance when you rise to my original self's level," Joanna said to Su Ping. She wasn't at all worried about Su Ping's future. Considering the terrifying backer Su Ping had, his future had probably been planned out a long time before. Okay, Su Ping nodded in excitement. He would be able to find the treasure, even if he had to turn the place upside down, as long as the artifact remained in the Archean divinity. "There seems to be a settlement of gods up ahead. Let's go there and ask for directions. Maybe you know the name of the place," said Su Ping. Joanna nodded. Tang Ruyan had already given up. She followed them and listened to Su Ping's arrangements. "I'm so tired." Tang Ruyan was already sweating and blushing as if she were suffering from a heavy cold, soon after they started rushing. Even her eyes had lost focus. Su Ping didn't stop. He said, "The local environment may be a little bit too much for you. Try to adapt to it. You'll become stronger when you do. Remember to absorb the divine power around you. It will polish and strengthen your body." Tang Ruyan didn't realize that the training had already begun. She gritted her teeth and struggled on after seeing how casual Su Ping and Tang Ruyan were. She almost passed out since she became exhausted as they made their way. The alluring thought of giving up recurred in her head, but she gritted her teeth and held on. She knew that the only thing she could do was to hold on. Just like Su Ping mentioned, she had to try her best. As opposed to Su Ping and Joanna, she was an untalented practitioner that also lacked a powerful background. She had nothing except for her diligence. She was unable to either understand or interject during Su Ping and Joanna's conversation. She hated the feeling of being left out more than the tiredness. Tang Ruyan finally passed out due to exhaustion soon after. Su Ping didn't hesitate to throw a punch and tear her body apart. A confused Tang Ruyan was resurrected shortly after. She asked, "Did I pass out just now? Odd, why is my body full of strength?" "As I said, you don't need to worry about anything. I'll reverse time and bring you back to life if you can't endure any longer. Just hold on," said Su Ping. Tang Ruyan nodded quickly. She became more confident after feeling the abundant strength in her body. Joanna glanced at Su Ping. She already knew that Tang Ruyan could be revived, but it was still an odd practice, seeing Su Ping kill her that quickly. 10 minutes later, Tang Ruyan passed out in sweat again. Su Ping then killed her again in order to revive her. At the same time, Su Ping summoned his pets. The divine power in the Archean divinity was so dense that they could become stronger just by being present. We're almost there. They were getting closer to the mountain they had seen in the distance. All the trees growing from it were hundreds of meters high, while the buildings were primitive, yet beautiful in their own way. There were also some gigantic stone pillars with beautifully engraved images. Suddenly, a roar burst out. "Stop!" The guy was shouting in the tongue of the ancient gods. Fortunately, Joanna was one of them, and Su Ping had learned some of their dialect during his visits to the demigod burial. Whoosh whoosh. Two strangers in glowing golden armor dashed over. Both of them were gods. Their shining hair was purely golden, and the huge amount of divine power in their bodies suggested that their bloodlines were tremendously pure. They glanced at the invaders, then gazed at Joanna for a while. They became less aggressive once they saw her, but they still said with a solemn tone, "This is the Rain clan's territory. Where are you from? Why did you bring your slaves here? Do you not know the rules?" They were talking to Joanna. Both Su Ping and Tang Ruyan were being considered as Joanna's slaves. After all, any other life forms were slaves to the gods. Even the powerful dragons were slaves too. That was an idea that was deeply etched in their blood. All lives were inferior and stupid in their eyes except for them. It would be an honor to be a god's slave. "Do you know them?" Su Ping ignored them. He could resurrect an infinite number of times with the abundant energy in that plane. He went and disrespected them as much as they disrespected him. "The Rain clan." There was a slight change in Joanna's expression, and she stepped back, somehow unconsciously about to bow and pay her respects. Hierarchy amongst gods was even more important than that of dragons. The Rain clan had a high rank. Joanna had been born to a middle-ranked clan. That was the reason why she had only become a god of rules in the demigod burial. The members of high-ranked clans would generally have greater talent and could easily become gods of rules. The outstanding ones could become superior gods. Some of their descendants were even believed to be capable of cultivating all the way to become ancestral gods. Seeing Joanna's gesture, Su Ping grabbed her shoulder and asked, frowning, "What are you doing?" Given Su Ping's casual and disrespectful attitude, Joanna quickly said, "The Rain clan is a high-ranked clan. It's very famous among the gods. It would indeed be rude for us to come unannounced." "A high-ranked clan?" Su Ping was slightly surprised, but not more than that. "We're just visiting. What's the big deal? We can simply leave if they don't want to see us." Huh. The two gods were shocked to see Su Ping's behavior. Then they looked at Joanna with fury and contempt. "You are a god, yet you don't draw a line between you and the slaves. You're a humiliation to us all and should be killed." The god on the right side simply raised his hand and gathered a spear as they talked, swinging it towards Joanna. He was obviously going to destroy her as well as Su Ping. "We don't," Joanna tried to explain. She gazed at the swinging spear and forgot to resist for a moment. Bang! An explosion paired with a furious roar burst out. It was so deafening that it seemed to have made the impossibly high and magnificent mountain quake, whose top couldn't even be seen. Blood splashed. Su Ping stood in front to protect Joanna. He had already merged with the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound, unleashing his maximum strength to block the aggressive attack. Huh! The god was shocked to see that his attack had been blocked. He could easily tell that Su Ping was a level weaker than himself. Furthermore, he was a human slave. Even slaves at his level would be no match for him, and yet his attack had been blocked by Su Ping. Bloody bastard! The god became furious, feeling that he had been affronted. His body glowed, and a majestic halo appeared behind his back. Then he swung his spear and performed another attack. The surrounding air was absorbed, and a force that could shatter a world was concentrated on the spear to then smash down. Joanna stared at the scene with a pale face, as if having forgotten how to resist. Su Ping noticed how Joanna was beside herself, so he pushed her with a heavy hand and roared, "What are you doing? There's no need for etiquette if they're trying to kill you." Joanna trembled and looked back. Then she saw Su Ping roaring and fighting back with a red sword in his hand. The sword and the spear collided with a brutal force colored in a red and golden light. The next moment, the god's arm was broken, and he was flung back. Chapter 973, Battle. What? The other handsome god was completely shocked. He didn't help his companion, because he thought it was demeaning for them to kill a mere slave together. However, out of all expectation, his companion was flung back by the slave. How was it possible? They were superior gods. How could enslaved human beings compare to them? Damn it! The god was flung 100 meters back before he finally regained balance. His face was red, his blood was roiling, and his arm was trembling because of Su Ping's attack. It was an insufferable humiliation for him. Why had a mere human been bold enough to do that? "Die, you must die," the god roared. The illusion behind his back suddenly merged with his body. Dazzling golden light radiated from his body in such a way that he looked like the sun. He roared and charged with his spear again, freezing time and space. However, right when time and space had been frozen, an even more dazzling red light broke the consolidated picture and shined on the god's face. The glowing golden light then ebbed like a tide, and a golden wound appeared on the god's handsome face. His eyes widened as he found it impossible to believe. He didn't believe that Su Ping could hurt him, or that he would even dare to. This human being is just a slave. Such insubordination is enough to have his whole family executed. The handsome god nearby changed his expression too and said coldly, "How bold of you." Still holding his sword, Su Ping gazed at them coldly and said, "Are all gods like you? You're asking to be killed." The handsome god roared and suddenly took action. A majestic illusion appeared behind his back and melded with his body. He then joined his companion and attacked Su Ping. They had to kill the slave in order to defend their honor. Su Ping's eyes turned cold. Joanna was still stunned, so he knew he couldn't count on her help. He asked Tang Ruyan to step back, as the battle's aftershocks would be enough to kill her. "I've killed a lot of beasts before, but I haven't executed a god yet. I'm going to become a god slayer today." Thirst for blood arose in his eyes. His blood cloud sword was an ancient demonic sword that could trigger the brutality in his heart. Its former master had been corrupted, eventually turning into a devil because of it. In addition, the sword could affect and influence its opponent. Boom! The sword emitted a torrent of bloody air that had accumulated for thousands of years. Its coldness was enough to trap the weak-minded in all kinds of illusions. At the moment, the two gods were apparently affected, although the influence was only mild. Even so, a mild influence was enough to change the outcome of such a high-level battle. Die! Su Ping didn't hesitate to attack. He would not go easy on an opponent who was already determined to kill him. What about the consequences? He would have been worried if he were in the outside world, but he was fearless when acting in the cultivation sites. Boom! The field of darkness and the power of his small world were spread out. At the same time, the sword, shrouded in the power of faith, was moved to slash at the two gods. The golden light from the two gods was soon drowned in Su Ping's field. Still, a golden light burst out when he approached them, driving the darkness away. The handsome god, ablaze with divine power, roared, "Die!" His spear, filled with aggressive power, reached Su Ping in the blink of an eye. But Su Ping reacted even faster. Red light flashed in his hand, and he activated the first astral painting, summoning power to knock the spear away. Then he stabbed faster than the two gods could react and caused a huge wound on the handsome god's chest. Blood gushed out. The other god trembled with fury after seeing that. He charged at Su Ping like a golden eagle. Su Ping flashed and covered his body with the power of the 8-9 astral painting. His moves as unpredictable as a ghost's, he dashed to the god's back and punched him. His brutal strength instantly cracked the god's bones. Both high beings were heavily wounded as they fell off the mountain. It was exactly at that moment when a furious roar echoed through the world. Who's bold enough to cause trouble in the Rain clan? The two falling gods were raised by a shining cloud. At the same time, a general in armor appeared in the void with a long spear in his hand. He gazed at Su Ping and Joanna coldly. Joanna trembled, unconsciously lowering her head. Su Ping, however, stepped up and looked back at him with his head held high. Who's causing trouble? They attacked us first. I was only fighting back. Shut up, the general suddenly roared. You're just an inferior species. You don't get to talk. Su Ping narrowed his eyes, but didn't bother to say anything else. The general looked back at the two wounded gods and became even more grave. While healing them with divine power, he said, "You've hurt two guards of the Rain clan. Tell me which clan you're from. How bold of you." He was speaking to Joanna, with killing intent in his eyes, as if he was going to punish not just Joanna but also her whole clan. Being of high rank, the Rain clan was second to none except the ancestral gods. Not even the other high-ranked clans would dare to be as disrespectful unless they were among their enemies. However, enemies would never come alone, otherwise it would be tantamount to suicide. Joanna turned pale. She naturally heard what the god implied. Her entire clan would face the Rain clan's retaliation if she were to reveal the name. Gods weren't the peaceful sort, but they did have a strict system. The high-ranked regarded the low-ranked as weeds, and the low-ranked regarded other species as slaves. Prejudice was deep in their bones. Aye. Joanna's voice trembled. She knew that the Rain clan was a high-ranked clan with ancestral gods. Even though her original self was a god of rules, she couldn't compare to them at all. What are you scared of? Seeing how terrified and meek Joanna was, immensely different from her usual self, Su Ping frowned and said, "I'll prop up the sky for you if it falls. Besides, you can't be killed here. No matter who he is, we don't need to reason with him if he acts this stubbornly." Slightly dazed, Joanna looked at Su Ping and then the general. Her eyes were skittish, as she was having trouble making up her mind. Your original self is an ascendant. Those two gods couldn't even beat me. Why did you allow them to yell at you? I'm going to find out what they can possibly do to us. Su Ping sneered and said to the general, "You call me an inferior species. I wonder why you're so confident and arrogant. You're nothing remarkable. Two of you are of a higher realm than mine and attacked me together but failed. What do you think you're capable of?" His words were delivered with sarcasm, contempt written all over his face. His attitude made the general's expression freeze. He shifted her eyes from Joanna to Su Ping, then expressed his indifference as he softly said, "Die." Unimaginable power suddenly rose from all directions like an invisible hand that contained the law of destruction. It was going to squeeze Su Ping. Su Ping sensed the danger. He then roared and unleashed all his strength. He slashed at his opponent after unfolding his small world in his field, trying to cut apart the surrounding power. His attack caused a crack, and he instantly vanished through the opening. He then reappeared hundreds of meters away with blood on his lips, but he gazed at his opponent aggressively and laughed. "Is this the best you can do?" The general narrowed his eyes. The indifference in his eyes was gone. He was rather shocked, actually. He was able to sense that Su Ping was a level lower than his, while he was already at the peak of his level. Dealing with that human should have been as easy as killing an ant. However, he failed to do that. The ant had squeezed through his fingers and escaped. His eyes turned grim and he said, "Is this why you're so arrogant? Unfortunately, you're too stupid. A worthless bug like you should have never come here." The illusion of a god appeared behind his back again, as he attacked a second time. Su Ping immediately sensed that the surrounding power was 10 times greater. He could vaguely see another world, which was moving towards him, crushing him. Is this the illusion of a world? Su Ping was aware of the Star Lord's means of attack. Some attacked with their small worlds, and some attacked with projections of their small worlds. It would be very hard to repair small worlds if they were broken in battle. Using projections of their small worlds was much safer. Of course, those projections would be much weaker too. Su Ping was incensed by his opponent's arrogance. He then unleashed his own small world. Bang! An unstoppable power fell on top of him. Su Ping immediately detected that his small world was being squished. Soon after, he lost control of his own body. In the end, that terrifying power rolled back, creating a force field which confined Su Ping's body. The nearby Joanna could not help but roar, "No!" Bang! Su Ping's body exploded, turning into a bloody pulp the moment she said that. Farther in the distance, Tang Ruyan's eyes widened with disbelief when she saw that gory scene happening. Is Su Ping dead? No, no way. Tang Ruyan was stunned for 2 seconds. Then, her eyes turned bloodshot. She let out a devastating roar and then charged at the general. She had completely forgotten that the general was a god. She only knew that Su Ping was dead. He cannot die. Bang! Tang Ruyan's body exploded dozens of meters away. The general didn't even bother to look at her, because killing her was easier than breathing for him. But then, the recently blown-up Su Ping reappeared. He had seen how Tang Ruyan had died for him a moment earlier. Even though they could resurrect infinitely in that plane, he was still deeply touched when he saw her crying for him. He felt that there were flames burning in his heart. Let's see if the gods can continue acting arrogantly once your proud heads lie underneath my feet, Su Ping chuckled and said. Horrifying flames leaped from his back, then fluttered over his body, making the overall temperature rise. He then stepped up. His pupils were sharpened, turning into vertical slits, while his body also changed. Wings of flames behind his back made him look like a fiery bird. Huh! The general and the 2 gods were shocked. They didn't expect that Su Ping could be revived. Even stranger, Su Ping's aura was somewhat familiar to them. It was an honorable and distant aura that belonged to the mythical creatures from the Age of Chaos. The only things that would scare the gods were those entities. Gods were an ancient species in their own right, but some of the mythical creatures had a longer history than gods did. Of course, there would be weaker beings among them, which would not deserve much attention. However, Su Ping was releasing the aura of a strong mythical creature, which was very likely one of the Golden Crows. You're a descendant of the God Warriors. That's impossible. How can the bloodline of the God Warriors appear in such an inferior species? The general mumbled in shock. Su Ping's hands, which had turned into claws, were already slashing at the general with sword tightly gripped. Roused by Su Ping's killing intent, the general came back to himself and said coldly, "Even Golden Crow descendants shall be executed for disgracing the Rain clan." He projected his world, aiming to crush Su Ping again. Su Ping spouted golden flames and unleashed his power like the sun. He managed to shatter the small world's projection before his body was squished, and then sent a flame to the general. Right after dying, Su Ping chose to resurrect himself, as well as the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound, on the spot. He quickly merged with them again and charged at his opponent. Again! The general was obviously stunned. He was certain about having killed the young human. Is it a resurrection skill like the one used by phoenixes? But can they even do it consecutively? Besides, golden crows had different abilities, even if both species were birds. Go to hell. The general didn't believe it. He attacked again and extinguished the flame with the power of faith. Bang! Su Ping waved his sword and sliced the world's projection apart. He wasn't crushed this time. After 2 failures, Su Ping had managed to locate the projection's weakness, as well as the trick to unleash all his strength. His sword aura popped the projection like a needle. Then, he charged at the general with brutal abandon. Chapter 974, Perception. You're asking to be killed. The general was shocked to see that his world projection had been penetrated. It was an insult for him to have such a hard time beating an inferior species. thousand god-slaying shadows. The general stabbed with his spear, which was wrapped in laws and the power of faith. The illusions produced by the spear suddenly filled up the sky. But then, all those illusions were combined into one spear, which came piercing down from the clouds with an unstoppable momentum. Bang! Su Ping was unable to dodge in time and was squarely hit. His body exploded in an instant. No, Tang Ruyan could not help but exclaim. Her face was pale, even though she had just seen him die a moment earlier. The next moment, she heard Su Ping's voice again as he reappeared. "Don't worry about me." While he merged with the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound, he then said to Tang Ruyan, "Just like I said, we're immortal here. Just consider them as training dummies for us." Tang Ruyan was stunned. Su Ping had already told her about this before making the trip. She didn't know he meant it. However, everything was beyond belief, and the enemies felt so real. Joanna's mind also clicked. She then understood that she could also be resurrected after seeing Su Ping and Tang Ruyan come back to life again and again. However, they were facing members of the Rain clan. It was a high-ranked clan, with influence in the entire realm of gods. The fear and awe that were deeply etched in her blood were too hard to overcome. There were ancestral gods in that clan. Those were the top beings in the realm of gods. Resistance and disrespect would bring about their obliteration. Bang! While Joanna's expression contorted, Su Ping's body exploded again. The general found an opportunity to kill him when he was talking to Tang Ruyan. Su Ping was resurrected once more. He gazed at the general coldly. The latter was only a Star Lord, but he was even more horrifying than the Star Lords he had fought on the Divine Lord rank simulations. He has more power of faith than I do. His small world had been perfected more than mine. He's also mastered the 4 supreme laws. Su Ping realized that his opponent was stronger than him in every aspect, and that he was able to beat him while merely using a projection of his small world. But it wasn't like he didn't stand a single chance of winning. There was a 0.01% chance that he could win. I can be stronger than him for an instant if I unleash all my strength in one go, Su Ping thought. He had too much power in his body. There was a tremendous amount of astral power, faith power, and many laws. Mobilizing all his power used to require a lot of time. However, his recent battles had enlightened him. He now had a way to burst out with all his power. However, the consequence of such a method was indeed obvious. Such a burden on his body would tear his astral ocean to pieces. Still, he was in a cultivation site. He could come back to life as long as he had enough energy points. That was his greatest advantage. Okay, let's see what the Star Lord gods are capable of. Su Ping roared to himself and gazed at the general with passion in his eyes. His body flashed forward as he unleashed the power of all 5 astral paintings. Their power was combined. In parallel, the astral power in his cells was being extracted at such a fast speed that his astral ocean was almost torn apart. His skin was too set ablaze with blue flames. Even his hair was rising due to the outburst. The spear arrived again at that moment. Su Ping raised his head and slashed brutally. He then unleashed all his power. Bang! The red demonic sword released the power of a nuclear explosion, but the spear was even more powerful. Su Ping trembled and was flung back. The wind around him was as hard as a wall. His body almost fell apart when he slammed against it. You should have known better. The general seemed less scornful and more solemn as he looked at the falling and collapsing man. It was almost unbelievable for a slave of a lower cultivation realm to push him that far. It would have been acceptable if Su Ping were a god, but he was only a human being. Su Ping was resurrected again and continued charging at him from down below. Damn it! The general's expression had a slight change. He was still unable to kill that guy. He had seen how the man's life aura was snuffed out. How can he resurrect over and over? Time reversal, the general roared. Time and space around him quickly rolled back. Su Ping, who was rising from down below, fell back beyond his control. He immediately tried to balance himself with the power of time and space, but his opponent was much stronger, and he was pulled back bit by bit. Soon after, Su Ping fell back to the place where his body had been torn apart. Time was still being rolled back. The next moment, another Su Ping was resurrected from the broken body. The scene shocked the general. It gave him goosebumps. Su Ping was also a bit stunned by such a scene. It was then that he also realized that his opponent had reversed the flow of time to send him back to his former dead status. However, his resurrection wasn't reversed. Su Ping had originally thought that the system resurrected him by revering the flow of time. Was it not the case? Su Ping became relaxed soon after. All Star Lords were able to reverse the flow of time. All the cultivation sites would have been veritable dangerous lands to him if the system's resurrection feature could be tampered with as easily. No longer in a rush to fight, Su Ping quickly asked in his heart, "System, what's going on?" He might get killed at any time, but he didn't consider it a big deal. He could always resurrect himself by spending some energy points. "There are many things going on. Be more specific," said the system with a lazy tone. Su Ping was lost for words. "You know what I mean." "What's to be surprised at? I have indeed resurrected you by revering the flow of time. However, the time and space I change isn't the same as those which your opponent changes," said the system casually. "In plainer terms, I cut the time and space where you're resurrected from the real world. So, no matter how they reverse time in the outside world, the missing piece cannot be rolled back, unless your opponent is stronger than me, but that's impossible." Su Ping was still a bit puzzled, yet he finally understood something by the time he heard the last sentence. To put it simply, there was nothing to fear should an enemy return him to a dead status. "This is me from a moment earlier." At that moment, Su Ping saw himself as he was resurrected after the reverse of time. That other self was looking back at him. Their eyes met. Su Ping was then certain that it was really him. "Two instances of me exist at the same time. He and I are not in the same time and space, but we seem to be in the same place. He is me from the past, and I am me in the present. Is this how the 6 lives Buddha summons his future selves?" Su Ping suddenly gained a deeper understanding of the time and space path. He tried entering another time and space in the future to summon a Star Lord version of himself. Su Ping detected resistance soon after. He had already found it impossible to go on after only going forward 3 months to find his future self. His expertise on time and space wasn't good enough yet. Su Ping detected that he would still be in the star state 3 months after. "It seems that I can only summon my future self in the star state. I can't summon anything ahead of that with my current understanding of the law of time, unless I gather the 6th astral painting. The pendulum astral painting should be able to perfect my path of time. Not even this general would know the path of time better than me by then," Su Ping thought. Unfortunately, he was still unable to condense the pendulum astral painting at the moment. He stopped trying after learning the way to summon his future self and seeing his current limitations. He returned to the old method. He had to burst out all his strength in order to defeat the general. He had already tried it earlier, but he wasn't fast enough. "It's too hard to concentrate all my astral power on the blood cloud sword. My hand is the fastest. My other body parts have to transmit the power as fast as my hand does." Su Ping frowned as he considered the paradox. His astral power was stored in all of his body parts. The hand was closest to the sword and would be the fastest to deliver the power. The feet, on the other hand, were the farthest, and could be 0.0001 second slower when delivering the power. The general stopped revering the flow of time while Su Ping pondered over his options. The Su Ping from the past who had just manifested, then collapsed and disappeared. He simply stared at the current Su Ping without a word. Su Ping understood himself. Nothing needed to be said. The Su Ping in the past trusted the Su Ping in the present and believed that he could beat his opponent. Why can he come back to life? The general was at a loss. The 2 gods next to him were equally stunned. They had thought that Su Ping had been revived by revering the flow of time, But that was not the case. What else could bring him back to life again and again? Even though they were knowledgeable, high-ranked gods, they had never seen anything as weird as that. Even if he reversed the flow of time, he was already dead earlier on, and it would be impossible for him to bring himself back to life, unless someone else did it for him. But that's impossible, mumbled the general. He felt that he was onto something, although he was still baffled by the implications. He gradually came back to himself. He stared at Su Ping with a weird brilliance in his eyes. However you manage to do this, the major god will find out soon. "Ant, come here," he roared, and a splendid world reappeared around him. This time he made use of the real world. A brilliant, golden world appeared. It had mountains and rivers which contained a vast amount of power. They were about to surround and confine Su Ping. Su Ping woke up from his absent-minded state and realized his opponent's intention. He hated being imprisoned the most while visiting cultivation sites, particularly because it would be a huge waste of time. "Get lost!" Su Ping roared and unleashed his power again. This time, he made use of the 8-9 astral painting and changed his body structure. The two astral oceans were transferred to the hand holding the sword, and the veins transmitting astral power were broadened too. His body became as straight and smooth as a chute. Such an arrangement would enable a high-efficiency output of the astral power stored in his cells. The consequences were also obvious. His organs, such as his eyes and nose, would malfunction for a moment. However, Su Ping didn't mind such a brief malfunction when he was concentrating his strength. Bang! A glowing blue sword aura burst out. The power of laws and faith, boosted by a tremendous amount of astral power, exploded like a nuclear bomb and illuminated the entire world. Boom! The organs inside Su Ping's body were restored after unleashing the power, allowing him to hear the deafening explosion and see the hole he had created in the general's world. The power surrounding him now had an opening. Su Ping quickly flashed and escaped from the world before he detonated his body. Bang! His body exploded. The next moment, he was resurrected on the spot in his best status. The method was good, but I failed to concentrate all my strength. I only gathered 70% of it. Su Ping remembered his previous attack after the resurrection. He was fascinated by the horrifying outburst and considered it as a newly created move. Coming up with a name for it would come later. I wonder what will happen if I perform the Heavenly Fall Sword while in that mode, Su Ping pondered. The Heavenly Fall Sword was a technique that focused the power of the sword, giving it a boost with multiple laws. Su Ping was excited by the idea of combining the new outburst trick with the Heavenly Fall Sword and instantly gave it a try. The general roared in shock and disbelief when Su Ping unleashed those exuberant flames of astral power. He could not believe that his world had been shattered by that human. He had just killed him with the projection of his world moments earlier. But then his real world was penetrated by Su Ping. He's just a celestial god. How can he be that strong? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. The general could not believe that he was fighting against a being with a lower realm. The other two gods were just as appalled. They both found the scene surreal. Chapter 975, The Prince. Bang! Su Ping's sword sliced the general's world in two, causing an even greater opening. However, he was completely exhausted after the attack and was unable to follow through. This isn't good enough to kill him. I should be able to execute him from inside his small world if I summon all my power in one go. Su Ping's eyes were filled with killing intent, but his heart was extremely calm. Just like a cold predator, he considered how to better use his strength. It has to be an instantaneous outburst, more intense than a volcanic eruption. Fire's lightning. Su Ping pondered about laws with explosive outbursts, hopping to find an inspiration to unleash his power even faster. The general took this chance to mercilessly kill him again, as Su Ping was already exhausted. He was hopping to kill him for good this time. However, the killing only interrupted Su Ping's train of thought for a moment. He continued experimenting after his resurrection. While adjusting his bodily structure, he changed the distribution of his cells from a pillar to a python, turning it into a smooth, streamlined shape. Banged! Su Ping slashed forward again. The sword's scorching aura was even dazzling to the general. This time, Su Ping unleashed 80% of his strength. A hole hundreds of meters wide was caused on the general's small world. The sword aura continued unimpeded towards the general's body. He dodged it in time, but he still broke into a cold sweat. This human sword technique is becoming even more horrifying. Is he growing? Su Ping has been killed by the projection of his small world earlier on, while he currently was already able to cut apart the real small world at the moment. His growth was shocking. Still not enough. If I unleash all my astral power right where it's stored, will I be able to release all of it at the same time? Su Ping tried again but failed. It was equal to a self-explosion. Furthermore, his power blasted all over the place. It wasn't nearly as concentrated as the previous 70% concentration round. If only my control of my body were higher. I'm still too weak, Su Ping thought. Others would probably think that he was a weirdo if they knew what he was thinking. How could anyone possibly gain control of a self-explosion blast? Seeing that the human strength was increasing, the general came to the awful realization that he had become Su Ping's sparring partner. He instantly shouted at his companions, "Hurry and summon the others. Someone is causing trouble." The other two gods were also shocked and infuriated by such development. They would only be instantly defeated if the general was unable to deal with the human. Neither of them was confident of resisting Su Ping's horrifying sword technique. Where is this monstrous human from? The general held Su Ping back with his small world after the two gods left, and tried his best to deal with the young man. He would stab Su Ping every time he was resurrected. His small world had been damaged again and again, and he had to repair it with his own energy. He was already tired. Damn it, why can't he be killed? The general was frustrated and angry. Soon after, dozens of gods flew over. They were all astonished by what they saw, as they could easily tell that their captain was fighting a human being. What's going on here? A human being has dared to come to the mighty Rain clan. Is that human being fighting our captain? Are my eyes deceiving me? I didn't drink yesterday. While all of them were shocked by the sight, the general roared, "Set the formation." Everyone finally took action. They quickly established a gigantic formation, which emitted a horrifying and pure divine power. The general then flashed to the center of the formation. All the divine power he had consumed was replenished. While emanating a dazzling golden brilliance, he waved his spear and roared, "Kill them." Boom! The illusion of the general appeared in the sky. The thousands of meters tall figure slashed down with the spear. The pressure of the spear alone had made Su Ping's pores collapse, making him bleed hard. Even so, he didn't step back at all. Instead, his eyes were filled with determination. Banged! Su Ping rose to the sky and collided with the spear. He was completely obliterated in an instant. Tang Ruyan and Joanna also fell with such an attack. Joanna didn't even try to resist, simply watching how the spear destroyed her. Tang Ruyan had indeed raised her hands to resist, but she was too weak. Resistance was futile. Whoosh! Su Ping revived yet again. He also resurrected Joanna and Tang Ruyan. He then stared at Joanna, who was still stunned, and yelled, "Why aren't you fighting? What are you scared of?" Joanna shivered and turned her head. She looked at him with desperation in her eyes. "You're not yourself anymore," Su Ping roared. Joanna bit her lips but still didn't offer a reply. Su Ping's resurrections shocked the gods who had just arrived. Our formation is cutting time and space apart, yet these invaders can still be resurrected. Damn it! The general's exasperation grew. He thought that the formation's ultimate power would be enough to completely kill Su Ping, but the guy's resurrection method was too advanced. His actions were solemn at the moment. This time, he was planning on suppressing and capturing Su Ping to later hand him over to the big shots of his clan. Such a weird human is worth studying. Su Ping looked at the general's small world confining him. This time, it was as suffocating as a deep sea thanks to the formation's enhancement. He found it hard to move, and then saw the general's intent in his eyes. Su Ping thought of retreating. Should I kill myself and resurrect in a random place? However, he dropped the idea when he looked at the utterly desperate Joanna and the gods in the formation, who were surprised yet disdainful. Anna, said Su Ping. While being slightly stunned, Joanna looked at him. Look at the high-ranked gods that you revere. Su Ping said slowly and calmly, their level is higher than ours, yet they cannot defeat us without a formation. Do you think they'd be a match for us if we were at their level? Joanna felt frustrated upon realizing Su Ping's intention. Those gods were indeed weaker than him in the star state. However, she wasn't scared of those people, but the ancestral gods backing the Rain clan. Ancestral gods were the strongest beings in the world. They were worshipped by all as true gods. You can also become a high-ranked god as long as you want to, said Su Ping again. Joanna smiled bitterly. Su Ping didn't seem to understand the horror of the high-ranked gods. All gods wanted to be like them, but how many had succeeded? Boom! The general's small world pressed closer, soon wreathing the three invaders. The laws of time and space were strengthened inside the small world to imprison them. The general was somehow relieved after they were caught. He immediately said, "Send them to the dungeon with me." All the other gods nodded. One of them asked curiously, "Captain, who are they? A god came to cause trouble with 2 human slaves. Why can't they be killed?" Indeed, the 3 of them are pathetically weak, and yet we still can't finish them off without the formation. It's definitely weird. All the gods were discussing. The general remained cold and silent inside the formation. That was the only way he could keep Su Ping imprisoned. He was worried that Su Ping could break free if he merely used his own strength. Everyone returned to the mountain. Right when they arrived at the foot of the Rain clan's mountain, someone asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" The general and all the other gods were shocked to see that person. All of them lowered their heads respectfully. The general replied, "Your Highness, we're escorting outlaws that have trespassed the Rain clan's territory." "You are?" It was a young guy wearing a golden robe with frost patterns. His eyes were like stars, clear and sharp. There was a mysterious old person next to him. "A god and 2 weak human slaves dared to trespass the Rain clan's territory?" asked the young man in surprise. "Even if they have, you could have finished them off alone. Why bother with the huge formation?" The general replied respectfully, "Your Highness, those 3 outlaws are very weird. They resurrect again and again no matter how I kill them, so I had to capture them first." The general didn't want to explain why he had to capture them with a formation. After all, it was rather humiliating for the leader of all guards to be unable to suppress a human slave, whose level was in fact much lower. "They can't be killed." The young man was obviously intrigued, but the old man next to him remained peaceful, unsurprised by what the general said. "Is their expertise in time and space better than yours?" asked the young man curiously. He could tell that the invading trio was weak, one of the girls being shockingly so. The only reason behind their constant resurrections was that their time and space attainments were better than the guards. Still, that conjecture was rather unbelievable. After all, guards were considered elites in the Rain clan. The invaders' lower realms but better control of time and space was an indication of abundant talent. "I don't think it's about time and space," the general ventured to answer. The young man raised his eyebrows. While he saw that the general was probably still confused, he said, "Release them. Let me check this out." The general hesitated for a moment, but then nodded respectfully. The prince could easily suppress the invaders, even if they couldn't be killed. Once the general's small world suppression was cancelled, Su Ping and the others were immediately set free from a frozen state, physically and mentally. Su Ping looked around as he found that they were in a different place. He knew they had been imprisoned, but he didn't know what happened afterwards. Right before he managed to get his bearings and see the environment clearly, he heard a curious yet casual voice. Rot in hell. The young man had already attacked. The invaders were just 3 ants to him. He was curious about them, but he didn't regard them as regular beings. Bang! A magnificent power rushed at Su Ping, even greater than what the general had been able to muster. Su Ping was planning on resisting, but then he found that his power was being restricted by a special field. Then, his body exploded. His consciousness died out too. But the next moment, Su Ping chose to resurrect on the spot. He looked at the young man with anger. Huh, you really can resurrect. The young man was astonished, as if having just seen an interesting toy. Brutality was radiating from Su Ping's eyes. The old man nearby opened his eyes and glanced at Su Ping, as if sensing Su Ping's killing intent. The latter then felt as if a sharp nail were plunged into his forehead. His soul was torn apart, and his consciousness died out again. Revive. Su Ping was again amongst the living. Huh, the young man was astonished. I've already locked the surrounding time and space. How did you resurrect? He could not help but observe Su Ping carefully. Such a weird way to resurrect was beyond him. He was a knowledgeable prince. Very few things could surprise him. Are all the high-ranked gods capable of nothing except bullying the weak? Su Ping roared the moment he resurrected. Dazed by this, the young man put on a smile and said, "Interesting. I'll give you a chance to confess the secret of your resurrection. Then you may serve under me." Su Ping gazed at him calmly until the smile on his face was gone. Then he said, "I've seen the arrogance of the gods. What a shame. I'd love to see what the arrogance on your face would turn into when I stepped on it if we were on the same level." The young man's expression turned grim, but he quickly composed himself, as if finding it unnecessary to feel angry because of an ant. He said casually, "You seem confident of yourself. If so, I'll give you a chance." He raised a finger and said, "I'll lower my strength to your level and will only use one finger. I'll forgive your disrespect if you win." The general's expression had a sudden change once he heard that. Before Su Ping could reply, he said, "Your Highness." The young man slowly turned his head to look at him with eyes devoid of emotion. This human is rather weird." The general didn't know what else to say. He had seen Su Ping's abilities. The prince was indeed an unparalleled genius in the realm of gods, but that human was simply too unusual.